as we look to crown our EUL winners and book one last spot in the Atlanta Major. This is set to be quite the siege play day. All comes to a head right here, right now. Well, not right now. It will by the end of the play day. We'll know all the answers to all of your questions. My name's Ian Chambers. This is the man fresh on desk. And of course, the three-time world champion himself, Fabian. Guys, this stage, Fresh, has just flown by, hasn't it?
It's been so fast.
Yeah.
You know, we've genuinely just fired through it. First it was the league, 4 play days, done, dusted, or 5 play days, done, dusted, now deciders. Only one more game to send teams to the major from the deciders phase.
A lot of pressure.
You know, I've come here dressed in my summer shirt because after today I'm going on a long vacation. So I'm
How long are we talking?
About half a year. 5 months-ish.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Pretty good times, yeah.
You're going to go like mountain climbing in Norway or something?
Wherever your mum's at is where I'm at.
Fresh, you're going straight back to Italy after this, right?
I am going back to Italy. Cannot wait.
Yeah.
Sun's shining. There's no mosquitoes.
Yeah.
I've been bitten everywhere. Thank God for makeup, by the way, because I've been bitten 3 times on my face.
The mozzie's like your face.
Yeah, mozzie's like apparently just me.
You did say it tastes good, didn't you?
Yep.
Right, let's take a look at the bracket because this is all shaken out in front of us and it all comes down to this. We are kicking things off and we'll show you the schedule shortly, but M&M versus Wolves Esports. That fixture got determined yesterday when both teams had losing efforts to make it to the grand final, which of course is Team BDS versus VP. Fresh, did it shake out how you expected?
I think pretty much as expected, especially the BDS game. You know, BDS look basically unstoppable. You know, Shaiko had a life game from his standards, but he was just excellent yesterday. And then obviously we saw Wolves going up against VP and VP getting the better in that game. That was the more 50-50 game, and I would say a little bit more surprising.
If you look at how Wolves were playing that game, though, it wasn't surprising because Virtus.pro had almost a flawless game. They made very few mistakes. They played exactly like we expected them to. Wolves did not play the way we expected them to. We didn't see the same aggressions as normal. And we also saw Virtus.pro just, I don't know, they just steamrolled over them.
If you've been watching the last few weeks, which I'm sure you have been, you'll be aware that these two have been at each other's throats every single play day, like a couple of angry crocodiles, right? And I know that you have differing views a lot of the time, and that is exactly what is about to happen right here, right now, too, because in both of our 2 best of 3s, these 2 individuals have picked different teams that they predict will win and come out on top. So our first game is, of course, M&M versus Wolves. So I thought what we could do is, I've heard you chatting and having debates behind the scenes, and I want to bring it in front of the cameras. We're about to have a major debate right here on the Blast R6 EUL broadcast. So how this is going to go down is, right, you both got a minute. You're going to make a pitch as to why you think your team is going to win. So Fresh, you're going with M&M. You think they're going to make it to the major.
They are.
Fabian, you think that Wolves are going to make it. I'm going to give you exactly a minute each, 60 seconds. Let me just pull up my timer. In fact, can we bring the lights down a little? I just want a bit of an atmosphere in here. You see, that's more dramatic. That's what I'm talking about. Are you ready for this, guys?
It's not that hard. It's against Fresh.
Fresh, I want you to get all up in his grill. You know this.
You want up in his grill, just in his face? Like.
This is good. Oh, okay. No, maybe not.
One shot. If you get any closer, I'll kiss you.
All right. No, that's I would love to see. This is the major debate, ladies and gentlemen. Fresh, you have 1 minute to tell Fabian and all of our viewers why you think M&M are about to win this best of 3. Your time starts right now.
M&M, they're more than just a team. This team is more than just an organization. They're a band of brothers. They're a team that when they were in Tier 2 qualified to 6 Invitational before they played a Tier 1 game. They've been at basically every single LAN event since. And Fabian, they've got the most experienced player ever. No, it's not you, and he's better than you, Julio, as their coach. What that means is this team, they're living the saying. Form is temporary, class is permanent, and they've got the class to make it. Not just that, this team is full of star players. Star players that lots of different EUL teams have tried to get onto their rosters. They keep asking users, they keep asking Talon, they keep asking Solotov. Those guys, they keep saying no, because they believe in this project. This project has the quality, and they are going to make it today to the Atlanta Major.
Oh, you know what? He did it in 50 seconds. He had 10 seconds to spare. You know what? As far as the debate goes, that is a strong, strong start. Over now to Fabian. Fabian, tell this man why Wolves are going to take the W. Your time starts right now.
I don't even have to start with Wolves because just like M&M, you keep missing and missing with your points. You're completely awful and you were completely wrong. Those players might have wanted to be picked up by other teams, but they didn't go and they've kept failing over and over. Wolves doesn't do that. Wolves, they keep impressing, they keep shugging, and they keep taking points after points after points. This major, they're going to go to, and I expect them in the final, because they have players that are stepping up, and their team play is beyond this world. We've lost our actual best player from the team. He hasn't showed up this stage, but today is the day he's going to come back, and he's going to put M&M into the dirt.
20 seconds left.
Shut the fuck up, Ian. I don't care. I'm done with my points. I just wanted to say that.
I'm the referee. You got to show me some respect. All right, you did it with 10 seconds to spare as well. That was a fantastic debate. You know what? I'm going to let chat decide. Let's just bring the lights up while we take a little breather here. Let's just resume some normality just for a second. I'll tell you what, that was good stuff. That was strong. Who do you think won that, Fresh?
Oh, it was obviously me.
What about you?
I'm just sad I don't get a swing back.
I generally don't care. Fresh can have it. At least he'll win something in his career at that point then.
Oh, wow. This is brutal. Chat, I would love to know your thoughts on who you think won our first debate. Now, of course, that is just the lower bracket final. Once that one is said and done, we've got the grand final as well. And I think we should do another debate. That was that successful. I'm going to ask one more time our amazing production team here in Paris, France, to bring the lights down one more time as we get set for war all over again. This is our grand final debate. Fabian, I'm going to let you kick off proceedings in this one. You've got 1 minute on the clock, and I know you're going with VP, so your time starts right now.
There's one team in this league that's been around forever, the Russian Cyborgs. They're not stopping now, and they're going to bulldoze Wolves into the ground. But they're not playing against Wolves. So, I already messed up my points. BDS. They're gonna bulldoze BDS.
You'd be awful in a rap battle.
That's why I don't do that. But they've been around forever. They're unstoppable. They have patience that doesn't stop. They sit and they wait. They play a style that nobody expects of them, or everybody expects of them, but they can never be stopped. Just like a tank, they roll over everything, and there's nothing that's going to be in their way. No matter how good Shaiko is, he's got nothing on 5 Russian Cyborgs that's going to crush them.
That's perfect. I mean, that was 50 seconds once again, so I was going to tell him.
Could have been 30, but I lost my track.
It was a big mess up. You saw it in my eyes. I was like,
Yeah, I had you back there.
It wasn't even that. I realized it immediately myself.
To be fair, I think you've got the advantage here now, Fresh, coming into your pitch.
Let him. He needs that.
Fresh, you are going with Team BDS, and your time starts right now.
Do you know, Ian, we're going to play a little game, and it's called Hands Up If. Hands up if BDS have the best player in EU League right now. Oh, yeah, they do. Actually, scratch that. Hands up if BDS have the best fragger in the world right now. Yes, they do. His name is Shaiko. Hands up if BDS have won the last 3 out of the 4 lands that they've attended. Oh, yeah, they have. Hands up if BDS are one of the best teams in EU League. Oh, yeah, they are. And finally, I know I'm going to be very, very short on time here. Hands up if you're the only analyst on the desk who didn't call VP Virtus.pro.
You did do that.
I did do that.
Is that right?
You're arguing for a team that you called Virtus.pro, Fabian? Don't know how that works.
Time stops. Lights up. Mic drop moment for Fresh on desk right there.
I'll actually give that one to Fresh immediately. I messed up worse than I could possibly have done. Fresh, you win that one again. Your second win in your entire career. It's something you should
I'll be the 3-time soon. There we go.
The 3 times rap battle on the broadcast. I don't know if that's much to share about, but
do you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah, it's at least something.
I'll put it in my appraisal.
I love that. Do you know what? I'm going to give you the first one for our lower bracket final, and Fresh, you could take the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, if he possibly could not lose the last one.
Let's just take another quick look at the schedule as well, because in case you've just joined and you're a little bit confused, do not worry, we're getting right back on track right now, because our first match to kick off proceedings is, of course, M&M Gaming against Wolves. The winner of this crucial best of 3 will absolutely 100% be going to the Atlanta Major, which is just a matter of weeks away. And then we get into our grand final. There's still a lot on the line here in match number 2. Team BDS versus VP. This is a battle to win EUL Stage 2. And there's more on top of that on the line as well, Fresh, because money talks too.
Oh, absolutely. That's the thing, is the money talks. There's more money in the prize pool if you win the stage, obviously. But also there's more 6 invitational points. You get, for BDS, they need as many 6 invitational points as they can physically get.
Yeah.
They didn't get very many, if any, last stage. Don't exactly remember, but they were poor. They need as many as they can get to make that run for 6 invitational.
I'm just going to keep it going. It's Virtus.pro versus Wolves. I don't care what you guys say. I don't care what the schedule says. I was correct. You guys can pretend whatever
You're
you
so
want.
stubborn, man. That's how you become a 3-time, right?
Yeah, just
being
keep
stubborn.
going. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. You can be wrong your
You
entire
just
life.
annoy people into giving you success. That's
Oh, yeah. I mean,
the same with the Free World Championships. It's the same on this desk.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're the one who has to do.
Sorry, I'm still in rap battle mode. I'll be honest. I'm just trying to put you down at every point.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, some people make themselves feel better by putting others down. You're one of them.
Yeah.
I just started succeeding myself and lifted myself up instead. We're all different, Fresh.
I got a feeling we're in for a long night between these two, but also I was saying earlier on that Fresh is going straight to Italy to join his family on holiday first thing in the morning, and his flight's at like stupid o'clock. And we were saying before we came out here that you think this might be a 1 a.m.er, right? You think that we might have a lot. If you love Siege, you're in the right place.
I think there's huge potential for a 1 a.m.er. I think, we could go 6 months. Said it yesterday, and I thought we could get it yesterday, but even more so today. I think there's so much on the line in that first game, and I think despite the fact that in the second game, BDS have to win, I think VP will put up stern opposition. I could see 3 maps in both games tonight.
I hope so. I hope we go to stupid o'clock. It's a perfect time for Fresh, actually. But I just hope we get to see all 6 maps. It would be amazing.
All right, well, we are kicking things off with M&M versus Wolves in our lower bracket final, best of 3. It should be epic. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss more of these two. We'll be back with you in a few minutes' time.
It should be easy. Have you put yourself in there?
No, of course, bloody not.
Oh, guys, you're actually on point.
Yeah, I think Dougie has most first engagements.
Yeah, might not win them all, but...
Oh.
I just found pick on defense, I was just rushing it with no chance of attack. Classic Savage.
Yeah, of course, he goes himself.
Yeah,
That's right. In defense, I think 80% of the round done making an open frag.
That's a good one.
I think we can all be unanimous.
Yeah, that's a unanimous one.
It's his birthday, don't bully him.
He just has a broken sleeping shadow.
Kind of surprising because me and Mirko are Brazilian. Like, Brazilian is used to get late for stuff, so...
I was tired, okay?
I've got the answer for this one.
This is a hard one, I think.
I think they will be the same player.
I have a good one here.
I've lost the Discord.
There you go. That's your answer.
So, Noah has just his phone falls out of his pocket in viewer. You know, we try and call his phone and the guy's not answering, and then this Uber driver picks up, but he doesn't really speak English.
And I didn't understand if he wanted to even give me the phone back or if he was just gonna keep it the entire day.
Yeah, different answers. Yeah, it's probably me actually. Should have voted myself.
Why? He lost his headphones on LAN as well.
And I think Carl is probably the most likely to lose something.
Yeah, lose his mental.
Oh, wow.
I think we can do this in a few seconds, guys.
I think they're right. I can't argue with that.
So he's just very eager to not learn the calls or just change to what he knows.
No, why me, guys?
Yeah.
Why me?
I mean, I think he's trying his best.
I know my answer.
That has to be me.
It's a hard question.
Yeah.
Oh, these guys don't like to keep me alive, so they let me die. And
No, that's true. Whoever I choose to beat, that's who the beat is.
Oh, what the?
Because I feel like when we rush, you go full ham.
I think it's Noah. He's like, yeah, double up with me, but you go first.
That's so true. No, that's actually so true.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 EUL Stage 2 Deciders. The grand final is just on the horizon, but before we get there, we've got another spot to book in at the Atlanta Major. We've got the lower bracket final coming up imminently, and that is M&M versus Wolves. This is fresh. This is Fabian. Let's get into this. We've had our rap battle. Let's leave our, beef at the door and get into this.
I can't believe Wolves are playing twice today, honestly.
Let's start with M&M, because fresh, this is...
I'll take it, production.
Hey, I love that. That's how quickly we work. Listen, let's get serious for a moment here. M&M Gaming, Wolves, this is a huge opportunity for both of them. You don't really want to go down into that crocodile swamp that is last chance qualifiers. You want to get it done and dusted right here, right now. However, M&M have shown a little bit of inconsistency. They have shown that it's still a bit of a problem for them against BDS yesterday. They displayed some of their old antics, really.
I think I said that, Ian, wow, getting confused, in the rap battle. I said form is temporary, class is permanent. We know this team has got the class. We know this team's got the quality.
Yeah.
But the form, and especially the inconsistency, it's so up and down. They started the stage off looking pretty poor. We kept going in on them, all the symptoms that we could see. And then they started improving. We saw some team play. We saw some good stuff from them. They slowed the pace down a little bit. Everything made a bit more sense. And then yesterday, when they were back in that pressure cooker, when the pot, the heat was on, they fell back into old ways. We saw them really struggling to trade deaths out, just trying to lurk around and get ones and being very scripted in doing so. And basically in the M&M that we don't want to see. And it's the inconsistency, I think, that is possibly, or that definitely yesterday did hurt them.
It did, and the thing with these two teams in the matchup we have today is both of these teams have been, I would say, just one step under being one of the top dogs in Europe. Both of them. They've been consistently climbing, making good in tournaments, both doing good at invitationals, and then making it really well in Copenhagen. We're expecting so much from them, and we have this vision of what they can do in the future. And both of them are kind of, well, I wouldn't say both. Wolves are struggling less, but M&M are struggling a little bit more. And I hope for their sake it doesn't come back to bite them. It's just we want to see the consistency because we know they have that in them.
Fabian, when it comes to M&M, they've shown they can play. They've shown they can flop.
Yeah.
It sounds obvious, but this is in their hands here, isn't it?
It's fully in their hands, because if they come today and they show the same sort of team play as they did against Wild and they did against G2, perfect. You guys are going to be all set. Wolves didn't look that good yesterday. They didn't look like themselves. So that will definitely carry you through the day. But on the other hand, if you pull the same sort of cafe as you did the first time against BDS, I mean, the second one wasn't much better. But it just can't look the same way. There needs to be some sort of decision-making, patience, understanding of what you need to do and when you need to do it. And don't give away free things.
And this builds into that consistency for M&M as well, because when it is good, it is really good. It's all the way up here. But when it's bad, it's all the way down here. What you want is some kind of consistency up in the kind of upper echelon of that. And that's what we're looking for from M&M today.
Let's keep moving. Let's take a look at their opponents, of course. Wolves, a surprising defeat, arguably, to VP, Fabian. It's not that they lost, it's how they lost, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not so surprised about their defeat. I think Virtus.pro definitely showed that they deserved to go through and win that game because they were just outclassing Wolves in everything. But as you said, Ian, the way that Wolves lost, I did not recognize that team until round number 11 on Clubhouse, which is basically when the game is already over in a way. I mean, sure, you can claw back and win that map and then go into third and play like yourself, but I didn't recognize them because their aggression as a team just wasn't there. They didn't go together and they didn't really make the smartest decisions. We know how Virtus.pro plays. Everybody in this league knows how Virtus.pro plays, even if you might not expect them to do it, because eventually it's going to be like, oh yeah, they have to do something different. They just don't do that different. And then you peek them, you die, put yourself in a disadvantage, and everything just falls apart.
There's no time for excuses, but I am kind of going to give 2 excuses to Wolves.
Go on.
One, they're playing against Virtus.pro, which is a very different style of play against any other team in the league.
Yeah.
Had they played against any other team, maybe apart from BDS, so apart from the 2 best teams, they'd have done pretty well yesterday, I would have thought. The second is I thought they were very, very nervous. They looked very nervous, didn't look like a team. So I'm willing to write yesterday off and take Wolves, you know, my assessment of Wolves from what we saw from basically from the group stage and last week.
You think it was a blip on the radar?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at a bit of a head-to-head here, because one thing's for sure, both of these teams have 2 traditional fraggers that are not performing and need to step up. Solotov for M&M, Mowgli for Wolves.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, in this direct head-to-head, Solotov's looking a little bit better. But both of these guys, and the line that I want to show you is the entry kills line. This is the big, important line. Because these 2 guys are the spearheads for their team. Now, Solotov is in the most entries in the league in anyone in terms of entry engagements. But he's only +2. Mowgli isn't too far behind him and is -5. These 2 guys open up rounds for their teams. Of course, they play in very different ways, but they both play very individually. And I think the general consensus that I have is whichever one out of these 2 players steps up today will essentially help send their team to the major.
Yeah, I mean, Mowgli has been quite honestly asleep this entire stage. There hasn't been one game so far where I see him and look at him. Yeah, this game, he really showed what he's got. This is like the level that I expect him to play at. Internationally, he does really fine. But now he needs to wake up here because this is the game that takes them there, or while having to play a much longer route.
Before we take a look at maps, I just want to ask you, Fresh, just to tee this up. Do you think M&M have the flexibility needed in their map pool that they've had in previous best of threes?
I think it's changed a little bit. I think it's changed a lot, actually. I think the 2 new maps coming in, we had a whole discussion about it yesterday, and we said they should have brought those maps into their map pool. And that's absolutely correct. But based on the bans, Nighthaven and Consulate banned again yesterday, and they've had a long-standing permaban of Bang, you can't really be operating in a best-of-3 scenario with a 6-map pool. They might have got away with it yesterday. They might well get away with it again today. But I think even if they get to Atlanta, Copenhagen's happened.
Yep.
If they get to Atlanta, then they might have some issues going forward.
The biggest thing I think today for M&M is genuinely that Nello shows up. Because I think the Wolves have a 5-man roster that all can show up. And sure, Mowgli have been struggling, as we've kept repeating. But Nello needs to take another step. Because today you cannot have 4 players firing against 5, or 4.5 if you want to consider Mowgli a half today. You need to have 5 versus 5.
Yep.
And Nello just haven't lived up to that. So the maps apart, that doesn't matter to me. It's just everybody needs to show up today.
They don't matter to you, but they matter to you watching at home. Let's take a look at these maps right now and find out where we're going for our first best-of-3 lower bracket final, and we're kicking off on Oregon.
Yeah, so this is a little bit of a surprise. I think the bans are not necessarily a surprise. These are, maps that neither team really likes. Apart from, like I said, M&M have banned away the new maps there as well. Both teams don't like Nighthaven. So I'll come on to that in just a second. Wolves had the option to pick out Oregon, or I thought Skyscraper. I was actually very surprised they didn't go Skyscraper after M&M lost it again yesterday. Wolves clearly have something cooking there. It's a map M&M like. M&M conversely have picked into Chalet, which is a map M&M love and a map Wolves love. Wolves have actually got the head-to-head on M&M the last couple of times they've played it, but M&M, I've said it multiple times, they're one of the best teams in the world on that particular map. The last 3 maps is where it gets really interesting. So we have Nighthaven, Skyscraper and Cafe left. And bear in mind, both of these teams have perma-banned Nighthaven. So whoever banned Nighthaven took the disadvantage there. Wolves, essentially, if they wanted the decider to be Skyscraper, could have banned Cafe, M&M would have been forced to ban Nighthaven, and Skyscraper would have been the decider. But Wolves played it very, very safe, maybe got baited a little bit in the map ban phase. They banned away Nighthaven, which allowed M&M to get onto a slightly better map in their map pool of Cafe over Skyscraper.
Yeah, I think Wolves were maybe a little bit afraid there.
Yeah.
But that's probably where it's like, okay, we messed up yesterday. Now let's not get into a map that we might not be as comfortable on. We might not know our opponent as much on it. I think they should have gone for the gamble because that shows to your opponent that we're willing to risk everything here.
Yeah.
They didn't do that. Mentally, maybe a little bit edge for M&M.
Obviously, there's the elephant in the room that is the high pressure, the high stakes. And I know that you and Parker, when you were casting Wolves best of 3 yesterday, and when we were on the desk fresh, we touched on it as well, their bottle and their ability to sometimes not clutch up and choke. Do you think that they've got what it takes in this situation where there isn't really, well, there is the safety net of the LCQ, but we've already said we don't want to go down there?
Nobody wants to go to the LCQ. Everybody wants to win. First of all, I want to address the elephant in the room. I'm not that big, okay? Like, little bit...
I thought you were going to say Fresh is not that big.
I mean, you clearly are.
Oh, my word. You guys are so mean to each other.
No, but nobody wants to go to the LCQ. That's just the way that it is. Whichever team goes there, I still think would be the best team in the entire LCQ.
True.
So it doesn't really matter. I think both teams will go through in the end.
Yep.
Which one it is, I don't want to predict.
All right, well, this is going to be, like I said earlier, I think it's going to be epic. And when there is a major spot on the line, when the stakes are super high, we roll out the red carpet for the ultimate casting duo. Des and Ace are back to talk you through everything that goes down right here, right now.
Oh, he's such a nice chap, isn't he, Tim? I love a little bit of him. What you don't get to see.
Yesterday's throws, wasn't it?
I mean, yesterday it was all about Fabian, wasn't it? And him going for your life out of nowhere. But Ian, an absolute babe, and Fresh, he's all right, I guess. Good series coming up, though, here, Tim. M&M versus Wolves feels like two real classic teams that are constantly battling for that top spot, often get pushed aside by teams like BDS, Virtus.pro. That's exactly what's happened here, of course, as part of the competition. But for these two, it's not just a case of playing for table stakes and saying it's a bit of fun and reputation on the line. It's 115 points towards SI, and of course, that spot that we'll keep on talking about, that spot at the major. Big series coming up. Can't wait to see how this one transpires.
Oh, it's all on the line. For these two, their entire Stage 2 now comes down to this game. You know, the loser will have, you know, the chance of LCQ, but beyond that, it's about qualifying here and now. Nobody wants to go into that gauntlet. You know, this is what your Stage 2 can be measured on, essentially. And both of these two are coming in here having had tough games yesterday. There's no two ways about it. Virtus.pro and BDS, they've played against two of the best teams in the world at the minute, I think. I genuinely believe that. You know, there's certainly room for these two to step up as well, though, and show the quality that they've got. We're going to kick things off on Oregon. Blitz and Monty, an unusual pair of bands, but the two shields are going to go by the wayside. We're going to have no rushes in the through bunker, I wouldn't have thought. It's maybe going to be a steady-paced game. Cade and Valkyrie being our defenders that go.
Yeah, definitely not one seeing the Blitz coming out. The Monty, at least, you can kind of understand, but we had that spell 18 months ago where there are a lot of trains running through the basement of Oregon, Tim. That Blitz really was the driving force for that for a number of teams, but haven't seen too much of it lately, so the ban does somewhat surprise. But away it goes, two shields offline, and otherwise ban's looking pretty staple. The Kai, because locking down things like Meeting Room Hatch with those electro claws forces you to bring along the Thatcher or the Maverick. At least here you're left with some options to play around from there. And the Valkyrie really needs no real description. We're starting things off down in the basement, and really, Tim, it's only as we've just loaded in that I've realised I don't think I've cast Oregon yet since we started the stage again. So it feels really weird to be coming back onto a map that I don't think I've touched for about 4 months.
Yeah, it is a little while, but, you know, what better map to have, you know, if you've got to come back after a break, Oregon's really the one to do it on because it is one of our oldest competitive maps now in its current form. There haven't been many changes. We had the small rework that allowed you up freezer stairs, but that was a good while ago now. So Oregon pretty default for a start here, and I think that's good for the game because it's going to allow both of these teams to get in, get comfortable quickly. I would expect, and show us their best, which is what we want out of both of them. Nello is going to be playing underneath. He's going to be playing around security. He's reinforced kitchen as well, so that signals that he's going to be trying to stick underneath. He's there to try and prevent too much of a push coming on through double window. He'll have Nitro in hand. He can deny that plant from... Oh, no, he doesn't. He's had bulletproof camera instead, so it does limit his vertical denial, but with the shotgun, he can still work the verticals. But look at this, Mowgli coming in quickly. He's moving rapidly to try and clear Nello, kitchen and security out, but Mowgli has had a difficult couple of weeks, and we're hoping to see a little bit better from him today.
Absolutely that. And I think you're seeing very standard starting play here from most teams who will try and attack from small tower side. You know, I think back to M&M whenever they attack, interestingly, as we'll see in a bit. Use is normally leading the charge on the sledge, pushing in from small tower and across. Here it's Mowgli taking out the similar role, just obviously with no sledge on side. It's down to him on the Iana with those nades in back pocket to send them skywards or tucked in towards certain hidey corners where sometimes you will find defenders sat. But it feels like this entirety of the ground floor has now been cleared out. Wolves have done what they needed to do inside about 75 seconds, and all attention can now turn down towards the basement. I'm looking here at this double stack on Freezer, though, from M&M. They are ready for someone to swing in here.
Yeah, it's been a fairly gentle start so far. 1 minute 30 into the round, still 5 versus 5. M&M dropping themselves back, which isn't too unusual at this point of the round. Just get yourself back and just prevent too much pressure from mounting on anybody trying to hold up on that top floor. Nello, for example, just dropping back. Going to give Freezer stairs up and allow them to push on down. But 1 minute 10 left to go. Wolves, they need to start finding some kills pretty soon.
They do. I mean, ultimately, I think it's the end of the world. They can get down to about 30 seconds here and be in a spot to suddenly make a drop and an all-in execute. That's Wolves' style, is prep and then all of a sudden all flood the site at once. Again, we've seen it so many times on maps like Club that I'm not going to be surprised if we see that being their go-to style here on Oregon as well. The only concern is that you lose one player when it comes around to the execute. You've lost tabs on one player and suddenly they shut everything down. The same way Tyrant's just done there, has marched up and found out P4 before he can really put the bees to too much good use. Deadshot's still on the upstairs as well, so M&M forcing a broken engagement from Wolves here by taking isolated gunfights, pushing into them, and not letting this round play out on Wolves' timeline.
Yep, 4 versus 3 now in favour of M&M. No real map control for Wolves. They're going to have to rely on possibly hatch drops or just sort of swinging doorways, moving in through this soft wall. M&M looking pretty comfortable with 15 seconds left to go. It's going to need one of those heroes players to come out from Wolves, really. There we go. Bibu manages to go in and get 1, get 2. There's the hero player that they were looking for. Plant is also going down from Bibu. He's got Deadshot on the cover. Can he hold on? Sprays one down in highway, but no, shut down from the bunker. There goes Bibu, and M&M managed to hold on. Wolves, they made a real effort of it towards the round, mostly spearheaded by Bibu, but M&M, they were ready. They had their feet planted, and they would not be moved.
I just love how they themselves reacted, as I mentioned, at about that 40-second mark. Rather than sitting static and saying, you know what, our style is hold these spots, have good crossfires set up. They actively sent a couple of their players out looking for gunfights against Wolves. And sure, they lost 1 player in the process, but they brought down 2. Then in a 4 versus 3, M&M are pretty much guaranteed to be able to win the round as long as they can reset to previous positions. But whilst they were slightly off and expecting and anticipating an attack from elsewhere, that was where you saw Bibu come slipping in up through Laundry, get himself into a great spot to pick up a couple of kills. And the round looks almost winnable, but M&M do drag it back over the line. Really can't fault either side there. Really good play from both of them. Bibu, the man of the moment, but M&M still take the round.
Yeah, a solid start from both sides. Mowgli, we mentioned, coming in, not wanting to, you know, put too much of a spotlight on one player, too much pressure. At the end of the day, there's lots of ways to support the team, but Mowgli taking that entry death again, first one to go down. You know, it's something that we have to keep an eye on realistically, because it was something I noticed yesterday as well in the game, was a lot of opening deaths, and it's just leaving Wolves in those 4v5s, and they're always sort of fighting on the back foot, so we'll see how that progresses as the game goes on. Round 2 then gets underway. It's going to be Dorms this time that M&M try to hold on to. No major surprise if they're successful here. That's where the choice comes in as to where that tertiary site will be. We've got a couple of pre-prepared verticals looking underneath plant spot, underneath the wall that is likely to be breached. Just allowing a lot of work to be done from Zulu Classroom underneath if M&M can keep somebody active down there. But I would expect Wolves to shut that down if they try to play with anybody down there consistently.
Mowgli, if nothing else, is consistent, right? Yesterday they played 24 rounds and he was involved in 14 of the entry engagements, going 7-7 overall. So net even, but a player of his caliber you'd hope to be seen coming away really with at least 10 of those 14 in the back pocket. But you are coming up against players, as we saw yesterday, like Pasha, like Joystick, like Dan, who were just consistently putting him in the ground whenever he tried to take too much space. I like that he's the space creator for the team, but I'm with you. Do want to see a little bit more of a reserve playstyle when it comes to taking those entry fights, make it more advantageous for yourself, as sometimes he is a little bit too far ahead of the rest of his team.
P4 manages to take down Tyrant, so a better round start from Wolves all around. Doesn't matter really who is getting them, but getting that entry is big. Deadshot follows it up as well. Headshot onto Nath, leaving us now 5 versus 3, and Wolves are sitting pretty here in round 2, making a real go of this attack so far. Solotov just going to be forced back onto White Stairs. He's keen, he's eager, he wants that challenge onto Yellow Bus, but just can't find his man. Nello holding that tight angle as well through the keeper barricade there. M&M at this point very static. There's all they can really do is sit and wait. 5 versus 3 it is for Wolves, and they've got all the time in the world to build this attack now.
Absolutely, and I mean, really there, if you're wondering why Solotov is swinging onto that bottom of white window, you can't sit on site in a 3 versus 5 and expect everything to go well. So they were really keen to try and gain something back, even if it meant a little bit of risk, but they've got to play out this 3v5. We've already found one. Uses on the jump out a satellite window there, gets one for himself, and then immediately is straight back into Classroom. So now Wolves have to respect that he's on the downstairs and can flank them at any time. He's just added a whole new dimension to this round and can stop them getting the wall opened up. Beautiful stuff from him, and what a time to strike. M&M, I'm loving their disruptive play so far. It's a quick 2K step across almost for Nello, but can't find the second man in Mowgli. A 2v3 ensues, and they're pushed in behind the flashes. Bibu's in, once again causing absolute chaos, and Yuzus has got it all to do. I mentioned you would hate to be in a 3v5, and they've just realised why. He finds one, but Mowgli's there for the trade. Wolves get round 2.
That is the round that we wanted to see from Mowgli. Basically has won the round for Wolves there. Nello swings through that rotation at the top of white, gets one, very nearly gets 2, but no, Mowgli snaps across, manages to find that shot, putting the diffuser down as well, does an absolute ton of work for his team in there. So a great round from him, and hopefully something that we're going to see continue through. Yuzus was unlucky there. M&M had a real opportunity for the Solis underneath to just dictate the rest of that round. Shoots off the hard breach from the wall on the pre-prepared verticals, has the opportunity maybe for a little flank up Armory Stairs or to hold that plant spot from underneath. It was great play from Yuzus, but the players inside of sight, Nello Solotov just couldn't quite hold on. They just needed to give him that extra 20-30 seconds to push Wolves further towards desperation. But Wolves, they weren't panicked. They got the job done. They take round 2. That's 1 each. And we move into round 3. It's going to be another attempt at dorms for M&M.
It is, yeah, and unsurprising, they want to try and crack this one again. It's, again, those 2 primary sites, the third one being that you step off in towards dining and kitchen or in towards meeting and kitchen. Always keen to see where teams like to gravitate towards. On that one, M&M no doubt have history, and we'll see if we do need that third site in that second quarter. But if Wolves can keep things competitive, I doubt we'll have to see that tertiary site at any point. Bibu, once again here, getting onto that Ying as well. We saw it in the previous round. Unsurprising, you see it for a repeat of the site. So that's, imagine, the 2 operators you'll see him playing on in this game. That Ying, when it comes around to attacking top floor, because you don't really need the Hibana too much. You've got the Thermite, for example, for the walk-in wardrobe wall. On the downstairs, when you do need hatch control, that's where you'll see him playing on the Hibana instead.
You've got to assume that closer attention is going to be paid to that downstairs this time. Yuzus is this time on the Fenrir rather than the Solis. Tyrant on the Oryx is going to be the one likely to be stalking around on that bottom floor. They've left the wall soft this time, so Nello going to be playing aggressively. We've seen it done a couple of times. Kendrew springs to mind, playing on that wall with the shotgun and just making it very, very difficult for anybody to push inside a closet. And interestingly, the couple of Capcam traps on the Kids Dorm's window there, I think aimed towards maybe a little bit of caution over a potential Amaru. We see that in through the window occasionally, and that's certainly one way to protect against it.
Absolutely is, yeah. I mean, looking at the squaring up here as well, you've got Bibi looking to work his way solo upside tower. has the ability to get things opened up with that hard breach gadget in back pocket as well, while the rest of the team is, with the thermite on side, really, you've got to be focusing on towards getting up that double wall opened up inside of walk-in. So he's in a spot here where actually forget about trying to work his way down through attic, instead just working his way more towards the window. Has to respect that someone can, of course, pop up, though, on towards highway and get the dome onto him through the window, so he's got to be careful in terms of where he plays himself, but it's also pressure being exerted onto M&M, who could be fearful of him charging in at any given time. But look at this, Tim. Solotov is working his way over and could do some real damage here if he catches him out.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times from defenders, get themselves sort of positioned in small tower and then look to aggress from that side. For the time being, Solotov is going to drop himself down and just move away from that position, so maybe not too keen to stick it, but he's going to catch him on white stairs 100%. P4 manages to get one just before that for the opener, but then it's everything going in the direction of M&M. Heartbeats are left behind as the kills come raining in, and that's going to be M&M taking themselves round 3.
It is, yeah, beautiful stuff as well. And again, when it comes down to it, M&M are the ones exploding out on the defense. They're not sitting there and letting Wolves execute. I commented on this in round 1, but that has been Wolves' strength as a team. They will set themselves up for a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and then suddenly every single player in perfect sync tends to flood in the site, overwhelm, and just cause absolute chaos in the enemy ranks. Whereas here, M&M are disrupting that before Wolves get the chance. To me, it looks like they've really sat and done a bit of prep work here against Wolves. They know what to expect, and so far are playing it absolutely beautifully. If they can come out of this half 4-2, it feels like it could even be a 5-1 with how well they've been playing it. It will come down to Wolves really mixing things up here and keeping the Marshmallows guessing.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame for Wolves as well. They've had a good couple of attempts. I'm thinking particularly back to round 1. Bibu really got in there and swung what was looking like a difficult round for them to a 2v2. Chance to put the diffuser down. So Wolves are doing the right things, getting themselves into the right positions, but just unable to finish a couple of those rounds off. So definitely a hard-fought thing so far. Very close affair, which I'm sure will continue. But as you say, M&M at the minute just looking that little bit of a cut above here, and could run away with a couple more rounds. We're going to have immediate shaping up towards, I was going to say bunker, but Bibu's going to dip himself away instead, heading for Big Tower. Tyrant is currently positioned on those rear stage stairs. Might find himself coming into a challenge sooner rather than later.
May well do. Depends, of course, if we see that earlier aggression coming out of M&M, which has not been the go-to. Or if Wolves equally can pinch him down and get him shut out of the game, but so far, no. Starting things out in Big Tower, then it's Mowgli working his way down and through. At the inkling there might be someone sniffing around, and understandably so. Last time around it was 75 seconds until Wolves had the full map cleared out and could then start thinking about the downstairs. So just being mindful that there could still be 1 or 2 out on the roam. As we can see, thanks to the wonderful gift of outlines, that is not the case. And now they can start thinking about this downstairs with 2 minutes to play. Again, for me, the one thing to watch out for will be that aggressive push out of M&M. Wolves have really got to be ready for that. And truthfully, some players on their side have got to start hitting really big shots. Deadshot got put down for free, essentially, in the previous round. P4 had very little impact as well. You want to see them being ready for this push coming out of M&M and responding in kind.
Bibu looking to get the hatch, I would imagine. Going to move into meeting. As you say, Wolves now confident that they've got that top floor and mid floor locked down. That's all theirs, so they can start working towards site. They had that about the 2-minute mark, so they've 30 seconds have passed now without too much progress. We see the Toxic Babe going out from Nath right into the entrance into bunker, which is just going to hold Wolves back for a little bit longer. So that's now almost only a minute left on the clock, and not too much progress from Wolves just yet. No real control meaningfully downstairs. M&M still able to play pillars, still able to play stairs, still able to play wherever they want really down on this bottom floor.
Yeah, Tyrant again is just trying to poke his nose up towards the tower to try and find what he can, and it's Mowgli this time to strike. The patience is paying off for Wolves here, kind of sitting back and just letting M&M make the moves and then striking once the chaos begins. Much better from Wolves so far. Into this 4 versus 3. People, I think, surely must know there is someone close. Get the right gun out, my son. But by then, we've already seen the smoke dip away. Nath back inside of sight. Deadshot in a good spot with the cross on the go as well. M&M, we are starting to see the Wolves circle. They've already found one more, Tim.
Wolves have got everything they need here. Bibu's putting that case down. They've got crossfires established. Users tries to make a move, and boy, he does it. Gets one of pillars. Oh, so close. so close to Usus, but cannot get it done as Shinka shuts him down. And what a swing was made by M&M at the end of that. It looked like they were sending it into the stands, but just couldn't get that connection they needed and was shut down ultimately by Wolves. But a great round from Wolves. Excitement from Usus aside. Wolves did everything right there. Got themselves into freezer, had bunker control, rear stage stairs, pushed well, got a couple of kills, took over pillars, really disrupted and dislodged M&M from all the positions that they were trying to hold. Nath was extremely lucky not to lose his life, as P4 just had the launcher out for the bees on the Grim, so just couldn't take his shot as Nath strafed across into highway, sort of stepping into no man's land really. But Wolves looked excellent in that round. 2-2, and we have got a serious matchup ahead of us here.
Again, for me, it's the back and forth between the two. It's that round there, I mentioned it at the time, Wolves were kind of hanging that little bit further back. They weren't really exposing themselves to a shallow push from the angles that M&M were holding. They just sat back, waited, and then once the chaos started and one direction got a pick, in this case it was Mowgli inside of blue, that was when everyone else struck and started making their moves, and it did go well. Almost down to a Usus 3K clutch, well, 4K clutch at the end it would have been if it got the last man, but just a bit too much to do with not quite enough capability in that case, with the player coming in from bunker behind him as well to get that shut down at the very end. But I'm with you, Tim. Really proving to be a fantastic first map between the two.
Yeah, this is absolutely, it's mouth-watering. It's everything we wanted, and you know, let's not forget what's at stake here as P4 goes in and gets another entry for Wolves. They are absolutely electric in the first 30 seconds to a minute of these rounds. They're repeatedly putting themselves in an advantage. Only once now has M&M got the opening kill, and that was back in round one. Something M&M need to deal with because the entry is going to eat at them.
And again, it's just these small changes in how they're playing out the round. Previously, it was Mowgli pushing into here solo by himself and looking to clear the top floor with drones at his feet. Here, they've had P4 join him on the flank, coming up Armory stairs, that clearly they didn't expect. They were looking in towards bedroom, expecting to meet only Mowgli, and that's it. So it was really good. Again, adaptation coming out of Wolves. It is this constant game of back and forth, small changes and iterations that is leading to massively different outcomes in these rounds.
Mowgli, well established up on the top floor along with Deadshot.
Can you say E, mate? Mowgli.
No, it's not really an E, though, is it? It's for me. It's more of an E.
You can do it, Mowgli.
Look at what letter is at the end of his name?
E.
An E.
Well, it's I.
Mowgli.
E. Yeah, Mowgli.
Mowgli.
E.
Tyrant then on the solo is just seeing if he can pick up any information. Scanner is going to give him absolutely nothing, but they know that they are being held from up above. We've got the Iana and Mowgli just straying down to the bottom of white stairs there, looking to get aggressive as well. I want to see Wolves using this vertical pressure they've been able to gain. Usus is able to shut down Mowgli pretty easily there, bringing us back to a 4v4. It's a minute left to go, and as I say, I don't feel like Wolves have really used that vertical too much to clear out Kitchen. M&M have been able to sort of sidestep around that pressure.
Well, it's exactly like playing into like Kitchen on Coastline, right? That's a real throwback there. It's forcing the defenders off site, which is what they've done, and are now in a spot where they might get pinched in by these perimeter rooms. Tyrant's being swung from two directions at once. Beautiful play. Isolate him away from sight and then get in on two different angles and shut him down. Great team. All yours, Tim Tam.
Okay.
That was my internet.
Usus
is on a 4.
I was going to say Usus gets a double, but Usus makes it a triple, and that's 4 on the round. Could be an ace on the cards for him, but no, going to be shut down through the wall as Deadshot manages to get one, but will get no more, and Ace closes him down, and that is going to be the round this time for M&M, and this one continues to swing backwards and forwards. A 3-3 half is absolutely screaming here. I tell you what, 3-3 half, 6-6 regulation time, overtime is already screaming our names.
It is, and it feels like, if it gets to that point of overtime, God knows which way it goes. I don't even say it comes down to side as well, because both teams have just been, at least so far, dead even in this half. It's really hard to separate them, and we're expecting that second half to be exactly the same, but I'd love to see this one literally going all the way to start out the determination of that 13 guaranteed to be going to the major.
absolute beauty from users here, and you've got to ask
Sorry, it
questions.
was mostly through silence. That was on me.
There's 10 seconds left to go there, and Wolves, you've got to forgive a little bit Wolves' eagerness to get in and take the fight, because they've got to make a move, they've got to get something going at that point. I feel like, as I said, they got vertical control really, really early in the round and forced M&M off site, but then never really used it. Out of like, if you've got control over kids' dorms, for example, you've got control over kitchen pretty much. Get a couple of angles opened up. Maybe think about a diffuser plant in behind the island in the middle to prevent any push through security. You can watch that from the hatch and through the soft floor anyway. I just feel like Wolves had maybe other options than they explored there, but M&M did a good job, even when pushed off site, of making it difficult for them to do that, just holding tough positions that'd make them think twice about it. But M&M going very, very well so far, as are Wolves, really. We've got two great teams going head-to-head fighting for that Atlanta major position here, and neither of them wants to let go of it.
Absolutely not. They do not. I mean, really, the player to highlight so far must be Users, right? Absolutely flying. 10-4 is how he's found himself. Sure, helped out by a quad kill and a 3K, one of which did lead to a round win, one a little less so. But he has been going pretty well for himself so far. Wonder who else will join him in terms of being the hero, because when we're looking at our other game tonight as well, BDS versus VP, great running shot in from Mowgli. But for me in that game, it's going to be the Shaiko versus Pasha show. Those two players have been absolutely on fire, and I can't wait to see it. Still, Mowgli in good control here. Nave holding off towards the one side, just waiting for someone to march on through. But at the minute, it's more behind him that he has to be concerned about. I don't think Wolves know that he's here. Now they're going to know.
Another entry kill for Wolves. Mowgli going well, 2-1 so far on the entry.
Beautiful.
2 kills in this round, 5 versus 3 now. But I was just going to say, I feel like Wolves probably will make more of a difference in this round. It looks like it could be heading in their direction. It's going to take a real effort from M&M here as they find themselves 2 versus 4. But for me, Wolves maybe just not making enough of an advantage out of the success they've had on the entry. Shinka is going to be getting the diffuser down, trying to fight back into sight. It's over for Tyrant as Mowgli gets a 3rd in the round. That's going to leave Wolves taking an even share of the spoils in that first half. But as I say, they've gone 5-1 on entry, Des, and only come away 3-3 on rounds. And I know the entry isn't everything, but you've got to think, basically, 5 of those rounds, they've pretty much played 5 versus 4. And they've not... I'd be hoping that you can pick up a 4-2 half if you're going to dominate the entry so much. So Wolves, it's, definitely something they need to look at, is working that man advantage. They should have a little bit more opportunity to do that in the second half. If they can keep up picking the entries, as soon as you get a spare man on defence, it's a bit of a different ball game. You can send them out on the roam, send them on the flank, and really start to get under the skin of your opposition. Not always as clear cut to press that advantage on the attack.
Again, I'll come back to, even though they got the 5-1 entry, for me, so much of that was on the excellent ending round play coming out from M&M in a couple of those rounds. Came down to pushing into walls when they weren't expecting it and just fragmenting Wolves' playstyle that they are so used to benefiting from, where they'll all push in as a 4 or a 5 and just crush your defense and overwhelm you. They simply weren't given that opportunity very often by M&M. So shout out to the Marshmallows on that front. This second half going to be really interesting to see. We've got to see M&M be real solid on their attacking side here as well, into Wolves' map pick where they are defending.
Got Nif bringing along the Brava. Going to be plenty for him to steal, plenty for those Clutch drones to work on. We've got the Capcan traps, we've got the Fenrir FNATs, we've got the goo mines, we've got all sorts going on there. So going to be a feast to be had for the Brava if the Solace of Bibu can't pick up those drones. Going to be extra important for him to be on that scanner and getting everything that he can. I imagine going to be playing underneath, similar fashion to that we saw from Users. Nath managing to do some work with the Clutch drone there, but it does get picked up after grabbing a default cam.
The beauty is, of course, for Brava and for pretty much all of our drone-based operators is more drones in back pocket, as well as the specialised ones that you've got. You've also got the standard drones to be able to use. So Nath really is giving so much information over to his team here. It's less about stealing gadgets and more about the sheer volume of information that he'll provide. But on the other side of things, as you're seeing on your screen now, there is a Solus looking to try and remove that utility game away from M&M and lead them into some really dark corners where they just aren't expecting to run into a player or two. Solotop almost being pokeballed out there, gets for the dead shot, was hit by 2 impacts, so he's down to about 20 HP. One more and he's toast.
Mowgli just continuing to fight, does manage to finish off that kill. Much better game tonight for Mowgli than we saw yesterday, maybe. Users does pick up the solace of Bibu, though, with a beautiful nade there, leaving us 4 versus 3 in favour of M&M until Tyrant gets dropped to the deck. Maybe able to be collected. Not sure of his position just yet, but it is still damage done. Mowgli trying to fight his way back down those race stage stairs. He knows there's a fight here to be taken, and his confidence is high at the minute. He goes to take it, but he shouldn't have done. Users is going to cut the man down. Tyrant has been collected, and that leaves M&M now 4 versus 2. P4 just being chipped at as he moves his way back to site.
Yeah, again, I was about to say it's the men of the moment as well. Yuzus and Mowgli coming face to face. Top fraggers on either side, but Yuzus just played it so passively there. Didn't want to push in too many further. And fundamentally comes out on top. 4v2 though, and 45 seconds to play, Tim. They are in a great spot here. My only concern is still you've got 3 players sat around the upstairs doing the drone work. I think this is more looking to go for kills here, find out where these last couple of players are and make this hit happen. Although realistically, a plant feels like a very viable option. It's just about making sure you've got tabs on where these last 2 players are.
Yeah, that's it. 30 seconds left to go. They really should, M&M, be able to work an opportunity here to get that diffuser down. Nave has it in hand. He's thinking about coming down the laundry stairs, but they need to be aware that P4 is just in behind that bomb chassis. You would expect that Nave's drone should have seen him. He is aimed left. Users as he goes down here, so they know exactly where P4 is. Can't get the shutdown, though, on the first swing. Do get it done on the second. Nave maybe needs to think about that diffuser. It's 2 versus 1. Shinka, we know how clutch he can be. Surely not again, Des. Shinka comes away with the round in a minimum 1v2. I think it was possibly 1v3 at a point. Will anybody be able to stop him clutching rounds out that he has absolutely no business winning?
I think, honestly, it's just a bit of a bad call in the dying seconds of the round there from M&M. Not sure who would have made the call, but Nath was planting, and as soon as they lost the 3rd man, I think they panicked and said, he's close, go for the kill, not realising that he'd rounded in towards highway rather than going for the rotate itself. And Nath was then stuck a little bit like, well, I've come for the plant now, I've got to push for the kill, but it made it all too easy to take separated 1v1s. Watch here, Nath was getting the plant down here, but I think he panics a little bit, comes off it, and leaves this down to a couple of isolated 1v1s that... I mean, fundamentally, the last one hasn't even got to be taken by Shinka, but just a small momentary lapse of judgment, I think, by M&M has cost them that round. Well played by Shinka, but M&M, crucially there, I think, made the critical mistake.
Yeah, I'd agree. Shinka just basically showing his experience in those situations. You know, how many times have we seen this year that he's just come away with big clutches like that, and it's just his decision making in those moments is always spot on. As you say, recognises 2 seconds left. I don't need to take this final fight. I can just force them to plant, you know, if at all, or I can play the clock and just keep myself alive. Absolutely beautiful play from Shinka as well to take full advantage of that mistake. 4 versus 3 then. It's going to be for Wolves as they get themselves a marginal advantage. Nobody's been ahead more than 1 round so far. It has been back and forth the whole way along. What I will say is this is now the first time that Wolves have been able to go into the lead. If they can get themselves 2 rounds back to back on defence, which M&M were unable to do, it's going to give them a huge advantage.
Absolutely. It's like poetry in motion, just waiting, peeks his head out and loses his life for it. Also, the shield taken away. Well dealt with by M&M to start the round. You spoke about wanting to see some of those entries swing back the other way or see Wolves capitalise, Tim. Well, M&M starting pretty well.
Yep, Solotov has got the last 2 rounds entry kills. Certainly the attackers being able to take the onus in the beginning of rounds here. But I could say much the same. They got the opening kill last time. They had lots of the round available to them with a man advantage, opportunity to put the diffuser down, but M&M still didn't get it done. So yes, they come away with the entry kill again, but I will say the same thing. It's all well and good getting the entry, getting the man advantage, but if you don't press the advantage, if you don't make them pay for it, then it is worth less. And that is the key now for M&M, is getting this round 1 even after that entry. You know, they've got the man advantage now. It's locking it down.
It is. And that is always going to be the challenge, right? I mean, look at the time and how it stung them last time around. There's 2 players swinging into a solo man on Armory stairs here. Deadshot into a second as well. Oh, M&M have crumbled a little bit. Suddenly things are down to this 3 versus 3, all because of a little bit of chaos and confusion on Armory stairs there. The players slightly out of sync, but Wolves 100% reading each other's minds here. Tyrant a little bit pinned. One swing comes on through. The second one is there as well. It's a 1-for-1. I feel like this only works in favor of the defenders. As you run this clock down more and more, the attackers have to start being like mindful of that diffuser. Good nade coming in below, but P4 has already moved away.
The thing is, that tells P4 that there's somebody, guess where, stood underneath him. So he's going to be waiting for this challenge to come around from users. P4 got to do better than that. He knows the man is going to push him there. Now leaves Deadshot all alone. 35 seconds left to go. 1v2 this time, Eminem. This time you have to close this out. You cannot allow Deadshot to fight his way out of this corner you backed him into.
Absolutely. Still doable. We've already seen one round go completely awry for Eminem when they had the numbers advantage. Not forgetting last time was a 3 versus 1. Deadshot might be able to isolate out a 1v1 here. Sees one man, has got the shield, kind of help him out a little bit, gets the down and turns for the last, but has to reload. He nearly put that on his backside behind him, has no idea the man's coming on through. Even Nello looks unsure and Deadshot finds the last one that he needs. Living up to his name, 2 beautiful shots coming out just to see this completely closed out. That's 2 rounds in a row that Eminem sorely should have won, but instead find themselves on the losing end of.
Yeah, I'm not even going to say this, you know, I don't say this in a memey sort of way, Des. You know, Eminem not always got the best history when it comes to those, you know, numbers advantage situations. I'm not even trying to make a joke here, genuinely.
It's true, their 1v3 record is terrible.
Yeah, 1v3, 1v2, they've lost both of them. You know, and there's a point where... yeah, it's a coincidence, but then there's a point where it's a problem, and it's a problem for Eminem. It keeps happening. They have to start playing better in those situations, making better decisions, not giving those 1v1s to that sole defender. At first, it was Shinka. Now, it was Deadshot. And that is 2 rounds that Eminem should have won. It should be 5-3 Eminem, and I'm sure that's going to be a part of the topic of that tactical timeout. It has to be what is going on here. We should be 2 rounds up. You know, as it is, Wolves are looking good on defense, and they're just gaining that confidence now that, you know what, they can get the entry kill, they can get us down to 1v3, 1v2, doesn't matter, we're still going to win it.
It's painful when you see this keep on happening, but even here, isolating out 2 separate 1v1s, and Nello looks a little bit unsure on how to push or challenge that fight in particular, but in a way, it was kind of the teammate going ahead of him there and taking the earlier 1 versus 1 that didn't give time to Nello to come in for the swing. And think about what we've been commenting and commending Wolves for over the last couple of rounds. It's been these 2v1s, the 3v1 swings, always making trades out of each other. Whereas Eminem now 2 rounds in a row, we keep on ragging on for it, but it's a real serious issue of not taking that situation to align and sync and make sure they're coming in for a swing together. It may well be what loses in the game unless, after that tactical timeout, they have made some serious changes to amend it coming into round 9.
Here we go then. It is round 9. It's going to be the tertiary site choice this time for Wolves. So surely if Eminem can break this momentum, can break the couple of rounds they've been able to string together, you would expect it to be now. There's going to be an immediate fight over top floor. Solotov has got the entry kill on the last 2 rounds, picking up Mowgli in the last one and Deadshot the one before that. So Solotov looking to get aggressive towards Master. He wants himself a 3rd entry in a row, but it certainly hasn't been enough over the last couple of rounds to get those rounds going in Eminem's favour. So let's see if they can get it this time, and if they do, can they? That's unfortunate timing. Keeper barricade goes out just as the nade bounces in, pings around it, and then takes it out. But no harm done to the Azami.
Yeah, Mowgli not going to be so bothered about patching that window up now that they've got rid of the 2 nades. Like, it's just whatever at this point. It was that fear they had, and we saw originally that Solotov was playing inside a bedroom to help clear the shield out of Trophy. Didn't have to use any of his nades, I don't believe, in that situation, so had the ability to rotate over to Satellite and let users worry about getting the bedroom walk-in wardrobe wall opened up, so that's now well good and done. They've got some control over the top floor and start marching off floor, so they are being challenged from above here. Maybe abandoning a little bit too much of the ground and just leaving Mowgli to reinforce, re-establish himself on the Azami and really start putting some threats in. Now being shot from deep inside the kitchen. They're just looking at each of the team, but no one's actually falling down. They're stepping inside the site, but Shinka, you just can't count him out. He's found 2, can't quite find the 3rd as we're stuck without barely ammo, I believe, and 2 more kills come flying back, make it 3. Nafe taking this round into his own hands and bringing things nice and close. He gets 2 kills. He goes in for the plan. It's on Bibu and P4 to drag this one back.
Bibu a little bit stuck in his position as well. Very difficult to get back. Tyrant's just going to hold this cross. Bibu has to take a fight here. Cannot win it as Nave finds P4 elsewhere. Plant from Nave. Better round from M&M. And that was the one they needed. They took Wolves to the tertiary site and were able to take them out of it, get the plant down, get the round won. And M&M, they get themselves back into it after 2 tough rounds on the back of that tactical timeout. That might just give them a little bit of a springboard forward.
Yeah, I think that one really off the back of Nath was a big drag back into it. Shinka, once you got the second and almost the third, I was like, man, this round is falling by the wayside again. M&M's mental has just gone boom. But Nath really clawing it back with 3 kills and a plant, it's worth mentioning as well. Essentially, the solo hero they needed in that round. They'd lost that one at 6 and 3. It feels almost impossible to come back. But here at 5 and 4, it's far from an impossibility.
Well, it's anybody's at this point. That was a real swing round, essentially. If Wolves get that, they're also not only on that point, but they've then got Laundry to go. They could go back to Dorms. You know, it really starts opening up options for Wolves. But now it's a little bit back to the wall in terms of winning this. If they don't get Laundry locked down now, you start asking real questions. And M&M have given themselves that opportunity. But that being said, they were unable to win an attack on Dorms. They were unable to win an attack on Laundry, where they face their opposition right now. So M&M going to have to step it up a gear here. But that, you know, also being said, look on the opposite side of that. M&M 3v1 down in basement last time, 2v1 in Dorms. They are working these good situations. They're just not able to sort of finish them off and get the rewards.
And that's what you were looking for in this round, to bring it up to that 5-5 piece. Or for Wolves to potentially go to 6-4, move it up to match point and really force that back-to-back round win out of M&M that feels, given how this half has been going so far, that it could be tough. But only 3 rounds have been played. Still plenty of chances here in this 4th quarter to see things turn entirely on their head. This time around, that big focus is going to be on trying to get rid of Mowgli by the looks of it. Uses into a good spot once again to start challenging in. It's going to force Mowgli back and away, previously on the Azami, and looking to do damage around Gaines Room. This time around on the Legion, won't have the same pleasure of being able to repatch up those walls, so just simply wants nothing to do with it and gets out of dodge.
Wolves have still got a heavy presence outside of the site at the minute. At least 2 players up on this top floor, making it very, very difficult. We just see the heels of Mowgli run across there. He's being supported by Bibu, and M&M not yet able to find an answer. Wolves remaining slippery at this point. Mowgli is going to be full white flash, going to have to drop himself away, but needs to be careful. Users was over here as well, and Mowgli knows it. He goes for 2, but he can't find Tyrant, who is there for the trade. 4 versus 4. Bibu somehow manages to wriggle his way all the way back to site. 1 minute 20, and I'd say that's a good job from the Wolves roam.
I think it is, yeah. You've got rid of users as well. The top fragger on the other side has been doing so much work for them. Like, you are not going to be complaining about seeing him off the board. Also loses both of those frag grenades in back pocket. I don't know if he'd use them, to be honest, but either way, he's down, he's out. Those nades are not being sent in towards Wolves any longer. And you exchange that for Mowgli, who, yes, has been having a good game, but he's been playing on the Legion. A lot of those traps already deployed down. 0 complaints on their side, I think. And now it's on to M&M with 50 seconds or so to play to string together a 4 versus 4 attack. This has been where they've crumbled. It's always been in the last 30 seconds or so, and we are getting dangerously close to it.
Well, this is it. You look at the previous rounds and you see even with a man advantage on attack, they've been unable to get it done. So at 4 versus 4, you're increasing that difficulty level effectively, or at least you would expect so. Solotov, he's going to move in, just needs to take out that gadget to begin with. Doesn't want to be trying to go in and challenge this blind here. Shinka now knows that he's going to be pushed. He doesn't have any utility to protect him now, really. And indeed, he's going to dip himself back away from Elbow and just try to take the fight as it comes, but he can't find Solotov, who gets an important kill. Advantage M&M, 4 versus 2 as we come into the final 10 seconds. But here it goes. Deadshot fighting back. Can only find one. Shut down by Nello. Bibu swings into highway. P4 picks up a kill from beyond the grave. Bibu, can he hold on? 1 second to go? Yes, he can! Bibu with an unbelievable finish in exactly the same spot that Shinka did the same thing to them. M&M fall again.
It's exactly the same. It's like deja vu, Tim. And then a 3v1 at the end. Yes, one player was on their backside. Call it a 2v1 if you want to be generous, but yet
Call
again,
it what you want.
Again, they fit into a man advantage situation and just seen the round run away from them. 3 rounds in this half has gone that way. We could have been done and heading into Chalet with MNM up 1-0 if those 3 rounds hadn't gone that way. Once is a little bit funny to watch. 2 is a little bit sad, but 3, being honest, boys, it's just pain and depression.
Painful. It's just painful. For the M&M fans out there, I'm sure it's not an easy watch. Bibu, I mean, you know, credit to Bibu there. That was a tough situation. Just got himself an important kill with the kill with the Capcan traps as well was just perfectly timed to really level things up and give Bibu that opportunity. I think coming in there, just able to dip himself away. I think it just created that little bit of chaos for M&M. Couple of seconds, bang, you've got a death. Where's Bibu? And Bibu able to take full advantage, being the eye of the storm in that situation and holding on. So now Wolves only need to find one more. M&M, they're going to have to win 2 rounds in a row without mistake, something they haven't been able to do so far. They are also attacking onto one of those first choice sites. It's going to be Dorms.
Whew. At this point, like, do you assume the default is that M&M will throw a numbers advantage situation? Or do we still go on the spot of assuming they can do this when they get into a good situation late in the round? I mean, they've started out strong already. An entry onto P4. Again, hardly the most serious operator to take off the board. A Capcan, his traps have already been deployed and used. You lose the C4 that would have been in back pocket otherwise. Yeah, and he definitely hadn't made good use of that one just yet. But I'll have to hold my tongue until we get to that last 30 seconds, Tim. I just feel like it's a curse to talk about anything any sooner.
This is it. You know, normally you'd be saying, right, good opportunity for M&M to build into the round here. But, like you say, it's not about building into the round. It's not about getting to the point of the execute. M&M are sort of fine doing that. The problem is in those final 30... Well, let's be honest, the problem's in the final 5 seconds of the round. And M&M just seemingly giving one after another away to Wolves. The next kill is going to be particularly important. Mowgli's playing this quite aggressively from pit at the minute. He's just looking for his opportunity through that peak hole that he's got, trying to get anything just to level things up here.
It is. It's trying to turn it back around in some way, shape or form. What I'm curious to see is how Wolves play it out. I mean, never mind. Capcan from beyond the grave. He's down on his backside, not out of the round just yet, but they'll know that he's run into that and have heard him go down as well. So they know there is some focus coming on this side of the map. They'll know that he'll get res back up. So there should be a little bit of attention here in towards bedroom side, as that is where 3 members of M&M are now stacked up and still trying to get this wall opened.
The thing is, for M&M, you've got to say that, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You can't be going down to Capcan traps 2 rounds in a row. Mowgli then has an easy pick-up onto Nath, is able to block the door off, go to challenge another angle. Wolves, again, just in a great position now to keep on fighting. 4 versus 4, 35 seconds left to do. A ton of work for M&M.
I mean, really, that spot inside the pit's a great spot to be in. Deadshot's got the cross if we see someone try and step forward too aggressively. And there it is. Sartov is still looking for the wrong man and loses his life for it. Mowgli was the bait there, and they sold it so well. Tyrant steps in, finds one more for himself into a 3 versus 3. Please don't let it happen again, Tim.
M&M need to make this happen. As you can see, Wolves are happy to just hold positions at this point. Bibu, Deadshot, 1 apiece. Surely that's it. Nello, he's fighting back. 5 seconds left to go. 2 kills to find. Steps around the corner. Deadshot finds his shot. Shuts down Nello. Shuts down Oregon. And that's going to be Wolves 1 map to 0.
Once they got on that defensive side, Tim, really unleashed. I mean, picking up 3 attacking rounds on Oregon is already a pretty good feat. But on the defensive side, Wolves just took full control. I say full control of the rounds in terms of scoring, but in the rounds themselves, I would still argue that M&M really should have walked away with 3 of those, and this map could have been done at 7-4, but instead they choked out a few of those round ends. Full credit to Wolves, massive clutch from 2 or 3 of their players, but M&M are going to be kicking themselves, and I worry about the impact on mental going into our next map.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to write off those 3 clutches because, as you say, those are rounds that at least 2 out of them you should be winning. You know, yeah, maybe players at this level will sometimes turn around with a 1v3 and win it out. No way should Wolves be securing 3 of them. No way.
Well, There is definitely some conversations for M&M to be having in the back room between these maps, and I'm sure a very vocal Fabian waiting for us all on the desk. Let's go to a break, and when we come back, they'll break it down for you.
Eliminate all of the terrorists. Hostiles remaining. Nice. 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
tout.
Eliminate the terrorists. The enemies remaining. Eliminate all of the terrorists. Three hostiles remaining.
Okay.
Op 4 eliminated.
What an entertaining first map to watch for a neutral. M&M fans, maybe not so much as Wolves take Oregon. This is fresh, and the three-time world champion himself, Fabian. Man, where do we start?
We can start anywhere.
Let's start with Wolves' defense. Actually, no. Let's save Wolves' defense because that was impressive. Let's start with their attack because they were all business fresh, and they won 2 laundry attacks, which is always excellent.
I think it's pretty much unheard of. I think, me and Fabian were speaking during the game. We more or less, in the way Oregon has played out and will continue to play out, you expect a 4-2 defense split.
Yeah.
Wolves, or a 2-4 attack split, if you want to look at it from a Wolves perspective. Wolves got a 3-3, but not just a 3-3. They managed to win laundry supply twice. And that just shows how assertive and how good of an attacking team they were to set themselves up nicely.
I mean, it was a surprise for you because I said, they won 2 basement attacks. I said no.
Said no.
It's just
it's unheard of.
Because we don't expect it like that, right? We even said that, maybe a 5-1 defense side in Oregon is more likely than a 3-3-1. So at that point, we kind of felt that, well, they were definitely in the driver's seat of this game, and they were in control up until that point, that's for sure.
Well, during the games, our analysts sit here and they ask our production team for clips, and it just kept happening over and over again. The clutch ability from Wolves was insane, but it almost goes hand in hand with Eminem's throw ability.
Yeah. So, as I said, they were in the driver's seat up until mid-time, and the first clip is freshest.
Yeah, so this is going to be what was a 2v4, but what ended up being a 1 versus 3 clutch. And who else himself? It was going to be Shinka. Obviously, you see P4 get 1, Users actually gets a trade, and I think this is Eminem's problem here. First and foremost, Users peeks rather than holds, and then the decision gets made to push the guy. One guy dies, and yeah.
Yeah, that's a mess. And in this one, we're going up in a 2-on-1, and we have Nello having one of the drones left on Brava, and what he's going to do is he's going to drone and see that Attic is clear. He doesn't hack this camera. It's such a small mistake, but it leads to the information for Wolves that leads to Deadshot. Just look at that pre-fire. And then Nello is 1 HP, and Deadshot has all the advantages in the world. The funniest part about this clip as well is Nello had a normal drone alive earlier. He could have just pushed that one deep.
Yeah, and in this very final clip, you're going to see Bibu with a little stroke of masterclass from his point of view. Deadshot has to make a play in a 2v4. Obviously, one person is already down that Solotov. Capcan Trap comes in clutch. And then, I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I couldn't see from the overlay where Nello was. In the end, he was Laundry, pushed through, and Bibu gets the clutch in the end. And the one underlying thing here is, when a clutch happens, it is always the fault of the team that has the clutch against them. The team that's in the X versus 1. Eminem lead the X versus 1 lost. If there was a leaderboard of how many X versus 1s lost, Eminem are way above there at the top of the leaderboard of any team in the world, but by far as well. Approximately, and I'll quickly calculate it during the game, approximately 10% of any X versus 1s they get in, they lose, which is significant.
It's an unheard of number. It just should not be that high. It's like when I used to be a player or a coach, if we lost 1 versus 4 in like 2 or 3 weeks' time in practice, where you play a lot more rounds, I'd be disappointed and pretty much angry at the team for allowing such a mistake to happen, because it doesn't matter that it's practice. You should never allow it. And now we see, well, 3 advantage situations.
So when that happens, you know, several times in such a high stakes environment where you have to regather, you have to recalibrate, or your chances are going out the window before you know it, how do you do that as a team?
If you guys remember, all the way back when these two teams played each other in the group stages, we had a 3-on-1 clutch by Shinka on Chalet when it was round number 5 in 2-2 situation. And after that, Eminem just kind of dismantled themselves mentally, it felt like, and they really didn't know how to come back from it. If you lose 3 of those similar situations in one game or in one map, how do you recover from that? Because Eminem isn't the mentally strongest team, at least from the outside perspective. I have no idea how their coaching staff will help them here.
I've been fortunate enough to, be at multiple LAN events where I've been able to see them, face to face, especially, when it was during COVID times when there was no spectators. And you could just hear them face to face, right? And you can hear the communications. This team is a team that is known for bickering with each other quite a lot. They've lost 3 versus 1s. If they're not in full crisis mode shouting at each other right now, I would be very, very, very surprised. You saw Solotov, and it's only a real little thing, but as soon as the game ends, Solotov was out of the lobby within a second, right? And that just kind of goes to show to the temperament. I hope for Eminem's sake they can pull it round, but I've seen this kind of show before. I've seen them struggle with kind of blaming each other when things go wrong before. So I hope for their sake that Eden and Julio can pull off an absolute masterclass.
Yeah, because on the flip side, the atmosphere with that Wolves camp is going to be through the roof right now going into this second map.
They're going to be delighted with winning the map. How they won the map, we talked about it last play day. It matters how you win, and Wolves know that they didn't win this map. Eminem lost it.
Yeah.
So they'll be delighted that they got the map, and they will know that Eminem is going to be slightly tilted. It's just, when you have this sort of bickering inside of a team, it's so hard to come back from that. And in Wolves camps, they definitely know Eminem is there.
I will say for Wolves, it's going to be much easier for Wolves to be like, hey, we maybe, it should have been a little bit closer, that game. Maybe, had it not been 3 1vx's, we might still be playing it, we might have lost it. It's going to be very easy for them to put that away and focus on map 2 now, whereas for Eminem, it's not. So I think for Wolves, they've won their map pick. It's all eyes on Chalet now, focusing on, the next map for them.
If Eminem doesn't win the first 2 rounds, I believe that they will struggle completely and fall apart. That's what I think. Because of working and understanding how mentals work.
Is there a chance, speaking of mentals, that Wolves could still crack here?
Of course. There's always a chance. You know, the game's not played on paper. It's not played in a spreadsheet. It's not played on theory, right? There is, of course, a chance. We are going on to Chalet. It is Eminem's map pick. Eminem absolutely love the map. It's their number one preference by far and away. That's the map that they want to go on to.
And you love them on it. I
do love them on it. However, they have lost to Wolves in recent history, and that did spiral from a 3 versus 1 loss against Shinka. So, I don't know. I would say Wolves are absolutely in the driving seat, but you never say never.
Well, if you were lucky enough to be with us in the pre-show, you'll have seen these two absolute animals head-to-head making pitches as to why their team will win. Now we're one map in. You obviously went Eminem. You went Wolves. Is there any changing of sides here? I know you like to hedge your bets, Fresh.
No, I mean, look, I'm going to let everyone into a secret. When we keep doing these little things where we go against each other, we did it with the brackets, we did it with the old head-to-head and the rap battle.
Yeah.
Fabian picks who he wants first, and I just take the dregs. So I would have...
That's such lies. That is
I just take the dregs. So
I literally sit in the back room.
I'm going to stick with Eminem. I still think they've got enough quality, and I said this. They've got the quality. It's the form. Can they get over it? If they can, they've got enough quality to bring this back. No problem.
Till they can.
They've got Chalet. That's one of their favourite maps. They've got 2 of their favourite maps upcoming, regardless of if they've lost map 1.
Fresh, you're blatantly standing here and lying because I literally sit back there in backstage playing my video games. I've already done the prep before, or not at all. Who knows? Sometimes, who knows? No, but I sit there. All my prep is done. We prepare for the day. And I just tell Fresh, you pick whatever, I don't really care. And it's literally like that every single time.
I'm not even going to worry.
Another secret for you, when you're a 3-time, you don't need to prep anything, apparently. That's the way we roll here at R6 Blast the UL. Listen, it's time now to get into Chalet. It is our second map of the lower bracket final. Will it be the final map of the final? Only time will tell. Des, Ace, lead us through it.
Thank you very much, Ian. Another one then, Tim. That first map, absolute banger, full of misfortune for Eminem, full of fantastic plays in the first half. We loved that first 3-3 split. I'm hoping we get a similar contest here, minus the mistakes from Eminem, but knowing it's their map pick, I do think we'll see them bounce back.
Yeah, you'd have to expect so. I think, just as Fabian said there, the first couple of rounds are going to be particularly important. But everything in life works in 2 ways as a minimum. You know, yes, they're going to be very important, but also that adds more pressure to them. You know, for Eminem to come in and win them. They're starting on the defense. We expect attackers on Chalet to, you know, have a reasonable chance of things. We know the attackers do well on Chalet. So it's going to be very, very difficult for Eminem to kick things off here. Losing 3, you know, clutch situations like that to Wolves, and then having to come in, get a couple of defenses to kick things off on Chalet. You know, none of this is going to be easy. It's, you know, it's always difficult to pick up from the cameras really too much. You know, at the end of the day, the guys are sat looking at screens, but, you know, there doesn't seem to be a lot of energy on the Eminem side. It's not to say that, you know, Wolves are bouncing up and down either, but you just look at the cameras across Eminem and it's looking pretty serious, Des.
I mean, it is serious, Tim. As that reminder again as to what this is for, this is all about that spot at the Major. This game secures who gets it. Our other 2 teams, BDS and VP, have already made it, but they are still playing out for SI points, likely for seeding as well when it comes round to it. So there's all these things to still consider, that every game, every map does still matter today. Final band's coming on through here, the Azami taken away, and it feels maybe like Wolves have got a little bit sick and tired of the Brava. That's also taken off the board.
Yeah, that's going to go by the wayside. The Capitao as well, always an interesting one. Eminem do tend to think outside of the box a little bit when it comes to the bans. You know, they are more than happy to take the path sort of less trodden, not just throwing in the usuals that we see. So definitely an interesting one there. We're going to be going immediately to games by the looks of things. It's going to be games and bar. So Eminem going to be needing to hold on to the top floor floor. Wolves did very well on their attack of Oregon in getting the entry kills. Now, entry kill is even more important, I think, for this site, because you've got 3 positions up on that top floor that M&M are going to be looking to hold on to. They're going to want mezzanine, they're going to want some place inside of library, usually the left corner, sometimes the box, thank you very much, and the final place, I know that our wonderful observer is going to take me straight
I get the sense it's easy on this one.
straight to the top of blue stairs. Those are the 3 positions that we're likely to see M&M trying to hold on to, and the reason that I say the entry kill is so important is because once you remove one of those positions, the others, sometimes you might only play with 2 of those, for example, but basically if you're playing with 3, if you're playing with 2, it doesn't really matter. Once you lose one of them, the others have a much more difficult time of holding on, and that's why the entry kill could be so crucial in this first round.
We'll see what it boils down to then and how things get underway. Starting things out then, we have Wolves on the attacking side as we've clocked onto attacking into bar and gaming, and as Ace very expertly described, we are going to see that focus on the top floor because of all that vertical angle holding that you can do from up above. It does mean the attackers really need to establish some kind of control on the top floor, or at the very least restrict the defenders so they can't just blast the planter in the head when he's in there trying to get the diffuser down on the ground. Mowgli eyeing his way up towards West Main here, so going to start his entryway onto the top side of this map and look to work his way forward. So whilst at one side of things they're trying to put pressure on the top floor, they're also thinking about the ground floor and anyone who may be roaming off towards this north side of the map. And he's got the right idea because Yuzus is lurking nearby. The only thing that makes me a bit nervous about that, C4 in back pocket is now going to go away. Great first entry from Mowgli, starting out with those nades and now fishing for a second as well. The timing is unreal! Solotov just steps across at exactly the 1 millisecond and loses his life. 2 nades, 2 kills. Shaiko, is that you?
Interestingly there, the entries coming in for Wolves, but not necessarily in the areas that I described or as expected, but it still changes things. And that's the point that I was making, because we can already see there that those players in those positions have had to move away, and they move away into the lines of sight that Wolves have got set up. And a holding, P4 is going to take himself one down. Nello has to drop back to sight, and now we've got one man. It's Tyrant all alone upstairs. Manages to pick up P4, absolutely, but I would expect him to be fighting his way back into trouble pretty soon. Nello, however, does pick up Mowgli. M&M are going fantastically well here to say that they lost the first 2, Des.
There's just no way. There's no way that they throw a 5v2. It comes down to a 2v1. I'm sure he just saw the booty of that player going through as well, so he knows that someone has stepped across. He's having a quick go, but he's got to find a kill. So crucially here as well. Right sort of idea. One behind the bar as a flash comes over the top. Tyrant, full white flash at least for a couple of seconds here. The longer angle's being held out. They're going in for the plant. Sees the knee. Almost manages to put Shinka in the ground. Down to about 80 HP, sidesteps away. Tyrant here's got to be so careful. They're squaring up here for a great fight, and Shinka steps across unexpectedly, catches Tyrant out, and they get the close in the round. That was so close, though, to being a classic M&M play by Wolves, Tim.
Was it? Honestly, the point where they've got them first couple of kills, as I say, you think really that's the round going to Wolves. It does ultimately, but it certainly should have been smoother sailing than that. That tells you that there's going to be opportunities for M&M here. You know, they got those first 2 kills. Great play from Mowgli as well, I've got to say there. You know, we did say coming in tonight, he's, you know, had a tough last few games, but he's really shaking it off tonight. He's had some really important kills, nice nades, just lots of different, you know, methods of helping his team out. Really enjoying watching Mowgli so far tonight. But yeah, they got those kills. It pulled the defence apart. It meant that M&M had to adjust, had to relocate, had to give up those verticals. And I think maybe Wolves took their eye off the ball a little bit. They decided to start pushing straight towards sight. They had one caught out at bar door at the top of the main stairs up from the basement. They had another one out on double window, and Tyrant was able to wander down, catch somebody in a dining corridor, and I just think that Wolves had sort of lost the plan a little bit. They get 2 kills. It stretches the defence, so they have to pull away from the top floor. They had plenty of time, so for me, go and take the top floor. You've got the man advantage. All of you get up there, take Tyrant out, get the verticals on the side, and then work towards it. So, you know, just stick to that plan. Stick to those methods, those strategies that work. Tyrant is going to be spotted out in library, dips himself away as we head into round 2 then. It's going to be a basement defence this time around from M&M. They have moved themselves on. A bit of attention towards West Main, so I'd expect a backsided push here from Wolves.
A bit of a change out. Mowgli just insistent on basically being by himself. I say that he's joined by Deadshot off towards the other side, but where the team previously didn't touch West Main and he was the one going there, this time around it's changed around a little bit. A great bit of team play are going to be coming out as well, with the nade coming over in towards Mezzanine in case there was a player looking to step out and challenge, and Deadshot has just found his man for free as Tyrant getting aggressive, trying to swing onto him in the very early stages of this round, pays for it with his life.
It's not looking good right now for M&M. The Dokkaebi call coming in as well. Bibu's still wreaking havoc with the Twitch drone. We've seen him taking utility after utility. Deadshot working his way across. I'm sure that there will have been a sound call of somebody up here on the top floor with him. Solotov does look to get aggressive, as we would expect from the Legion on the side of M&M. He's never one to shy away from fights, but needs to make sure that he's winning this next one, because, again, another round 3 versus 5 for M&M is unlikely to end well for them.
Absolutely. Just about trying to find what else they can get from this here. I think you don't want to go too disruptive, because it's one of those classic, like, damned if you do, damned if you don't situations. You're in a 4v5, and on site, that is never a great spot to be in. 4v5 you can get away with, 3v5 pretty much you're guaranteed not to. But it's that question of, do you now try and push on and try and find a kill to make it a 4v4? Do you want to risk being put into a 3 versus 5? It always feels like you need to do something, and here Solotov is the player trying to do just that, something. We've got 60 seconds to go, and he's still lurking around on the backside, trying to see what he can find. Nello waking up a little bit here, finds Mowgli as well.
I'm not convinced that they were aware of Solotov up on the top floor until he shot that drone out, but it's really going to stretch Wolves with only a minute to go. Bibu does manage to catch him nicely as he tries to drop a hatch, though. Uses onto P4, leaves us 3v3. Ooh, Noah really needed to win that fight as Deadshot's able to take control of Blue, and with 30 seconds left to go, Wolves are swarming all over site. Shinka is going to start putting that diffuser down. Users, he starts to battle back. Beautiful headshot through onto Bibu. Finds himself now 1v2, but shut down in connector by Shinka, and Wolves, they take those first 2 rounds that Fabian talked about, and M&M, they've got a mountain to climb.
At a moment of just like, oh god, not again. When we saw the diffuser start getting planted, I was like, oh god, they're going for it. The real blessing being there was still 25 seconds to play, but Wolves, cool as a cucumber, flash into connector, walk in, gun the man down. Literally no questions asked. Beautiful stuff, looking pretty composed from themselves so far. A great start from Mowgli in round 1. A good close out to the round here after a good entry. Wolves just in full control here, and for M&M, I'm already starting to feel a bit nervous that this could be a 2-0.
Yeah, Wolves are stepping it up here. Let's remember that it's attack on Chalet, so not necessarily the end of the world for M&M. If they come away with 2 successful defences, they should be able to fight back from there. But the bigger question then comes, as Fabian mentioned, you know, it's that mental. You know, yes, in normal circumstances, a 4-2 half when you're on the defence, you know, coming 2-4 half rather, you would think, no, that's not too bad. We can fight back on the attack. It's Chalet. But given M&M's position, given the stakes on the line here, a position at the Atlanta Major, and how things have gone, the nature of the loss of some of these rounds, maybe too much for M&M to fight back from. We will see as this one continues on, but Wolves just seem to be growing in stature round to round as they're just building in confidence, and just nothing will stop them right now.
That's the problem, right? That is the problem. However, it's only 2 rounds in, and you know the classic saying, we said an awful lot yesterday, Tim. 2 halves to a game of Siege. We thought that maybe back on Oregon things would be really competitive, and we might see overtime when we were sat at the end of round 5, but we all know that tail ended. Wasn't really the best one for M&M. We could see a very different M&M once they get on the attacking side. I said it yesterday as well. Generally, if a team is picking a map, you would tend to expect them to see them be stronger on the attacking side. My only fear being is that Chalet is also a really good map for Wolves here, so it could be that M&M have sort of walked into their trap there, walked into the Wolves' lair, just lathered in meat and just said, here we are, we think we can do this. And Wolves are very happy to snap those jaws shut and say otherwise.
Solotov and Nerf need to be careful. They're going to find the pressure continues to mount up here on the top floor. Tyrant gets aggressive though. Beautiful start for M&M. Manages to take down Mowgli. Uses the Oryx dash to try and get out of trouble, but will be picked up by P4. But not before Nerf can find Deadshot. 4 versus 3 now in favour of M&M. Bibu just going to take a breath away from that double window. I think it's just a little bit of a pause button being hit by Wolves there, just to take a few seconds. What's actually ahead of us? They may be getting drawn a little little bit too deep into the gunfights, and they just want to take stock and see exactly what they're up against.
They do, yeah. Here, just trying to get that, sniffing things out, right? It's Wolves' style that I spoke about a lot before, is just trying to find out exactly what's going on. Sure, they're down 2 here, and sure, you've lost the Glads, which is, it feels like a death sentence for this composition, but still opportunity to pull things around, as we've seen them do a few times over. For M&M, I think in this position, you're okay just to sit and just hold here. They're the ones who've got a challenge in towards you, and as long as you don't do anything stupid, that wasn't stupid, then you're in a wonderful spot, and that's exactly where they now find themselves, still being flashed out. We'll give it. Wolves do keep on chewing through a lot of the magnets and making good use of these flash grenades. We've seen so many flashed M&M members across these 2 maps.
P4 just working his way around.
Solid.
Solotov able to wheel around 180 after a beautiful shot onto Bibu, who was repelled on double window. He gets the final kill of the round as well. Great play from Solotov and M&M in general there. You know, we spoke about Mental coming into it and their resolve after losing the opening 2 rounds after a tough Oregon, but M&M showing there is still something left in the tank.
Yeah, still every opportunity for them to keep them battling back in here, right? It's like I say, there are 2 halves to a game of it. There's 4 quarters to a game of Siege. Things can change very, very quickly. But
How many eighths are they, Des?
Oh, that's a great question, Tim. It depends how you want to measure it. There are approximately...
No, we've got 12 rounds, so we couldn't do eighths, but we could do...
You can't, but you could do...
sixths.
I mean, you could, technically. You could pause at 90 seconds into a round and say, okay, that's another 8th concluded. You could do it that way if you wanted to. Probably a little bit pedantic to be assessing teams by 8, but we'll take quarters, Tim. I think that's okay. Could do 6 if you were really like that. Could do quarters,
Sixth,
as I've already said.
6th would maybe be an easier one.
Halves, quarters, 6ths, 12ths. At that point, we just call it a round, Tim.
That's as far as my fractions go, as I'm not not too hot on the fractions.
Or on fruit, apparently.
I stand by my choices. Here we go then. It's going to be round 4. M&M have managed to get themselves 1 defence so far. As I said, normal circumstances, 2-4 on the defence of Chalet won't be the end of the world. So if M&M can lock 1 more down, they'll be happy. Nerf's going to lock down Deadshot. That's the lion out of the round as well before a single E1D scan comes in. So that's really going to free up Nerf on the roam. That's really a direct benefit for himself there because it's going to make it much easier for him. There is still the Dokkaebi of P4 that needs to be dealt with that could hinder his freedom to move around the map, but very good start for M&M.
It's one thing I will give. Fresh was talking about this on Desk a little bit yesterday, how Nave has really added an extra dimension to this team, where previously you'd have Nello and Neo kind of as the pairing, just being in the back, droning, doing their thing, and the front 3, it was very TSM-esque, dare I say, when you look at, for example, Gio and Charlotte and the way that they used to play when TSM went on to go and win SI. That's changed a little bit with the introduction of Nath, who I thought has been a real sharp edge for them. Some rounds, he just completely takes control. He finds a gap. He's not quite in the front 3 entry, but he's not playing super far back. And often, you'll find him getting into really troublesome situations where M&M just explode off the back of it. 2, 3, 4 kills, solo winning rounds for his team. They're not reliant on this frontline 3 to do all the work anymore. It does bring a bit more dynamism to the rounds. And although you've seen him only start out here with the entry, I wouldn't be surprised throughout this map to see him picking up again a couple of kills, 3 kills, 4 kills here and there every now and again. And Mowgli discovers what a Frostmat is, Tim.
Yeah, coming through the window shooting is not always a guarantee. There is a percentage chance that you will still miss that Frostmat as you go through. He is going to be collected here. I think the barricade on the door is going to give Shinka the confidence to do that. So that leaves Mowgli back on his feet with 20 health. But Wolves are just coming up to a bit of a roadblock here, Des. They're stalling. They can't get top floor. They don't know how to push into the mirror window that I think it's Tyrant will be playing behind. Possibly Users is one of the 2 out on mezzanine, but they just cannot get moving towards Library at the minute, and it's really hindering them.
They look a little bit stuck, and also coming up down the stairs here as well. Finds the man at the back. Good shot from P4. A hard gun to control at the best of times, but finds his man. One more playing back inside a split. It is Yuzu's dancing around here as well. Normally the spot that you'd see Nello sat inside of, but with him off the board, it's the Yuzu's having to step into that spot. Goes aggressive here. This is the right kind of play. Try and force them out into different positions for fights, but still loses his life. Tyrant with 2 still to find. And it feels like with them playing a little bit more passively here, they might find the man. No, Bibi was running at just the wrong time. It's a 1v1. P4's got to find his man.
Gave him that a little bit too easily, but P4 with that location in hand, the red ping did the job, comes around, manages to find his shot, and that is going to be the round for Wolves. A little bit unfortunate for M&M, you feel there. They did a great job of holding on to that top floor, but halfway through the round, Wolves, they just hit the boost, and they just went through that round like a rocket for 30 seconds, just picking up kill, and gave themselves a massive advantage. 2v1 at the end. It was a close run thing, probably closer than maybe it could have been, but Wolves did a good job, even without top floor, of managing to get themselves in and hassle M&M inside of sight. And they were unfortunate. M&M couldn't get it held down. It's going to be 3-1 to Wolves.
Absolutely. Felt for a second like they could get it over the line, but just not quite enough there to really tip the scales and get it done. A 3-1 to Wolves, as said. Attacking half of Chalet. Game's kind of in that defender-minded state at the minute, but Chalet still a map that you feel it's a pretty even fixture now between both teams. Again, I'm just feeling nervous that if we're already at 3-1, what does this second half turn into? And it could be a pretty quick night over, done and dusted for these two teams, with Wolves snagging that spot going into the major.
Here we go then. Round 5 will be underway. We're down in the basement once again. We saw this back in round 2. It was a Wolves win. Another site that M&M struggled to hold on to. It's again, from memory, you know, there was a moment in the round where you thought, Nello got a kill into blue. It was the Iana that he picked up. I think it was Mowgli, as it is again in this case, coming down into blue. Nello manages to get the kill, and you think, M&M might just do this. They were still proving themselves. Solotov was on top floor, and they couldn't get anything going, and then Wolves find a way, just like Mowgli's found a way in through that window. Headshot onto Tyrant, and honestly, M&M must be sat scratching their heads at the minute, Des.
I just think,
well, Tyrant won't be, because his has just been taken off.
I think Mowgli doesn't know what anything except the W key is. He just keeps on walking forwards. It's very much his play style. As said, sometimes he gets a little bit far ahead of the rest of his team, but so often he's into such a good spot to go aggressive and just take masses of space inside the map incredibly quickly. It's always what he's been very, very proficient at. The team have lots of time, and that is a bit unfortunate. How on earth did that happen? I feel like he's tried to nade someone, it's bounced and killed someone coming up below to try and shoot that player in the back.
Mowgli's nades have been very good at finding their target so far
just
this
not
game.
always the right one.
That one, however, was just a little bit off the mark. P4 is going to be on the cams and the drones feeding that information into his team. At least 4 versus 3, as Deadshot did manage to find Nello at the top of the stairs as well. So Solotov, he's going to be dropping back to that mid floor. Opportunity to get himself down West Main. But as you can see, M&M have been forced really deep here. There's 3 left alive. They're all in Wine or on West Main. There's an opportunity for potentially Wolves to be pushing in through the main breach. As I suggested, there they go.
Absolutely. Good spot to be in here as well. That's about rotating enough resource over to either make this work as a plant. Shinka's the one who's got the diffuser in back pocket, and with the 60 seconds to go or so, it's a little bit late to have a massive change now, so they're just going to have to try and stick and make this work. They've got Mowgli coming down main stairs, nade in hand as well, a bunch of utility cleared away, but they've really got to respect that M&M are in a great spot here to do some damage. They can't quite find the kill. Down to a 3 versus 3. You've got to see the other 2 players on Wolves really spring into action here, and that's exactly what they've done. They've flooded their way down through blue. Nade finds one, can't find another. Wolves move up 4-1, and it is looking dire for the Marshmallows.
Great anticipation from Shinka there, just to get the kill through into Wine. He was on the main breach, and he just anticipates that a man's going to move across, hits that pre-fire, and hits a wonderful headshot. The round opened up from there. Bibu backed him up, got a kill, and Wolves just picked them apart one at a time. I know that a set of 2-4 half isn't the end of the world for defenders on Chalet. A 5-1 half is not going to be good for M&M. As I said, I think 2-4 isn't really good enough for M&M given the circumstances, given those losses on Oregon and the way that Wolves, the manner in which Wolves have been winning this so far. I think it might just leave them with a little bit too much work to do, but we'll see. The best they can come away with now is 2-4. They've got to write off everything else that's happened and just focus on getting that 2-4 and building from there.
That's it. It's just, I don't know, at this point it's starting to feel a little bit short on options, and even when they're doing the right things, M&M, finding the entries, for example, really drawing the round out in terms of time. Wolves have just got enough in the tank to drag it over the finish line. It doesn't really feel like anything M&M do is having enough of a dent to really slow down the Wolves' march on forwards. We'll see if this round's any different, but I really feel they need that little bit of breathing room. Nate feeling a little bit cheeky, hoping for someone to come in from spawn, but no one has spawned on the north side of the map. I'm sure he'll make that call to his team that the north side looks empty, so attention should start elsewhere. And right he would be. It's Mowgli finding off onto Solotov.
Like I said, Mowgli just being so aggressive in the beginning of these rounds, and it pays dividends once again, getting them the advantage. 5 versus 4. Tyrant's going to continue to try and hold on to this top floor, but again, Wolves will want that vertical control. They'll want to get Office and Master locked down. It was what they tried last time when attacking onto this site. How was about that for timing? P4 just walks in on Nerf, putting the glasses on. Nerf somehow manages to get the shot, but with a couple of kills elsewhere, we find ourselves now 3 versus 2 in favour of Wolves.
It is, and again, just them up in full force. It doesn't matter what M&M do in these rounds, as I said earlier on, it just feels like Wolves have got enough to keep on dragging things ahead. Not that they strictly need the Glads anymore, but they're in a spot where they've got the command they need. There's no C4 on User's back pocket, for example. They play this out properly with 2 minutes on the clock. This is pretty much a guaranteed 5-on-1, as long as we don't see any massive heroics out of M&M, or if Wolves don't drop the bag.
The problem that they've got at the minute is they've got the verticals, but they've not really got much that they can use to open up the angles. They do have some Selma chargers, which will create moderate holes, but beyond that, they're struggling. Glaz could open some with his rifle. How about that? Sees the feet! Just can't find the shot! And Wolves, they know that they've got time to play with. It is their biggest commodity at the minute. They can be patient. They can wait for M&M to show them the opportunity, to give them that chance to pick one of them off, and then at that point, it's just flood sight.
They've got to be very careful about how isolated they're playing, but Deadshot's found his man. That's the critical one. Only one left, and it's Nello. I hate to really rag on the guy, but we've seen him in quite a few clutches on the last map. Not a single one went in his favour, and this one feels like it could be absolutely no different. He's got himself tucked in, looking for his man. Can't find Deadshot, despite a few shots on target. He is down to about 5 HP, but it's another round going the way of Wolves. They're up 5-1, Tim.
Let's see then what M&M can do on attack. On not holding my breath, if I'm honest. I am expecting Wolves to come out here and be pretty solid on the defence. They've looked good so far. They've been winning every gunfight. You know, I think that last fight there between Nello and the Glass just shows it's short range. The Glass doesn't have too much of an advantage given the length of the scope and everything else. Nello just missing a few shots, can't pick up the kill that would have at least started him on that clutch road. So I just feel like M&M may be a little bit beaten up at this stage. They need a couple of rounds for me. Round 7, round 8. If M&M can just lock down a couple of attacks, it's going to absolutely work wonders for them. But it's a big ask at the minute.
It is. Bit of change potentially coming in, though, with the sides switching over. May see a change in the wins, may just see it go 2 rounds to Wolves out the gate, and then things are done and dusted, and suddenly all the conversation switches to VP versus BDS, with Wolves taking that guaranteed spot at the major. It's kind of crazy in a way to think that M&M, a team that have been present at so many of our major events over the last couple of years, would have to slip down into LCQs and really battle their way through. And the thing is about LCQs, Tim, we know how chaotic they can be and how hard it can be for some top teams who other teams underneath them in Tier 2 and Tier 3 have got loads of VODs to go and watch and understand how they play. They're coming up against teams who some of the time they just have zero idea of what they're going to bring to the party.
That's it. You know, this is the opportunity to take. Get the job done. Get yourself straight in there. And at the minute, it's Wolves proving why they have the class to get themselves straight through to that major. Deadshot going to be holding on for the time being, just using that scanner and just trying to spot out any drones, particularly that are coming towards him, or anybody who is on the drones but won't get any information from that. Solotov goes charging in. Can he find his man? No, he's going to be held back by an FNAT mine that's just going to prevent him seeing as he goes through. Immediate trade after Tyrant picks up Deadshot. P4's there. Mowgli finds Solotov. Wolves, they could well be cruising towards a map point opportunity.
It's what I mean. Wolves have just always got someone nearby ready to play for the trade. It has been consistent on attack or on defense. There is just always assistance a couple of seconds away. This is the kind of stuff that made teams like who have gone on to win big events as well look absolutely incredible. Is they have that team play, they have the synergy, they have the communication running real well, that they don't let anything go for free. It's, you know, it's great to be a Wolves fan right now, great to be a Wolves player with the way that they're playing.
For M&M, maybe a bit less so, down to just 3. Nello finding a nice shot onto Mowgli. That at least evened things out at 3 versus 3. Still 90 seconds to play with. Not only, there are plenty of things to be frustrated about for M&M. They've got no drones to play with, Tim. Everything from here is blind, and they're coming up against the C4, Leisure Mines, Mirror Windows, Dread Mines. Lots working against them here, and they don't really know what it is they're running into.
There's only one on site at the moment for Wolves. That's something that M&M could potentially play into here. I don't know if a second has just made their way back, actually. I love it when I say there's only one on site, and it's the clutch master Shinka, so he's probably not too worried about being the only one on site at the minute. But yeah, you see one sneaking back down blue. I don't know if M&M have maybe just been a little bit too slow there and missed their opportunity. I think the hatch is open, so obviously something to be aware of there. But look at that, Shinka pops around the corner, does get picked up by users, but not before downing Nello. That's an important kill from Nath, though. Gets the man who was playing on that hatch. As I said, would be a problem. Nello, I think, is going to be collected here potentially. Certainly looks like it. P4 is going to have a field day. Manages to get himself 2. 1v3 becomes 1v1. Surely not, Des. He gets some shots. He can't quite find his man, but he's going to keep trying.
But does he know where it's coming from? They had a camera on and they had some kind of information that saw the down. You can see the pings coming on through. They know about it. It's ring around the roses, in this case around the wine cellar, but P4 wins a 1 versus 3. M&M's curse continues and Wolves move up to 6-1.
Not again, Des.
Yes,
Not
again, Tim. Yes, again.
That is going to be even. I think we may be already past the breaking point for M&M. We may already be past the point of no return, but if we weren't, I think that's going to be it. In reality, yes, you've had a few difficult rounds here on Chalet. Wolves have just stepped it up a gear. You thought you were up against a tough side. You've just realised you're up against an even better one. They are really stretching their legs now. But to get hit with another 1vx, it's just so rough. Do you go for the pickup on Nello? I always understand trying to get a player back on their feet, but what a spot to do it. Just inside of the boiler there, fully exposed to the breach. You're just asking that player to come and pick up the 2-piece and get themselves into a 1v1, surely.
I mean, for me, the fact they had a camera on it, I assume it was a bulletproof, was just so helpful because they knew when the pickup was going through. So P4 had all the information he needed. For me, the question comes back to a similar conversation we had back on Oregon, was what was the other man really doing there? We saw the odd swing, for example, when they were trying to push. I think it was Deadshot inside top floor on Oregon. They had one Nello pushing in from Trophy, one coming down through Attic. The timing was all off. It felt a bit same there, and you'll see it here, I imagine, through the outlines in a moment. Nath was still checking Big Car Garage. I think they'd assumed that maybe a dip. Look, he's a mile away on the left-hand side of your screen. He's watching the long angle, assuming that he's going to cross from Connector, not realizing that he was still inside of sight. But this goes back to what we touched on at the 90-second mark. They had no drones, no information, zero idea of where the last man was, and they've been punished for it. So great work by Wolves to take all of those drones out so early. Fantastic play by P4 to pull off a wonderful 1v3. Great work by the team to feed that information over to him, but also not so well done by M&M to yet again be out of position when trying to make a critical part of the round work.
The thing is, it alleviates all the pressure from Wolves, doesn't it? Because even in a round where you've lost numbers, you're still thinking, yeah, it's all right, we can still win this. P4, for example, is going to be taken out at Trench Door, and Ape's going to find an opening kill there. Great for M&M. That's what they need after that tactical timeout. Straight out with the kill, strong out of the gates. But from Wolves' position, are you worried? Are you panicking right now? Because you know that there's going to come an opportunity. That's just how it's been for them every single round. Even the ones where M&M have gone on to take it, they seem to have given Wolves some sort of opportunity to close it out. And I'm sure that Wolves will probably feel the same right about now.
Whew, okay. I want to be excited, but with just the one player down, still nervous for M&M. It tells you a lot when a team is up on man count and you're still nervous for them. Here they're getting some good range shots.
If they were 1v5, I'd be nervous for them, in all honesty.
It's very true. Here, Mowgli's really trying to get aggressive as well. Keeps on sniffing outside of the bathroom window, hoping to find someone. Nate's coming in on the rappel. He's inside and worked his way just slightly down the stairs here. A good spot to be in, but with two players floating around, his days could be numbers. He's got to be so careful and really get a bit of support from his team.
Nerf's done well here to get himself into this position. Beautiful kill onto Mowgli as well. M&M need to build on this now. This is a much better round from them. Yes, that's it, Nerf. He's going to take down another one inside a side, leaving us now in a 5 versus 2 effectively. But no, can't finish it off. Bibu still down but not out. Deadshot to the rescue. Might be able to even pick his man up if he can. It leaves them then 4 versus 3. Needs to be careful, of course. Tyrant with a spray through. That is smart to pick up Bibu. They needed that to keep that man advantage. This has got to be the round for M&M. 4 versus 1 now.
Very good. I mean, Tyrant really in that round. 3 kills for himself, doing all the work, and the Edge being a bit of an MVP at the end there to basically guarantee uses the closing kill. M&M not having to do much in terms of in-the-building work, it felt like as well. Everything really being done from the outside. Wolves holding very aggressively and being punished when they tried to spring that trap onto M&M. Still, good round for M&M, but there are 4 more rounds in a row they've got to win on, Tim. And Wolves will continue getting the full selection of sites the longer this goes on.
They will. That's the difficulty now. There's no more mistakes left for M&M. Wolves need 1 round to take them into the Atlanta Major. And M&M need 4 back-to-back just to, even get to overtime. For anybody who's joined us since the beginning of this, top right of your screen, you'll see our wonderful production team do a fantastic good job of keeping track of the maps for you. 7-4 Wolves win on Oregon for our first map. We're on M&M's pick of Chalet, a map that we would generally consider them to be one of the best in the world on. But boy, has it been a struggle for them today. And Wolves just need to lock down 1 single site, and you just feel with 4 rounds to do it that there is going to come the point where they get this done. It's not impossible, but I'd be surprised to see M&M come back into this now.
Yeah, it comes back to what I said earlier as well, is that this is not a bad map for Wolves. So as much as M&M have come into a map that they clearly really wanted to play, you're also playing into the strengths of the other side, and it's somewhat common when you're seeing banning phases coming through for maps, the draft or the veto, whatever you want to call it. You're in a spot where you're trying to pick maps that are strong for you that clearly are weaker for your opponent, or so you'd be hoping to, but it's a big statement of confidence when you're going into a map that you know they're strong on as well as you're strong on. It's kind of betting that you're going to be better than them on that map, and that, as we're seeing, isn't always the guarantee.
B4 on the Soulish just going to be feeding that information back into his team, trying to help them clear out things like the Twitch drones. Particularly important, of course, as Mirror is in play. Twitch drone able to shoot out those little red canisters, which will drop the glass and expose the player playing in behind there. User sips in. Is he going to get his shot? He certainly is, and that's a big one. That's the site Mirror taken down, and you're going to see Shinka just having to play this a little bit differently now.
Is this a nice quick execute coming out here? 1 kill starts through, traded back onto Bibu, who's down his backside but not yet out. I thought we'd see Nello spring inside behind some Candelas there to really push on through and make this happen. So far, they've committed the 1 smoke and a couple of Candelas, still with the smoke and Candelas in back pockets. They can do this again if they want to. Looked like it was more bait to try and force movement out of Wolves, so everyone else around the map on the side of M&M could catch these players of Wolves rotating back towards site, looking for a drop, for example. So good bit of bait coming out from M&M. It did net them that kill onto Bibu, but they lost 1 in the process.
Yep, Solitov just going to sit and wait here. Knows that this player's up on the top floor, knows that they're going to have to move at some point. The problem is that the clock works against him. Solitov taking a lot of damage. And there's the jump out from P4. Punished by users. 3 versus 3, but this war of attrition is going to be won by Wolves more than likely if it continues like
this. It is.
Mowgli, dead shot. They get 1 apiece. Is this the moment for Wolves? They were unable to do it yesterday. There's only Nello who can stop them reaching the Atlanta Major. Now he pushes into sight. He finds 1 up through the bars, but takes a lot of damage in doing so. There's another above. Surely this is just seconds away, and it is Shinka who is able to lock it in for Wolves. They close out the game in 2 maps and take themselves to the Atlanta Major.
Not just in 2 maps either, Tim, but really in dominant fashion. That second map especially, the first one, sure, a lot of it came down to massive fluff-ups by M&M, but I think Wolves really did it for themselves. Big clutch situations, a very dominant second map, and a spot very well earned and secured. Cannot wait to see them back on the international stage.
Yeah, Wolves looked, the night and day difference yesterday. I felt like they were off the pace a little bit yesterday, and they really struggled to get themselves into the game. But today, that dominant team that we've seen, able to work aggressively, quickly, take fights, win them, all-round fantastic play from Wolves, absolutely earned their spot.
They have indeed. Well, let's go to a break, and when we come back, the desk will break it down before ahead of our next series. See you in a few.
I would say my favorite competitive moments in R6 have all been related to or around LAN events. The first LAN that I went to as a player is probably my favorite. I think it was the 2019 Winter UK Prem LAN. For me, I was brand new to competitive, and being able to make a LAN in our first season was a great experience for me. Whether it's been me going to LAN events as a spectator or as a player, they've definitely always been the highlight of the season or year for me.
Well, it would have to be winning the Berlin Major a year ago, because that was after like a long period of not winning like tournament and stuff. So I was kind of teetering on it, thinking like, oh, am I still good enough and all that kind of stuff. And then we won that match against FaZe also, is because it was just such a nail biter, I guess. Then obviously the fans, it was just crazy. Like I think we all said after that it felt like the crowd was like a sixth player to us. That's definitely my favorite moment.
My favorite memory is definitely the last Invitational we played. I think the turning point was the match against FaZe. We were losing pretty hard, and if we lost that, we'll basically be out of the tournament. But we had a good timeout from our coach, Fabian, telling us we're playing like really bad, and it not only made me mad at myself, but it made me mad at him, because like how like he's saying this stuff, like everything just fired me up, and I just wanted to go out there and destroy the enemy team after that.
My best memory in Siege has to be the victory we got in the Young Company Major. The feeling to finally win something, like something big, right, was amazing. Especially like doing it with the teammate I was playing with for 3 years. Like it means a lot for us and for me, obviously. And I'm really happy to have done something that not a lot of people did in this game.
For me, my favorite moment is qualifying for Copenhagen Major when we was playing Wild at the UAL playoffs, and it was game for a slot on Copenhagen. But I remember that we were getting on the Chalet, and basically Chalet is not our greatest map, but we tried so hard, and the game was absolutely emotional. Everybody was so emotional, everybody was so screaming. That should be my favorite moment from the recent ones.
So I think one of my favorite moments in Siege actually was when I was still in tier 3, basically an on, and I randomly got a message one day from Fabian, one of the greatest players of all time, a legend, and he asked me if I would be interested in a project that he would make, and I ended up joining that project. I mean, I own him a lot. He basically taught me how to play Siege correctly, so that's the reason I'm here. So just thank you for giving me a chance.
There'll be some black and orange in Atlanta as Wolves book their place in the major. M&M drop to LCQ. Before we discuss it with our amazing desk, let's have a conversation. My second winners interview with the man, the myth, the legend from Wolves Esports. It's Bibu. Bibu, I mean, this time we're celebrating a different kind of win because you've just booked your spot at the Atlanta Major. And I saw in that winning moment what it meant to you on camera when you leaned back in your chair, fist bump in the air. I mean, talk me through your emotions and what it means to you to make sure, well, in fact, you're going to be there.
Yeah, feeling amazing, to be honest. We got scared and we scared ourselves yesterday because we didn't play as ourselves. And I think it showed on stream. And even if VP played very well and they are an incredible team, we didn't play really good. And I mean, we were very disappointed about our performance. So today was the moment, you know, we knew that M&M was a tough match. We played them a lot. They knew us a lot. We knew them a lot. So it was like a mental game, you know, like mindset game, brain them and trying to be in the momentum at the moment of the game. And we did that. We play our game, we fix the communication, play together, and that's what make our team strengths, like be a unit, you know, be together, doing the plans together. And so yeah, a big relief. We qualify for the major, but also I think for the 6th. And it's been a lot for us, second 6 in a row. And it also means that since we got Mugli in the team, we didn't miss any events. So just very happy with the performance of the team, and yeah, big relief and really happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you should be. And I think you did put any concerns after yesterday to bed, really, didn't you? Because there was talk around you maybe not being able to handle the pressure. You know, you've proven a lot over this stage that you've grown as a team, and there were some doubts after yesterday, but it seems like it was just a bad day in the office, and we saw that on Oregon. You guys showed some real clutch ability. You as well, Bibu, an amazing clutch. How were you guys handling those high-pressure moments so well?
I mean, I think we have experienced players, as me, as now P4 and Shinka. They are playing in Pro League since a long time now, and we have an incredible staff who's trying to get the most pressure on their shoulders before the matches. And after that, we have like incredible individualities, amazing players. And I know that when we are confident, when we are playing together as a team, anyone can do incredible stuff. And we didn't do it yesterday, and we did it today, and we showed on the server, like the clutch. Yeah, maybe it's one player, sometimes it's two player, but the communication during the clutch, you don't hear that, and you don't have the chance to have this insight. But it's really important to be able to do this kind of moves. So it's a team effort, and yeah, I think we prepare a lot, and yeah, we try to reset after that. We, like I said before in previous interview, we have a really strong team in mental side. And we show it today again after the lost yesterday.
Yeah, it really does feel like to watch that you all back yourselves individually, but you also collectively as a team really back each other. And speaking of which, how much do you back yourselves going into this Atlanta major in just a few weeks' time?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
How confident are you going into Atlanta now, Bibu?
Oh, thank you. I'm really confident because, like, you know, during all the stage, we were confident in the only 2 losses that we got. It was just because we didn't play ourselves. We were in a bad day in the office, like you said before. And we just need to fix that. I mean, and that's the most difficult part, you know. I think on the desk they will agree that even Fabian with his experience, that the most important is to have consistency in your greatest moments. So we need to focus on that now, because I know we can be a great team and an amazing team, and we can take this major in every event. But we just need to have this consistency and play together, because together we are just the best team, I think.
I love to hear it. And Bibu, I'm really excited to see you in America. So congratulations. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll see you in Atlanta.
Yeah, thank you, Jan. Yeah, see you in Atlanta. See you everyone in Atlanta. And yeah, thank you for the support. Thank you for everything. Thank you to Wolves to support us. They never gave up on us. Like even after the bad losses you got yesterday, they were cheering for us, sending message, and the supporter as well. So thank you. Love you, and see you in Atlanta, guys.
Thanks, man. Cheers.
Bye. Cheers.
Thank you. You could learn a bit from him, Fabian. Lovely guy.
Well, I guess that's where we're different. I'm not so lovely. He's much more lovely than that.
One thing you are is correct, because at the start of the show, you made a big prediction. Sorry, Fresh, but you did say Wolves would take it, and they did.
Yeah, I mean, then I predicted Virtus.pro to win against Wolves later, right? And
yeah,
you see, maybe I'm just a lost kid in a big universe here. But yeah, I think that the prediction of M&M losing the first 2 rounds was going to have a really, really big impact on their mentals. And it did. They completely messed up, and just you kind of see how they give up. Cameras disappear from their gameplay. Like, they just stop having their face cams on, and maybe that is due to all this mental disappointment.
Yeah,
it's very hard to see a team struggle like this. But Bibo said it in the interview, and I've kept saying it literally every single play day. When they're playing as a team, they are so hard to stop, and they did that today. They looked like themselves. Finally, I got to see them play just the way I know them to.
I think if you look at the 3 teams that have qualified to the major now, the 2 best teams for teamwork and communication and coordination in the league are VP and Wolves.
Yeah.
And it's very clear that they were always going to make the major, and the other's got a freak called Shaiko that's, the best player in the world right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it felt like it was always going to be Wolves. I know I was trying to hype Eminem, and I know they've got the quality, but they will be back.
Yeah.
Just not yet.
Well, look at this bracket, and we're going to preview that Team BDS VP grand final in detail very shortly, but there you can see it's pretty much all said and done. And we know which 3 teams have qualified. Fresh just said it there. Wolves, BDS and VP will be at the Atlanta Major. And commiserations to M&M Gaming. I know that you in particular, Fab, have been super impressed with their growth. They didn't really show up here today or yesterday, to be honest. And now it's a case of them dropping down into the treacherous territory of LCQ.
They're going into the LCQ, but the change we've seen from them, sure, they had a fall-off today. They struggled a little bit against BDS as well, but we have seen the improvement. And it's basically flip the coin and see which M&M you get for the day. And if they play like they did a few days ago, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
If they play like they did today and they allow their mentals to be like they were today, they won't be fine. And we kept chugging on and on, me and Fresh. M&M can be world beaters. They can be a top 1 EU team. They can be a top 1 world team if things click. But they have so much inconsistency going up and down in the mentals that I don't think we'll see it for a while.
Yeah, and I think we saw a couple of times on the socials, straight after the game, the M&M players saying that the mentals have, especially got to them that game. And
yeah.
They should be... They've got a chance to reset now, right? They've got the LCQs. It's, 10 days away. They've got a good amount of time now. Reset the mentals fully. Get back into that tournament. Because realistically, there should be nobody in that tournament that M&M are scared of.
I think we'll see them there.
M&M can beat every single team in that LCQs tournament if M&M turn up. And that's just the big question mark. If M&M turn up, they can, but...
I want to see them widen their map pool as well. They have quite a long time until the LCQ start. I want to see them put more practice into
every scrim. Nighthaven Consulate, bang.
No, it's actually not that bad of an idea because every team knows how they're playing these maps that they're going up against them on. And now if they just change their map pool around a bit, yeah, it's not that much time. You'll get the basics, and people will be very surprised when M&M doesn't ban those maps. So they have a lot of time to work with. I think they can reset, but we'll see how it goes.
Just briefly, before we go to the break, one-word answers. Should we be putting a lot of stock into Wolves at the Major?
Yes.
Yes.
Exciting times. All right, we've got a grand final coming up. If you hadn't just got enough, you haven't had your fix enough of Siege just yet, there's more coming your way. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Blast R6 EUL Stage 2 Deciders. We have got a grand final best of 3 coming up. We've already seen Wolves book their spot in the grand final, sending Eminem, to the major, of course, sending Eminem down to LCQ. And we've got 2 more teams vying for something arguably maybe not as important, but there's a lot of merit to be had when you take down all your opposition and complete the win of EUL Stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know Fabian's probably going to be saying, no, it doesn't matter. But for me, or for these teams, personally, yesterday, Joystick said in the interview for Virtus.pro, they want to beat BDS because they haven't had a good time against them recently. They want to get over that little hoodoo.
Yeah.
Seems like there's a few teams that's got that hoodoo against BDS. And then for BDS, this game is so important.
Huge.
For the 20 SI points that are on offer. They only got 75 in stage 1. For them to even have a realistic shot at SI, they need to win this game, go to the major, and make main stage. So, that's only for a realistic shot. So it's massive for BDS.
It's big pressure too. Virtus.pro coming into this game already being clear for it, right? They don't fight for anything else than what you said. The hump, some extra money. But for them, it's just another game that they need to get through in another way. For BDS, they have all of this that you said. Pressure. They need to start doing well.
Yep.
And if they don't, well, an SI without BDS, without Shaiko?
Seems
wrong.
Unimaginable.
Well, let's take a look at these 2 teams in detail, starting with VP, a.k.a. the Cyborgs. These guys are coming off the back of a win over Wolves yesterday, and at times they feel unstoppable.
They absolutely are, and I think it's, I said it about Wolves, and I say it about VP. The teamwork and the coordination, the communication that underpins the way that these guys play is absolutely excellent. They might play a meta that's out of date, and you've heard me say this for literally years at this point, but they're always at the LAN event. They're always top of Europe. Why is that? Their teamwork's great, their shooting's great, their coordination's great, their communication's great, and also, we've seen it in little fits and spurts, they're updating their meta. It's getting a little bit more current. They're getting a little bit more opportunity spot, and they're being enabled to do so. It's a pleasure, genuinely a pleasure to watch these.
It doesn't matter what meta you're playing if your basics are as good as they are. They don't make any mistakes. There are no gaps. I casted them playing, and it's just one of those things you see.
Big caster.
Yeah, that was...
Biggest in EU, apparently.
I was forced by Parker, just so everybody's aware. I did not have a choice. I did not have a say. He said he would tell his mom, and that's scary. No, but... So, yeah, they just don't make mistakes for this pro, and they're playing so good on the individual level that there's no gaps for the opponents to abuse.
Incredible consistency.
Yeah, it's how can you be that consistent? And they've been doing it for years, like so many years too.
That's what makes that bond so hard to break, right?
Yeah.
They just know everything. They've seen everything. They know their style's a bit antiquated, but it doesn't matter. They've seen everything. They've done everything.
Yeah, well, BDS have done a lot recently as well. Let's take a look at this roster. This is huge for them SI-wise, as you've already touched on here, Fresh, but they showed a bit more of a, we've been saying there's been some key individual performances here. There's a certain name that we cannot ignore, and we'll get to him, but they did show more of a complete performance on Skyscraper against Eminem.
Wait, Ian, it's BDS? I thought it was Wolves. Yeah, no, they did show a much better performance as a team, and it's actually the first time we've really seen them this stage doing that. They've been riding quite heavily on Shaikos, Brides, and Like Effects back, with Shaiko just having a outlandish stage. I don't know. We're seeing players drop these numbers in like the Asian leagues, but in Europe, being this dominant as an individual, it's unheard of. Like, you can look back any stage and you will never find someone who has been this dominating.
Fresh, I think the timing of that complete performance couldn't have been better, really. It gives them a real platform to leap off into this grand final.
Yeah, I think so. I think, we had this kind of question around BDS as, are they top heavy? Are they top heavy? And they absolutely are top heavy. Shaiko is, by far and away the best player. But the fact that they put in that complete performance yesterday on Skyscraper, it shows it's there. It shows they've got it if they need it and when they need it, and they're going to need it when they go to the major. So, to be honest, that's what we're looking for today out of them, is to have a complete team performance. Maybe Shaiko doesn't drop the inhumane numbers that he has been dropping. Maybe he's just good today, and the rest of the team improves.
Well, let's take a look. Let's just talk about him. The sickeningly sensational Shaiko.
Yeah.
Fabian, he's just absolutely incredible.
I mean, I think I'm not going to go too far on the stretch. He is the best player that this game has ever seen, and when it comes to as an individual basis, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Like we cannot see anyone that's dropped numbers like this, being as consistent as this, and he's done it forever now. Like it just feels like no matter what numbers he drops, you will not be surprised. You'll be just, yeah, another game, and you're just as amazed as you were the last one. I don't know how he does it. It's mind blowing.
To maintain over a 2 KD in ranked is hard enough. This guy's maintained over a 2 KD in EU League. And not just in that. He was in the group of death, up against G2, up against Wolves, up against M&M. Teams that we see at Major, teams that we see going deep and, you know, the current world champions. And he just finds levels. He gets target banned against, jumps on other operators, finds levels on those operators. Yesterday, he was playing with a vengeance. Like, I am not missing this goddamn Major.
It's easier to perform well when your teammates are also performing well.
Yeah.
He's performed like this when his team hasn't been performing well.
But it makes it even more admirable, doesn't it? The fact that you're unfazed by the fact, you know that people are saying it's a one-man team at times, but you almost want to carry that.
I mean, he doesn't have a choice, really, at some point, right? I mean, he has the backpack on, but sometimes other players in that team do too.
Yeah.
I mean, Bride is one of the best clutch players we've ever seen in this game, in Europe at least. And like Ifak coming up as, I would still consider him somewhat of a rookie.
Yes.
He's won a major, but he's also such a smart, intelligent player that makes decisions that most other players would not even think of trying.
Yeah. Well, look, in a grand final, we always hope and pray to go all the way, Des. And these are the maps that we will be potentially going to. Definitely going to the first two, of course, because this is a best of three, and we're starting at Cafe.
Yeah, and honestly, not surprised to see this. Both teams have fairly different permabans that they don't like. I can understand why BDS would get rid of Consulate, not yet shown at this stage. As much as there is a lot on this game, it's not worth showing a map for the Major that they've not yet shown. VP like it. So when both teams kind of like Cafe, I had this as Cafe, Clubhouse, Oregon, or Bank. 3 out of those 4 maps. So I'm not surprised to see each of these teams go to these maps. They like all 3 of them.
You pick 4 maps?
No, I narrowed the 9 maps down to 4, Fabian. And I said it will be 3 of these 4 maps.
Pool, Fresh. It's half the map pool.
I said it will be 3 out of these 4 maps.
Guys.
And it was all 3 of them.
Oh, my word. Right, listen, I have to deal with this behind the scenes as well. Guys, we can do your bickering off camera because right now it is time for an EUL Grand Final. Who are going to be the kings of this region? Should we throw to some royalty to find out?
Yeah.
Desn't
Yeah, no. I have another one.
Okay.
Let's throw it over to these guys.
That is a good old throwback, Fabian. Good old throwback. And it feels, Tim, like we're throwing back into one of the oldest fixtures that we have here in EU. Virtus.pro coming up against BDS. Or, of course, the guys formerly on Team Empire coming up against BDS. Again, real old matchup. Classic map to go to for it. Club to BR2. I absolutely love what this series is going to have in store for us.
Oh, it's a true classic. There's no 2 ways about it. And yeah, the maps are just... If I could have picked the maps, I'd have probably picked these 3 maps to see them play on. Yeah, it's absolutely great. And I just get the feeling, you know, we can talk all day about seeding and points this point. I just get the feeling these 2 are just coming in here to destroy the other one.
Yeah.
I just feel like, you know, there's, like you say, there's that, no, it's not beef, but there's that desire to win against the others. You know, Joystick said it yesterday, they always struggle against BDS and they want to overcome that. And I just get the feeling that regardless of anything else that's on the line, and there is a lot on the line, as Fresh explained, particularly for BDS, there's a lot to play for here. You know, there's more than that at stake as well, and I think it's going to be a good game.
You listen to those kind of 35 points that they gain from finishing first. I think it's more than 35, I think. It's extra points they get for finishing in first place. That is going to make the difference of BDS. So Virtus.pro, I think they're like the 3rd in global standings at the minute. No, 2nd actually they are. So they are pretty much guaranteed to be there. For BDS, because they didn't make it in stage 1, positioning means everything in the league play, regardless of what you may then go on to get when it comes round to the Major itself. The big question for me in this game, though, Tim, is unstoppable force versus immovable object. Shaiko versus VP. As Fabian and the Des were saying, they just don't make mistakes on the side of VP. But Shaiko is the kind of team that can force mistakes out of the other side because he is just so good. In fact, it was on this map yesterday where he was tearing an absolute new one through the opposition. And I'm just thinking to myself, can he force a way through for his team Will the rest of BDS leave him on the pedestal by himself and really struggle to get into this game, or will VP just completely run them over? It is so hard to call, but it begins right now here in round 1 of Cafe with BDS starting on the defense.
Let's get this party started then, and I think it is going to start with a bang. I think, as I said, these two teams, I'm expecting real explosive play between them. Particularly from BDS. Virtus.pro, as we know, sometimes a little bit sort of more steady of a pace. Lem's just opening up all the windows here, just making it uncomfortable, and I think just signalling the sort of game that we can expect to come here. That's going to be a little tasty window presence from BDS. Shaiko down in Bakery as well on the Soulish. Just going to be looking for those bottom floor drones. Here comes the peak from Ilems. Nobody's going to be pushing that way at the moment, but BDS certainly coming out to start this one with an aggressive opening.
They are, and unsurprisingly, Shaiko's just daring someone to step the wrong way. I'm sure he'll hear the Claymore outside as well and know that they are prepared for him to come charging around, potentially looking in towards windows, just try and force him back towards site, and that's exactly where he has gone away to. One thing I will commend VP for, because we always talk about it when it goes bad here, you're against the Solus and they've only just lost their first drone at the top of red. They've kept every single one of them alive here. Sure, a lot of them outside the building, but it's good to not see teams just throwing drones away, trying to chase down a roamer that realistically you're probably not going to catch.
Oh, it's just going to be opening up that second hatch. That's a lot of the basics done for Virtus.pro. Time is always a factor that we watch for with this team particularly. It's not always been their strongest suit playing against the clock, so something that they need to be aware of. Still plenty of time left for them in this round. They've got themselves established up on the top floor. They need to be thinking about Ilems in Piano so far. He's still on stage. He hasn't been pressured. He's just being allowed to play there, and until they get rid of him, they're going to struggle to continue this push from the red side.
It's this dance really between Likafak and Shepard as well on the white window. Chance of a run out coming on through, and also Lem's right up against the window, but misses the headshot as well. That's a real stinger, and now he's stuck. There are two players, one on either window. He can't really move, but it's a little bit like a stalemate until realistically someone gets on this south window or forces him to move. From red, I think he's being shot.
Alliance is just coming under so much pressure right now, and sure that's going to be it, but no, he manages to come away with a kill, manages to get Joystick even though they know exactly where he is. He somehow managed to wriggle his way in behind the small bar. They're not going to move him here, they know exactly where he is, but VP are just ducking away from the fight a little bit until Pasha manages to find the angle, but look at the time that's been wasted by Alem.
It's so frustrating. It's like playing cat and mouse. It's like Tom and Jerry. You just never see the cat actually catch the mouse until finally he's shut down, but the damage has been done. Got the kill, burnt through a couple of drones, burnt through a solid 60 seconds. Real big play at the very start of this round, and now you might see other members of BDS unleashed to get a bit more mobile, like Shaiko, who has worked his way up white. He finds one, gets traded out by Pasha. In fact, it's a direct trade between the two, but elsewhere the hit's actually coming on through. It's always inside a bathroom. Sees the head but doesn't pull the trigger, finally pulls the shot, doesn't find the man. It's absolute chaos. In comes Shepard as well, gets shot in the back too. BDS have got the shutdown on this one. They've just been too hard to pin down, and they'll find round one.
Lems, I think, doing the majority of the work that's won them that round there, just burning. So I commented on it just before the fight kicked off that they haven't, you know, it was halfway through the round. They hadn't put Lems under any pressure at all to move him out of Piano. And then he just did a fantastic, I think at that point, he's sort of thinking they've left him so long. Had that been earlier in the round, he may well have looked to escape from that position and think, you know, I don't want to leave my team short-handed for so much of the round. But given that we were already at the sort of 1 minute 20 mark, I can think, you know, in his mind he's thinking, you know what, I might as well just firm this. I might as well just stick it and see what I can get. If I can take another 20-30 seconds, you know, we've almost closed out the round. He manages to get Joystick even though they knew exactly where he was, and then burns all the way down to 45 seconds. Great round from Ilems. We saw him a little bit quiet at the start of the day yesterday, really came into his own towards the end of the game, and then he seems to be continuing that trend so far. It's only one round in, but that was impressive play.
It was beautiful stuff, and If we're seeing that kind of team play coming out of BDS, today's conversation could be a very different one compared to their one against M&M yesterday, because yesterday was realistically the Shaiko show. He was, at least with all of us going into map 3, very much on course to break the best of 3 record, but ended up with a pretty quiet game on Skyscraper that saw him falling just short of being able to get there, but still had, what was it, 43 kills or something across the series? Absolutely ludicrous. So today, a big question for me as well was, are we going to see the rest of BDS wake up today and join him in trying to get this victory? Because as we've already said, it means an absolute shed load to this team to get those extra points.
And, you know, what better contribution can we see from everyone than 1 kill each in that first round? So, as you say, that's maybe going to continue. Brede is going to take down one of his own Echo drones that had been captured by the Brava. So, just removing that, it's not the sort of utility you want in enemy hands, realistically. Just a little pressure coming towards Dining and VIP as well. Always just playing onto that double window. Going to head upstairs to try and support Dan. They've got the Ram, so definitely wanting to get in and rip up that mid-floor, but going to have to deal with Likafak and Renshiro before they can.
Absolutely, and it's more than just that. It's also worrying about players that are off around the map like Alems, who can still descend down stairwells and cause absolute chaos if they aren't respecting that he could be around. Right sort of idea. Joystick coming in on the drone here as well, just to make sure he can still walk on through. Gonna take out one of those dread mines here and keep the march on for continuing. Coat checks confirmed to be clear. Bar looks pretty clear as well. They should be in a spot to get some control, but Tim, we all know that doesn't guarantee anything. Shaiko finding Pasha as one dread mine goes unchecked and makes full use of that near sight.
Really, really good stuff from Shaiko, though, just taking his opportunity to get in there and get himself a kill. Renshiro has been cleared out from the main floor, but Alems hasn't on the top floor. He manages to pick up Always, and once again, BDS just keeping themselves in that man advantage. They showed us a great performance on Cafe yesterday, and it's no surprise that they've picked it again. It's a map they're obviously very comfortable on, and so far, with only a minute left to go, Likafak's going to get himself one here if he moves a little bit quicker. Dan doesn't really know which way to go, and there it is. Doesn't manage to trigger the boogie either, so that's going to be no work done for the Ram. Brede with 2 at the end, and that's going to be BDS, a very solid kitchen defense.
Just bullied all around the map there. It really feels Virtus.pro. No matter what they tried to do, whether it was pushing in through front door, they had Shaiko ready to swing off the back of the dread mine. They had vertical control going for them, and VP just looking a little bit a bit slow to come into the game here, a bit slow to deal with problems that get identified, and BDS are just very happy playing in that extra gear, maybe sitting in 4th while you still got Virtus.pro in 2nd, and just picking them off one at a time from every which way possible around the map. It's really good stuff from BDS. I mentioned earlier on about wanting to see a team performance. We're seeing that. Outside of Brede being on 3, if one of those kills went to Renshiro, every player has had their involvement at 2 kills apiece.
Going to be reading room then for the what will likely be not the final defensive site, but the final in the rotation. I would expect to see them then move back through their original choices, BDS, once this site is done. Shaiko is going to be down on the ground floor once again. Top floor will likely be hotly contested as well. We don't have the Ram being brought along by VP this time, but the sledge will be brought by Always, so definitely will be looking for that control above. You can open up all of Cocktail, get really good views down into reading room, force the defenders away, and that's going to give you a lot of what you need to get that diffuser down. But for me, Virtus.pro, there's 2 things they need to do. They need to move a little bit more confident and quickly, i.e. get yourself into the top floor and start that sweep across in a more organised fashion. They also need to be winning the gunfights. They're going to fail to do it again as Alems opens things up onto Pasha.
It's just the aggression coming out from BDS, and not even strictly in taking gunfights. That's definitely helping. Alems finds a 2nd as well. He's literally picking them up for free here and for fun. Decimating one-on-one window, dropping and finding the next, and you've had Shaiko dancing around inside of North Bait to feed information. Also had him now spring his way up red stairs. They're just causing absolute headaches for Virtus.pro all over the shop here.
The peak is going to come from white stairs. Surely Alems thinks about it, but no, dips out. He heard the procs alarm, but I think something just scared him off there. Always is able to move into Cocktail then. Going to be supported by Shepard on the drone and can start opening up the verticals. Out goes the flank drone as well. They've got 2 players dead to watch them. Shaiko, he adds a 3rd to that list, picking up Joystick with a headshot, and this is not looking good for Virtus.pro. They do still have that sledgehammer in hand, which is an important one, but if BDS recognise that Shepard's outside at the minute, there's an opportunity potentially for them to really put pressure on the lone player inside of the map up on top floor.
It is. It's, again, I mean, the start of this round really orchestrated how the rest would play for me. With Elems getting those 2 kills, it's basically a done and dusted round unless you saw some kind of massive comeback from Virtus.pro. A 2v4 though, with a lot of time still to play. Again, it feels largely impossible, but every opportunity they can pull something off here. We've seen what these guys are capable of, and always is going to start things off getting rid of the Demon King himself, Shaiko, taken offline.
A good first kill for Always. 1 minute left to go, so certainly time for Virtus.pro here. He's not going to get any joy down inside of Reading now, as you can see from the silhouettes. BDS have backed themselves away. They're going to pick up Shepard on the cam, so they will know that they've got 2 inside of the map now. And it's kind of just a case of BDS just seem to be holding on for the time being. It's just, you know, let's not overcommit to anything. Let's force Virtus.pro to make a move. Force them to come and win this round, really.
Really going to try to make the site uncomfortable to be inside up here as well, to force them into slightly more uncomfortable positions to be sitting in off the site itself, maybe inside a utility. You can see Breeder getting a little bit of chip damage and runs into the fire there, I think. Down a little bit lower, so they've done a little bit of chip, but it's about now finding kills. Alem's almost managing to find his man in Shepard, but he's largely ignoring Alem's here, just turning back on towards the site as they know this clock is running down and it waits for no one.
Gonna have to go for it here, Always, with an important kill onto Breeder. Can now take the upstairs cover to help the plant go down. Unsuccessful. Just managed in the nick of time. Shepard gets that diffuser down, but it just really doesn't matter as Elems and Leakafak are there to get the job done. A closer round, but still another good one from BDS.
Absolutely that. I mean, yes, very close. They almost managed to pull it back from that 2 versus 4. Just really in the dying few seconds, that's when VP are forced to take action. And it's always going to work against you when you can't do anything except hold down the F key, or the round is done and dusted. Good first quarter coming out from BDS. Now we get to go for the reset and play through those 3 sites again, starting with Bar and Cocktail up on the top floor.
BDS absolutely running away with things at the minute. If this continues, it could be another quick map. I'm thinking back to that second map of Wolves and M&M on Chalet. It was gone in the blink of an eye, and this one is certainly passing us by a rapid pace as well. Elems is going to be going for the same tricks by the looks of things. Open up all the windows, make it difficult to know where to look, where to check. He's had joy in 2 out of 3 rounds so far of picking up that entry kill, and Elems certainly looking like he's hungry for more. 5-1 at the minute. It's absolutely unstoppable here on Cafe.
Yeah, it's really wanting to see a couple more big players. You know, Dan, top player in the series yesterday, 24-12 he sat at. Absolute beast of a performance. We saw it from quite a few of their players. I think even Pashu was sat in the mid-table, had a huge couple of maps as well, coming out absolutely huge, but have been really neutered so far by the side of BDS, who just don't want to let them into the game, and understandably so. Let's see how things change here, though. It is going to be this battle once again around Piano. It's really been Alem's domain so far, making the other side dance to his tune, and I want to see Virtus.pro, at least in the early round, be a little more careful around what they're playing for. You know, they've been very conservative with drones. I've mentioned that a couple of times. This round, maybe a touch less so, but don't be afraid to use them to get that information so you aren't running blind into a firefight, or, in this case, rappelling blind into a firefight, and you can potentially force Alem's away, who, so far, as I've said, has had freedom to do whatever he pleases inside of Piano.
Yeah, the bigger thing for me for Virtus.pro here is get pressure on Elems early. You know, don't leave it too long. As you said, get that information, but act confidently on it and just get in and cause him pressure, because he will move. You know, if he thinks there's still 2 minutes of the round to play, he doesn't want to give away his life for free. But once he gets past that halfway mark, it's easier then to think, you know what, my job's pretty much done. I can just play for a couple of kills here. So I think if they can get that early pressure in, they will see Elems drop back, and it might just change the shape of things. And that's exactly what's happened. Elems has had to drop the hatch. He's moved away. They've opened the wall. This is better from Virtus.pro.
Now the question is, do you go like circling after these players that are playing on this second floor? You know, you've got 2 players there. You've got Alem's, you've got Leakafak, both with C4s in back pocket and ready to go. I don't know if Alem's has used his or if it's pre-placed, but they've already been deployed. So without any pressure coming on the downstairs, these 2 players can do essentially whatever they please. It might not be challenging them on the windows, but it is challenging them just as they get inside the building. And VP could still come unstuck by that.
Choice that's going to be sending the Rotero into the corner there. It's actually going to be shocked out by the bulletproof camera, so will at least be inactive for a short time. We're going to have a little bit of utility taken out there as well as they move in. We're going to have the Thatcher EMPs going off. That's going to allow them to open up bathroom wall. This is better progress from Virtus.pro. They've got themselves a beachhead, they've got themselves established, and they get themselves an opening kill, picking up Renshiro. Tough game for Renshiro so far. Lems. He's battling out on those white stairs. We've got kills going in either direction, but Shepherds picks up a Lems, and that leaves us now in a 2 versus 3 as Brede gets going on site.
He strikes and almost finds another, but they find the shot first. Leaky back coming up from behind here as well. Doesn't know where to look over the top of this balcony. Going to find himself done in there. Does get the trade off. But VP finally get over the finish line just by slowing things down a tickle there, Tim, and playing a bit more structured and controlled. They've really shut down BDS's attempt to disrupt them.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they needed to do. They've got sort of caught up in the maelstrom of BDS's approach to begin with, which is just sort of getting spun round in all directions and not knowing which way is up. But they've come into round 4 there. They've said, right, we know that Ilems is going to be in piano. We know he's going to try and cause a nuisance. Let's get him forced out of there early, which they did. They then didn't go chasing. They didn't go, getting overexcited, thinking they need to rush in and find kills. They just got themselves established inside the map. It's almost a case there of, it's back to that classic Virtus.pro style. Don't worry about what the enemy team are doing. You've got your plan. Just go in and do that. If there is anything where they are directly in your way, then force them out, like they did with the Lems. Their plan then was get into piano, get control, open bathroom, move across, find kills. And it worked fantastically well for them. So I want to see more of that in round 5. Get yourself a plan. You're attacking onto kitchen. We saw them bring the ram along last time. Pasha's brought it along this time. Go in and just get that middle floor control. Start at top, work your way down, force them out, and then use your gadgets.
See how this plays out in round 5, and the continuation for VP. Like they've got the gridlock on side here as well, along with a lot of vertical breach too with the sledge and the ram on side here. The ability with the gridlock, of course, to just completely lock down these stairwells will prevent some of the roaming that we've seen coming out of BDS. Players that are trying to get quite slippy. Players like Shaiko, Lems previously playing that sort of spot. But given the operators on the BDS lineup this time around, I don't think you'll see too much of that. Aruni now, of course, a 1 speed, quite loud, quite slow at getting around the map. Don't expect we'll see too many of them off-site, except for maybe Shaiko, who, understandably, has been a little bit of a demon whenever he's got out and about around the map.
I'd like to see Pasha on the ram potentially using this red stairs window. We've seen it previously. You can get that gadget in there without too much of a risk. You just launch it in through the window, it'll set itself on the floor, and you can rip that whole thing up, which is somewhere that you are going to want to open up anyway. So it can save you a little bit of time, and also then if Pasha loses his life at some point, his work is already done. So, that's maybe something that I'd like to see Virtus.pro thinking about. But for the time being, they've got themselves established, as I asked for, top floor, mid floor, under their control, getting hatch open. Let's see those verticals getting open. There we go. Pasha just watching, wants to take that out at a specific point, so not exposing his team to any unnecessary angles.
The same way Hustle do that with Soundless, they'll let the first one go off just to give them the sight line and then destroy the next, so it's not a hole someone can jump out of, for example. It's not giving them more angles to play with. So completely understandable that you only want certain parts opened up here and able to do a little bit of work. But the vast majority of this floor has been opened up and straight through the rafters. Always finds Leaky Fact, strikes true on towards the warder. Not super ideal if you were playing in towards a bunch of smoke, so there are only 2 in the back pocket of Pasha here that they've got to worry about.
Again, VP just not playing into BDS's game. They have their game plan, they're executing it, and they are not being moved from it, and it's going well for them so far. Alems from the bottom of Brown Stairs, just trying to watch towards white, but he's going to have to dip back towards sight. They need to be very careful here of those verticals that have been opened up. Shep manages to get one. Alems should not have gone back for a second try at that one. Dan has the opportunity to get the diffuser down. Looks like he's going to stick it. It's all up to Renshiro and Shaiko. There's a little bit of information, but they're playing against the verticals now. They've no choice but to be in sight and try to find these. Shaiko picks up one, cannot find a second, as always, is there for the trade and the final kill. VP take a second round after getting that diffuser down, and that was much, much better from them.
I think, again, earlier on I said they were stuck in second gear, BDS were in fourth. You've really seen them start to shift up through them now as well. Those last couple of rounds, VP looked like that immovable object that I mentioned back at the start. And it doesn't matter what kind of effort you see coming out of BDS in these last 2 rounds, VP have just really got things figured out. So to end out the half, we're going to mining and fireplace here. And really, with the choice of sites, you maybe expect BDS to go to one of their primary 2, but no, they're sticking fast and true to those same 3-site rotations. And here, this is a great chance to equalize things at 3 apiece. And I think Virtus.pro will be delighted to have 3 attacking rounds on Cafe.
I'd agree. Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Coming in, I think they're going to feel like they've got a fairly strong chance. But BDS will be very good on the attack of Cafe, make no mistake about it. So, Virtus.pro, this is a very important round for them to win. I think 4-2 half for BDS will lead more than likely to a map win for them. But we will see how that second half goes. So, up on to the top floor setup for a mining hold. So, they're going to, again, be looking to keep hold of this top floor. We saw the damage that Virtus.pro were almost able to do when attacking onto Reading Room. They did manage to get the diffuser down. It was Shepard who planted in that case, but Leakerback and Alems were able to mop that up. So I think from Virtus.pro we'll see more of the same. And again, it's as I've said, get that game plan in mind, stick to it. This is what we're doing. We don't really care what BDS do. We're going to get top floor control, and then we're going to work our way down towards that.
And not forgetting as well, this has largely been without Dan and Joystick's involvement, right? 0-4 and 1-4. I commented earlier on that Dan especially was absolutely huge in their previous series. And even without him showing up to the races, you're still looking at the others on side. You know, even Shepard, bless him, who historically has always been the fall guy, really, for old school Empire. He was the guy running into sight and holding down F and often being C4'd for his troubles. Whereas here, he's getting himself involved in a more flex position and contributing towards the kills. And Always and Pash have really been doing the heavy lifting to get these last 2 rounds on board.
Not got themselves inside of the map yet. Not a major problem. Just means that they're not rushing. They are going to open up that castle barricade, which is going to make it a lot trickier for Alems to keep himself in position here. Going to take a lot of damage from a nade there as well. Will be finished off by the second. It's going to be Always to find that kill. That cigar shop open. And Virtus.pro once again doing a good job. We need to get top floor. We've got this sticking point. How do we solve it? That's how we do it. And they can now move across.
That's it. Still a couple of players to worry about up here on the top floor, but the drones are rolling on through and feeding this information. But be careful of the mirror window here as well. He's got to be quick about this and we'll get away with it. That really is going to force Renshi to back away from this one. Tosses out a C4, but I think as every single player on BDS is experiencing this round, there are just drones everywhere. They're like rats, Tim.
Ranchero is going to manage to pick up one. Doesn't matter that the mirror window has been taken away, but VP commit. Joystick manages to find his second kill of the game, takes him down for the trade. Shaiko finds Always. Shaiko finds Joystick. That's 2 kills for him, and that puts BDS back in the driving seat. Dan just taking a little bit of chip damage, manages to find his man. Levels things up 2 versus 2 now on the man count. 50 seconds left to go. VP have got top floor. They've got a little bit of utility that they can work with as well. Dan just getting a little bit over-eager there, going to run into his own breach in charge.
I did wonder for a second, I was like, I swear you just put a breach in charge there. Oh, he did, yeah, wow, what the hell's going on? Go figure. 2v2 though, still a little bit of time to play with on 30 seconds on the clock, and we've got all the fire, all the smoke, everything still in the back pocket of Shepard. So that can be a really valuable tool, both of them, to help open things up a little bit here, restrict the angles from which they can be challenged. But truthfully, Tim, they have to go now. There are only 20 seconds to play with.
Going to be very difficult here for VP. BDS starting to lock it down, but Brede uncharacteristically misses a few shots. Leakerback has an opportunity though. He finds the first. It's 1v1. 7 seconds left to go. Dan does not have diffuser in hand. He's going to have to find his man. And Leakerback, he's just holding tight. He's just sitting in the corner. He knows he just needs to let that clock tick down. That's what he does. And BDS secure a 4-2 half.
Good stuff. And again, another pretty close round coming out of it. We've seen a couple of those really for both teams where we've seen really dominant rounds, 2 of them for either side. A couple of close rounds coming through, but ultimately it's BDS that come out, as you say, with the 4-2. Now things get interesting because they're attacking into their map pick, and I've commented on it a couple of times. Generally, teams should be very proficient at attacking their own map pick. So I'd hope to see here they've got some really cool ideas in the back pocket. Already we're seeing it a little bit with the potential Carly coming out from Alems. He has picked it up a couple of times throughout the series, and in fact yesterday, if you remember, it was Brede on the Monty marching his way forwards into Bakery, and Alems getting a very comfortable 2 couple of kills on the Carly, just really without having to do much in the round. So a very real threat on this map, and VP have got to respect that.
Absolutely. I mean, you've only got to look at yesterday. 5 successful attacks for BDS on this map. It was 5-1 half when they were on the attack against M&M, who just couldn't keep up. So VP, I'm sure, will likely have poured over that VOD today. They'll be prepped, planned and prepared, but it's not going to be an easy one for them. Virtus.pro said themselves yesterday in the interview, Joystick, you know, we struggled to play against BDS. We've got a little bit of a mental block against the French teams, and, you know, BDS seemed to be a hill that we struggled to get over for a lot of the time. So, you know, they were looking forward to the opportunity to try and practice, to try and, you know, erase that form against this team. But it's not going to get easy here.
It is not. I mean, truthfully, every team struggles against either of these two. Yeah, they are undisputedly the two best teams that we currently have in the European League. That's why they are number 1 and number 2, already guaranteed and locked in their spot to go to the major. And as a reminder again, they are playing here for a difference in points towards SI. Global standings keep on tallying up through the year, and based on your total number of points at the end of the year, the top 20 teams are invited. And just as a reminder, the difference between those two is 150 to 130 points, so not a massive difference there. But as we've already commented on, for BDS, it is potentially a world of difference. They missed out in stage 1 on going to the major, therefore they lost a massive opportunity at getting points and securing their ticket to SI. That 20 points could be all the difference when you come around and looking at all the other teams around the world who are also fighting just to get enough points to get over that threshold.
Well, that's it. It's all relative, isn't it? You know, you look at it and you say 20 points isn't that much, but I tell you now, if you miss out on SI by 10 points, then 20 points is an awful lot. It's all relative to the position. Dan just going to be challenging from pixel spot here, trying to find that man on the window. Not going to have any joy here. It looks like the shield has been cleared out as well by the Carly. We've seen Elem's bringing that operator quite a lot recently. Got a good few kills with the sniper rifle yesterday, and will be looking for more leak effect, just going in, taking down utility for fun at the minute. Joystick unable to really move too much to do anything about that. I think Shaiko just taking a little bit of damage there. I'm not sure what that came in from. Potentially one of those impact nades, I think, just coming through.
Obviously, March has been trying to look for these long-range fights. It was only last round that he was on the other end of this engagement. He was the one sat inside a cocktail being challenged, I believe it was by Always. Ultimately, Shaiko not winning out. And in fact, no, it was Joystick or Dan, but didn't manage to win out in that situation. Here, moving his way down towards Red, sees the cross, but even he can't react that fast, Tim.
Unusual for Shaiko to be behind the pace. He's usually preempted that movement. You know, he's a couple of rounds ago, he knows that Joystick's going to run across that doorway, but will not pick it up here. Lems is trying to get aggressive moving in. Difficult to challenge those angles with the sniper rifle, though. May want to flip to the secondary. Shaiko is going to pick up the opener onto Shepard, and as you said, there's time. Could be a real factor here. Moving into Piano, still a lot of work to do. Shaiko picks up a second. Is this going to be the start of Shaiko's kill frenzy?
Do they know about the freezer play? It looks like Shaiko at least has got an idea here as Renshiro moves in. Shaiko's found his man. Kill frenzy and a half. Tim is onto a 3 in the round, trying to find himself a 4th and a 5th. Has no idea where they are, and Always has dodged everything inside of the smoke. Going to be able to get away with the disruption here, but Shaiko rounds the back, gets the shutdown, finds a 4K in the round, Tim. Oh, we're off to the start of something special for Shaiko here on the attacking side. Only time will tell, but it feels like we just witnessed some magic in that first round.
The thing is, you say, you know, the start of something special, but there comes a point where it's not really special anymore.
Yeah, you know, he's walking 4Ks. I'm bored of seeing Shaiko get 4Ks now. Said no one ever, Tim.
It's not that it's not special for me to watch. It's the fact that it's, you know, it becomes that it's not a special performance from Shaiko. It's just the norm. And that is a terrifying thing. You know, that it is absolutely no surprise whatsoever to watch Shaiko walk through a site and get 4 kills, and to just think this is going to possibly be the start of him just absolutely dominating this half of the game, and he'll just go on and walk through the attack and just win it for BDS.
Whew. Okay. Could very well march them through to this first map win. It is their map pick, but I'd take BDS going into a Clubhouse map. I know, again, Parker said it the other day when he was casting with Fabian, it's the classic don't take Russians to Clubhouse, all that kind of good stuff, but I also don't really fancy taking BDS there at the moment, to be honest with you. We've seen them played a couple of times lately. They are quite a terrifying prospect on it. Dare I say, could almost turn out to be a 2-0 if BDS keep on this current pace.
Well, this is it. I mean, we did see them on there yesterday. It was 7-4 to M&M. BDS just struggled a little bit, particularly on the attack. It was a very strange game. It was sort of all or nothing for both sides. It was, you know, BDS would get 4 rounds in a row, M&M would get 5 rounds in a row, and it just sort of bounced backwards and forwards. It was a little bit of a strange one. So I would expect to see maybe a slightly more consistent performance out of BDS, but it will have to be, because VP will be very very, very good on Clubhouse. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see this go to Oregon, but I wouldn't fancy taking on BDS on Oregon to decide a match, I'll be honest. You know, any of the maps where Shaiko has a spot named after him, which seems to be getting more and more at this point, you know, you've got to worry about that a little bit.
Absolutely. It's just absolute magic when he gets going. And they said we want to see the rest of BDS up alongside him. Likifak having a great day today. I remember there's certain points in history where Likifak has really set the world on fire, really looking very Shaiko-esque, while Shaiko sort of faded into the background at points. Is that a quiet stage overall, I'd wager? Not quite being the standout performer that he's been historically, and I say the man gets put in the dirt. Classic, a bit of cursing going on there. But so far in this series, it's been looking pretty good. 1 for 1 so far, then with 2 minutes still to play. Plenty of opportunity here for BDS to make this happen, but equally for VP to stonewall them.
Ranchiro manages to take down the Solus, but not before a lot of the damage is done. They are down to 5 drones now. Not the end of the world, but you might like a few more, given that there's more than half of the round to go. BDS continuing to work up above now. They've got control up there.
Nice.
But Dan, he's got a well-placed Capcan heading into Freezer. And Ranchiro, it's not going to be picked up on droning, and he's going to get taken down. But here we go again. Shaiko picks up Pasha. He's working from White Stairs.
He said, I didn't break the record yesterday, I can do it today, no problem at all. Finds the one as the watch him on stairs. Dancing around a lot though, it's the mobility that I love, and I spoke about Mowgli earlier, wanting to try and put on his best Shaiko cosplay. It is about that aggression and the constant movement that really keeps the other side guessing as to what's coming. But Shaiko knows sort of when to stop. Mowgli sometimes pushes it a little bit far, but Shaiko just always seems to be right place, right time, and completely unpredictable.
Just going to be waiting on this angle. We've got one either side. Alems always. Alems has to take the initiative here. Always can stand there for the next 45 seconds.
But
no
he knows
problem.
he's there now.
He's going to open up a rotate, but actually dips away from that position. So, as you say, it does give away his location, but he's coming back now. There could be an opportunity for Alems to catch him out. And what a game of cat and mouse we've got here.
Or for always to catch out Alems. You know, the reason why he's watching the flooring is he expects to see the rotate down through that hallway. And why wouldn't he? They step in, great cover from Shaiko above, and always is going to find Alems. That's a stinger, because now they can't play inside of snow. They're forced inside of sight. They're exposed to the verticals. The shot comes on through. How on earth has he found that as Brine was about to complete? Virtus.pro strike with what? A few milliseconds left and managed to convert the round. Another close one for the books, Tim.
Great shot from Shepard there. That's just showing probably about 10 million hours of experience of playing in and around sites for Shepard there, knowing exactly where the angle was through that soft wall.
You know what it is? He's been shot in that angle so many times that he just knows where the default plant is going to be, and he's like, you know what? This is sweet revenge for all those times.
I do not doubt for 1 second that Shepard knew exactly what he was doing and what he was going for there. And as I say, you know, definitely for my money, one of the best site players in all of Siege when it comes to the defense. You know, really does have a great commanding presence on site and showing exactly where they're, just knowing every angle, every corner, every way that he can get that done. Interesting technique from Pasha there. A couple of Capcan traps are on that door, one either side. It's an interesting technique. Obviously, you've got the stack. You can put more than one on a door frame or window frame now, but often they'll all get put on the same side. But I like the idea of one either side, occasionally mixing that up, because, you know, quite often you'll move in, you shoot a Capcan trap off one side of a door, you think, oh, right, that's the trap cleared, and on you go. And it absolutely would not surprise. You're only going to hit them with one of them, but it wouldn't surprise me to see that catch somebody out.
Absolutely, still plenty of chance, and we'll see how things play out then as we go into round number 9. Really needed to see some more explosiveness from BDS, I think, in that last round. I know it came down to being pretty close at the bitter end of things, but it's getting a little bit scrappy in these closer rounds now, and you can see Virtus.pro just crawling their way back on that defensive side. Sure, there's still a couple more rounds to go, and for me, this is that pivotal round. If BDS win this one out, they've got 3 straight chances of figuring this one out. They're going to have to see Virtus.pro rotate through an offsite, and BDS can close it out. Virtus.pro win here. They're within striking distance. They're 1 round shy. And that's when you start feeling a bit nervous as BDS that actually overtime could well be on the way, despite you being up 5-2 just a round or two ago.
Lem's going to start opening up those angles from above. Absolute ages, buckets of time left on the clock. Usually we'd be looking about the halfway mark to be opening that ceiling up above the defenders, but they are way ahead of that marker here, just within the first minute of the round, starting to open up the verticals. Leakerpack going to be giving information back in more than anything. Not too desperate to clear out any utility, I think, but knowing that somebody's playing inside a court check, he saw one at long bar as well. It's going to be some critical information as Renshiro continues to rip up floorboards up above, and you can see now the defenders pretty much completely forced out of sight. That will have been a pre-placed nitro, I think, that goes off below his feet. Doesn't quite get the kill, but it does leave Renshiro looking seriously worse for wear.
It does, but he's still on his feet and still has 2 nades in back pockets. There's still much that he can achieve in this round in helping his team out. Away goes the Warden shield. Good spot to be in. Difference here as well in playstyle, where you have Ride normally sat behind the shield on the smoke. Here, though, it's Dan sat behind the shield on the Warden, so he can't be flashed out. No smoke can block his sight line, and he should be able to find a couple of easy kills if they do come dropping on through. But I imagine at this point, BDS are very aware that he's sat here and know they have to do something about him. That something could be Shaiko as he starts to round the corner, but could also get swung from bar. As you can see, another player sat on front desk.
Yeah, Virtus.pro set up pretty well here. Dan manages to pick up the kill onto Breeder. Going to get himself a second. No, nice. Lem's finding a beautiful reverse angle. That might just take the leash off Shaiko a little bit as well. Out comes the impact nade and takes what little health the Lems has left, though, and that is going to drop the diffuser down in no man's land, and they're going to rue not clearing. VIP, as always, shuts down Shaiko. Leakerfact moving round. He knows there's one at long bar, but he's got to be careful of sight. Misses his shots. Shepard shuts him down with just 1 HP left to his name there, I think. 14 seconds left to go. It's very unlikely that Renshiro picks anything up here.
Absolutely not. I mean, really, in a spot there where VP have just completely stonewalled that approach. I said that they knew they needed to deal really with the player that was inside of VIP, and the attempt at dealing with him was to drop the hatch and try and take the firefight. At first, they looked completely unaware that he was there, and the second one came through. Did manage to get the response, but they just had answers at seemingly every single turn and always had more bodies to throw at the problem. A good defense from Virtus.pro. BDS flagging there towards the end of that round as he looked a little bit stuck. Now, Tim, we find ourselves in that situation I spoke about 2 minutes ago. That 5-4 scoreline, Virtus.pro very much within striking distance. One more round and they guarantee at the very least we get all 12 here on Cafe.
We knew that this was always going to be a close matchup. As we said coming in, there's a lot at stake, you know, one way or another for both of these teams. You know, less technically so for Virtus.pro, but they said themselves, this to them is about beating BDS. It's about, you know, overcoming a bit of a mental block they've got against this team. So there's plenty there for Virtus.pro as well. So no surprise to see them both going absolutely tooth and nail for this one. It is Bar and Cocktail, top floor hold to come out from Virtus.pro now. Much better last couple of defences. I think BDS, you know, you said it, Des, just you wanted to see a bit more explosiveness from them, and I think that's what they struggled with a little bit there. They get, you know, they send 2 down the hatch. Lems gets the kill onto Dan inside of VIP, but always is then able to, on the Legion, move up into VIP and just take that spot back and keep fighting from there. And what I think they need is some real commitment there. As soon as that player is dead and Lems says, right, VIP is clear, somebody needs to go in and be claiming that ground, move through into dining, challenge long bar, prevent everybody moving back through, and then you can play Freezer confidently. And it was just something that they weren't able to do for one reason or another. So we head then into the action phase. 30 seconds in, it's round 10. We haven't had anybody coming together yet. Virtus.pro have certainly been a little bit more sort of cautious when it's come to the peaking. Lems was there every single round it seemed, but Virtus.pro, they've just been a little bit more easygoing.
Just hoping that he's peeking his head up at the wrong point there as well. For Lems, pre-places this shot right. Dan's head is gone from his shoulders, but really they want the shield gone. I think he's just missed it on the gadget as well. He's dying to get rid of the shield, but the challenge from Dan is a bit heavy right now. Has the second one bearing down on him, knows this is a bit risky, and Shaiko really caught in no man's land there. Stood in the open inside of storage once that softball had been blown away, and he's all too easy to pick up.
That's it.
Sorry, not Shaiko.
Shaiko right place, right time, essentially just getting aggressive and moving in. Just going to burn out that laser gate as well so that he can push through directly into Bar and Shiro. Sorry?
I love hearing you say that.
I'm sure you do. You can stop ringing me at 2 in the morning asking me to say it now.
It's my alarm.
Always is going to pick up Shaiko with a beautiful long shot, though, 4 versus 4. And again, this feels maybe like BDS getting that kill, but not being able to take the ground with it, just not being able to push forward. And that's Virtus.pro just being resolute, really. What a flick from Shepard! Sit down, Leaker Fact. Beautiful stuff.
I mean, he was crouched, so basically sat down already there, Tim, moving in nice and slow. And I think Shepard got a good look of his shoulder before he even realised what was going on, or his knee as well. To have the preemptive strike there, essentially going into that gunfight. Now Dan's the one looking in a little bit of hot water, a bit of hot bother. Sure, no wall opened up at this point, but knows that he's going to be getting some pressure coming in from these members of BDS. One nice and close coming in behind him. It is Alems here, round in the corner and finding his man for free. They had zero idea that he crawled his way through Piano and got into such a pivotal position. Now Alems, he can do a lot of damage if he finds the shots, but always does not miss.
I'm just not sure it's the gun to be challenging with on that angle when you've already taken some damage. You're always going to be beaten to the punch on fire rate, and always does exactly that. It's up to Shepard and Joystick now, though, in a 2 versus 2. 13 seconds left to go. They are up above, but the information is there. Shepard is going to be amongst them. 1 versus 1 now. It's Brede versus Joystick. Joystick can play from below. Brede has to go in and look for the kill. The time is going to tick down a fraction of a second short for Brede, as Joystick just about manages to keep himself safe, and that takes us to 5-5. We're getting a minimum of 12.
Whoo! I spoke about it at 5-2, that it could swing back and we would be guaranteed to see all 12 rounds, and that's exactly what we have been gifted. And what a gift it's turning into, Tim. Back and forth this game when it looked like BDS were far out in the lead. Just completely transpires that, no, VP are still very much in the conversation. Really hard to call which way this will go. Would not be shocked at all for us to see overtime, because there's been a couple of close rounds here that realistically, BDS can get one more on the board, and that will send us through to overtime.
I mean, at the minute, I've got to ask the question. Normally, if you said to me, you know, without watching these first 10 rounds, you said, right, it's 5 Ultim, it's BDS on Cafe. Can they get one round to guarantee overtime? I'd say absolutely. Of course they can. It's BDS on Cafe. But you've got to look at the fact that VP have now won 3 rounds in a row. They've done a complete defensive rotation, and they've really been getting into their stride. Like I said, BDS have just not been able to aggress into them. The push into VIP, they were unable to claim the ground. The push across top floor after Shaiko got that opening kill, always 20 seconds later trades it back from Cocktail, and they're unable to take that entire top floor comfortably. Even when they were at a point of trying to think about planting, they still weren't in complete control, and Virtus.pro have done a very, very good job of frustrating BDS here, I think, more than anything. And if they can continue doing that, honestly, I see a world where Virtus.pro get these last 2 rounds and take it 7-5.
Cool. Well, just as a quick refresher for those maybe who have just tuned in a little bit late, welcome. We are into our second best of the 3 of the day between BDS and Virtus.pro. It sits at 5-5 on BDS's map pick, with Virtus.pro on the defensive side of Cafe. We have just had a quick crash out there, so we reloading back into the game in just a second. But at this point, it is so hard to separate who are currently the 2 best teams that we have got here in the European League. And we just don't know which way it's going to go. It's so difficult to call. What I am enjoying, though, Tim, during this break, is seeing Leaky Fact's expressions. He still looks pretty full of beans, despite maybe his performance yesterday maybe not being up to scratch. Today, he's having a much better time of things.
I always love to watch Renshiro as well during the games, particularly. We've commented on it before, but he's like, you know, he's obviously like a really quiet guy. Is Renshiro, really nice guy, and he very much looks like that. You know, during the tactical timeouts, everything else. I tell you what, you win a game though, you win a big round, and you keep an eye on Renshiro. He goes absolutely wild. It's like 0 to 100. I love it.
Whew. Back into things in just a minute, so bear with us. For now, you can enjoy, as we said, staring at the faces of these players. What I loved yesterday was, the thing I commented on it at the time was Shaiko spoke English in chat, and I was just like, well, that never happens. Normally extremely quiet as a character, you know, he's not the kind of guy you'd see giving interviews, for example, but was having a little bit of banter with Eminem, who were target banning him every single game. We saw the Iana bans coming through, we saw Legion target bans coming at him. It still didn't stop him dropping 43 kills, so it just goes to show, doesn't matter what you ban against him, he's still going to pop off.
Looks like we've got 9 players back now. Joystick Wander's back into the room to join us for our 10th. I think we're probably in a position of just loading back in by the looks of things, guessing, you know, from expressions and from what players are doing and how they're positioning themselves. So I think we'll be getting back underway very, very soon. As a reminder for anybody that's joined, we are on Cafe. This is map 1 of our grand final here in EU. You may be forgiven for thinking, well, you know, they're just playing for seeding at the major. Both teams have qualified, but there is a lot more on the line than that. BDS missing out on that major in stage 1 has left them with a big deficit when it comes to SI points. So of course there are more SI points to be gained by getting the top spot, by winning this game. Not by a huge amount, but anything, any extra bit that BDS can get at the minute is going to help them to try and get themselves into the SI come February, which is of course you know, the goal for all of these teams, as well as that Atlanta major that they've already made. So there is plenty to play for here, and it looks, I think, like we're going to be getting underway very, very shortly to see who comes out on top. But it is 5-5 at the minute in map 1. VP taking 3 rounds in a row from 5-2 down to bring things back to a level pegging, and they look very, very good for it as well.
They do, and it's probably worth also highlighting that previous game that we had today, because that was equally very, very fun. Wolves, you know, really stomping their way past. If you enjoy watching throws, then my God, is Oregon the map you need to go and watch.
It was entertaining.
Eminem throwing a 4v1, a 2v1, and a 3v1, I want to say. Just not the kind of stuff you want to see in Oregon. And then on Chalet, they absolutely breeze their way past Eminem. And it's not to say that Eminem are now out. They've got the LCQs to fight their way through. But I know, like on the desk, they were saying realistically, Eminem can beat every single team in that tournament. I just feel it's so risky to write off a bunch of tier 3 or tier 2 teams who have just really got a point to prove and a lot of evidence they can, you know, look back over like previous games that Eminem have played on stream and see how they approach things and really find an answer to that.
Absolutely. The thing as well, it's interesting the maps that we're getting brought to as well. I think Fresh commented it, you know, the pre-game. There's maps now that are sort of being kept on the back burner. Obviously, eyes do head towards those major games that are going to be coming up very soon. I do have game sound in my ears. I'm not sure if you do, but I do.
Indeed.
By you, I meant you at home rather than Des. I knew that Des would, given that we have the same sounds in our ears. But
I just thought you really cared about me then, Tim, but thanks for that.
No, I didn't. Don't you worry about that. We're going to be getting back into game. It's 5-5. We're going to see all 12. Virtus.pro on the defense, and they will be taking us to Reading Room for round 11.
Indeed, we are. See how things play out down here. Expect to see VP heading upstairs as well and getting some things set up. Bulletproof cam dropped down behind the table here. Quite a cheeky spot to be in, actually, as well. Broken behind the chair. Debris from, well, players often disappears, and client-side debris will disappear, but apparently destroyed things on the floor. Maybe not. Still might see quite a bit of information with that Bulletproof down on that second floor. Otherwise, it is going to be this move onto the top floor, as I commented a second ago. Getting themselves set up here. A few reinforcements, a few rotations opened up, all with that goal of just slowing BDS down, who you assume will start around Red Hatch in terms of taking control of Piano and things like that. But even with a few holes coming in below, it feels like VP want to be challenging around Train as well. So basically controlling the entirety of the second floor and the third floor here, making BDS fight for every single inch of this map in exactly the same fashion that BDS did back in the first half.
Dan just scurrying away there as bullets ricocheted off the window frame around him. He was thinking about a little peek out of there. It was something that I commented Virtus.pro haven't really committed to too heavily, but that shows exactly why BDS switched on to the danger and having absolutely none of it. Shaiko has been able to get into the map quite quickly here and is going to be heading straight up Red Staircase. That could put him in a funny position, really, because it's the sort of position as Virtus.pro you might not expect him to be so quickly. And if he just holds down that double door, maybe moves himself up and gets a little bit aggressive so he can hold into the actual corridor, he could well pick himself up a freebie as somebody rotates.
Ooh.
I mean, Bride has been sat on drones this whole time as well, just helping Shaiko get through the ground floor. He was checking out kitchen while Shaiko was pushing his way up towards red. And then Shaiko paused halfway up so Bride could then figure out what was going on inside a train, and he lost his drone to Always. So now Shaiko is aware, albeit a little bit blind. They also had a little bit of assistance from Alems playing on the Dekabi as well. But at this point, they know loosely what's going on. Now they've just got to try and figure this player out who's inside of train, remove him, which is why you've now got a couple of players working in, and there he is found out. Alems on the window. Great bit of team play again from BDS.
Yep, fantastic stuff. Alems taking out Always for the opener. Gives BDS a little advantage, but Virtus.pro certainly haven't been scared at playing from man disadvantage so far. They do still have vertical superiority to Virtus.pro, so they can use that to defend the site as well. As we saw previously when BDS attacked this site, they did want to look for that top floor clearance. It seems like they're not really worrying about it too much this time, and maybe going a little bit more directly towards site with a minute left to go.
As they should be as well, yeah. Still a bit of time to play with here. They've already found themselves the entry. They can start moving with a little bit more fluidity, a little bit more aggression, and really now they've got this downstairs control. Although they're right next to the site, they're still really turning their attention skywards and looking for those players that undoubtedly are going to be sat above trying to play on those vertical angles. So that's the point they've sort of left shy a little bit, is worrying about upstairs, but they're saying, well, who cares about upstairs? We can nade it from below.
Shaiko will do exactly that. Now, a little bit unfortunate there. The Selma charge has just left a bar across, which could make it difficult. They can't move in through that position now, or not with ease at least. Shepard does manage to find Shaiko. Big kill for Virtus.pro. 24 seconds left to go, and the clock becomes a really important factor at this point because BDS are not in a position to plant, and they may have to start rushing in. Pasha goes for a little challenge on Dodolo. Needs to be more careful than that as Alems manages to find a great headshot, and that honestly could be the difference maker in the round here. It's going to give them access to potentially put the diffuser down. 5 seconds left to go. Bride is doing exactly that. Virtus.pro not in a position to be able to hold them off from above here, and it's now up to the retake.
They really had to be more aggressive on the retake upstairs. They wanted to play the verticals, but just didn't have enough time to commit to get the control they needed. But now Virtus.pro have got to battle their way back in. 2 versus 4. BDS in full control. They've played this round out so well from start to finish. Not engaging directly on the top floor, but playing from below with nades and just playing around the vertical holes that have been opened up. It's absolutely beautiful stuff, and VP just looked completely caught blind by it, essentially. 2 quick kills come back in. He's got to find the rest, but no idea about Bride to the left. And BDS, 6-5, map point.
Much better round from BDS there. You just feel like that technical pause maybe doing them a bit of a favour, just giving them an opportunity to get inside the thoughts a little bit and, you know, figure out for themselves what's gone wrong and, you know, just apply a different tack coming back. And that's exactly what they've done. BDS, a better round there, 6-5, and you sort of feel like maybe that's just put them back on course. There was a point where Virtus.pro had strung 3 rounds together and BDS were really on the back foot, and had it just carried on straight through, you look at that and think there's maybe an opportunity for Virtus.pro to close it out, but BDS certainly looking back to their best attacks there. It was clinical, really. As you say, just not really worrying about that top floor. If Virtus.pro are going to hold on to the top floor, that's great, but they have to be in a position to deny that plan. Otherwise, there's no point holding the top floor. They didn't stop BDS getting into sight from there. They didn't stop them putting the diffuser down from there. So at that point, BDS had made completely the right call. That gamble of saying, nah, don't worry about top floor, just playing towards sight, has paid off, because what did Virtus.pro do with it, really?
Yeah, real mastermind there from BDS to get it over the line, but now we're down inside of the kitchen, and BDS, they really struggled attacking this site last time. They had a player dropping blind in towards Freezer, who was sprayed down by Dan inside of VIP. Shaiko got domed as well. Sure, the second player coming in through the Freezer drop did get rid of Dan, but was quickly dealt with as well. So BDS have got to change up their tune a little bit here, and I feel like they've done just that. Look at who's coming along to the party. It's Bride on the Monty. We saw a lot of this yesterday, and it was extremely effective.
Yeah, I think you want to get a round over the line. You want to get a game finished when it's been tough and you're in round 12. Bring along the Monty at the minute at least. It's certainly proving effective for a number of teams, and we know how good Bride can be on those shields. So for the time being, Renshiro is going to be into the top floor. It's going to be a complete map clearance then for BDS. I would imagine the Monty will likely play one of 2 places. I was just going to say at the bottom of White Stairs, looking for a push in through Freezer or in through Bakery, but given that they're going for the top floor and the entire map clearance, less likely that BDS will be pushing into Bakery. Faker, it looks like it's going to be a lot of attention towards Freezer.
It does indeed. I mean, why wouldn't you? You want to keep it short and sweet when you're playing in with the Monty. Keep it nice and close to the site itself. Normally Bakery's the go-to, but as you acknowledge, it's coming in towards that Freezer side. Getting this on the wall here opens up mainly a hole downstairs. As you can see, the explosion carries on through, and it's just like putting it on the ground. Gives you a lovely angle through, and from here, they can play directly in towards Freezer, or can play through to that doorway that rotates in between the two sites. So LM's making use of the breaching charges here to make sure they've got all the angles they need, whilst BD gets to work preparing for the drop. And I think this is a great read, because realistically, Legion is the main thing here that can slow them down. Staring against a shield, if he drops in first, Dan's going to have absolutely zero effect. No C4, for example, to toss. No smoke on side. It's a really good read from BDS, and it could be what makes the difference.
That's unfortunate. Great play from Leakafak, enabled that nade to find its way in towards the shield, but it didn't bounce back far enough off the wall, I don't think. And it's just left that shield still intact. Shaiko, no more explosives to be able to deal with that utility. So it's once again going to be difficult for BDS to clear out VIP. This might not be over yet.
Shaiko's been here for so long. He's so patient as well, just waiting for the team play to start happening, and here can we go. Bride's inside of sight. He can feed the information as they all come scattering back in. He's a little bit isolated here is the problem, though. He could be in a world of danger, and danger he is in. A 3v2 making a 2v2 as Shepard hits the deck. It's Dan inside of VIP, and always currently set elsewhere around the map, potentially looking to do some work inside of sites itself.
Just no aggression possible from Shaiko here. You can see he's had to relocate to try and get something going from the hatch, and again it's that failure to deal with VIP that has cost BDS here. Renshiro's going to drop the hatch. Challengers coming from the same position once again. Dan is now free to move back into sight to help his teammate if he wishes, but always has got the read here. He knows where the push is coming from, can't do anything about it, but nor can Renshiro. Dan keeps himself alive. VP take the round, and we're going to overtime, Des.
Oh, been waiting to hear that one today, Tim, and yesterday, really. Indeed, we are. Again, so hard to separate these two teams with how close it's been, and I can't really call which way it goes here in the second half. Sure, BDS starting on the defensive side, you look at and say maybe, but we've seen attacks also come off absolutely wonderfully for Virtus.pro when they haven't played into the really aggressive game coming out from BDS. They sit back a little bit, they let BDS work their shenanigans, they slowly massage and corral them back in towards the site, and that is how VP have come out on top.
Well, this is it. You know, they figured that out in round 4, essentially. They did the first 3 rounds, as I sort of described it at the time, Virtus.pro got caught up in this maelstrom of BDS aggression. But they figured it out come round 4 and just got themselves playing their own game. And as soon as they did that, they won 2 out of 3 rounds on the attack. So this might not be as clear-cut as it looks. You know, putting BDS back on the defense, yes, they won that half 4-2, but Virtus.pro certainly finished stronger than they started on the attack. So there's a real chance for them here. They're going to be attacking onto top floor. They know that Elems is likely going to play inside of Piano again, I think. If that's exactly where he is at the minute on stage. Not likely to play as aggressively because he was a focus for Virtus.pro to deal with last time.
He was, and he's had his fun, I think, today, and now VP will be very conscious of the sort of game that he's trying to play. So I am with you. I think changing that play style a little bit, still being aggressive, but a little more passive is definitely the way to go. Still be wasting time, still be looking to pick off drones, for example, no doubt with the assistance of Shaiko on the Solus that we've seen for the majority of this map. And in fact, really overall, the comp is very mobile from BDS. Maybe they do want to stay aggressive. Shaiko almost finding his man. Just sees Pasha playing off onto the other side, but now knows that he's got no chance of getting that. Claymore is down outside that window.
Again, shots exchanged, but no damage will be done at this point. A little bit tentative, as always the case when you get in towards overtime. Neither team wants to lose it as much as they want to win it, and it just puts you sometimes in this little bit of a position of flux, waiting for somebody to make the move. Pasha on that rappel tries to get the drone in. We'll get little information other than it was shot from somewhere inside of Piano, probably Pixel, but it really doesn't help too much, so Dan needs to double up and get a drone in there just to try and get the read. Leakafak playing underneath, as he has done throughout, really, on this site, supported by Shaiko, and that's something Virtus.pro may need to deal with.
Waiting for the alley-oop onto the window, maybe, as soon as someone comes on to play it. Not a bad spot to be in. The VP have been all over the drones so far in this round, just really looking to sniff out what's going on. Still got a couple more Roteros to work with as well. more here for the information gain than anything else, I'd imagine. They know, of course, there's going to be a player sat back towards Cocktail, just blowing up the desk as well, so no one can easily play in behind that, and that will force Renshiro down towards the south, and arguably a little bit closer towards this window. That is why BDS are ready and waiting with that C4, though, to use when they need.
Coming in towards the real meat of the round at this point. Final minute we find ourselves in, still 5 versus 5. Nobody been able to break the deadlock, but that suits BDS down to the ground. The longer that they can keep everybody alive, the better. Renshiro just waiting for that push to come through. Cigar manages to avoid the nade that was sent in from Heaven Window, keeps his feet planted, but Dan manages to find the kill onto him, just looking for that angle. Brede finds Pasha. This is where it starts. Dan does get slowed down by a goo mine there. 30 seconds left to go. Virtus.pro need to get moving, and they need to be aware of the flank that's coming up White Stairs.
That's the thing, there's just so many chances to stab them in the back a little bit here. Dan's done a good bit of work, but Brede was tucked inside. A Lumber is now managing to move himself. You've got a Lems coming up to do some damage at the same time. Sure, not Lems, sorry, Leakafak as well, sorry, trying to rotate his way at White. Bit of a team kill coming in, not ideal. Can still be done, but no, Joystick finds his man. Now they move up on towards match point with a great close to the round. All really enabled by Dan inside a bathroom, finding 2 big long-range kills.
You feel like VP are going to be ecstatic if they can take Cafe here away from BDS. It's a map that BDS are so well known on, are so good on, and Virtus.pro, you know, as we said, openly coming into this saying, we want to beat BDS. We've got a bit of an axe to grind, really. You know, we need to be overcoming this problem that we've had against that team. So going in and taking one of their maps away from them before going to Clubhouse is going to be big. But we did have the click of the timeout request there. I think it was maybe just made a little bit late. So we will play on for the time being. I think it was probably just beyond the time that it could be requested. So down to kitchen we go. BDS on the attack.
Yes, got to figure this one out from here. We'll find out in just a moment. I think there's going to be a rehost coming in, though, so they do still get that tactical timeout, and then we'll be able to get back into things. I mean, understandably, BDS want this chance here to have the conversation. They're left with no more lives, no overtime, no extra rounds they can give away here. And not forgetting, Tim, about 20 minutes ago, we were talking about the 5-2 scoreline and just saying, at this point, you know, this next round really is going to be the difference maker. And sure enough, VP just ground their way back in. 3 rounds back-to-back, brought us to 5-5, and now look at where we stand.
BDS, of course, as we've said, wanting to get this win because every position that they move up, so by winning this and coming first overall in EUL, they get more SI points. This is all about SI qualification for them in February. They're already going to the Atlanta Major. Any seeding, that may be gained, yep, I'm sure that's fantastic as well coming into the tournament. But having missed Copenhagen in Stage 1, BDS really do need to be locking in every single point that they can grab a hold of. So it is a very, very important round for them coming up. There's been some serious discussion there. We saw it straight away at the beginning of this TAC timeout, and they're going to be hoping that they can turn things around.
Absolutely. And sure enough, we'll have that TAC timeout in just a moment once we get back into things. For now, I imagine during this downtime, not so much allowed, but we'll be back into things in just a moment. Everyone's run away. Poor Joystick left pretty much all by himself.
He'll be okay. He'll be okay.
Contemplating life there.
The rest of Virtus.pro just coming back in now. Obviously at boot camp and all able to play together, which we do see. We sort of see differing results from. Occasionally we do see the teams do this and they have that opportunity, and sometimes it's a huge positive for the teams. I think Virtus.pro have been playing very well under those conditions, but sometimes it doesn't always have that it doesn't translate to such a big advantage. But right now it's not really making too much of a difference overall in terms of the scoreline. It's 7-6. There's absolutely nothing to separate these two teams. It's been close throughout. BDS did get themselves a decent lead built up, but Virtus.pro were able to rein them back in pretty quickly to 5-5, and then we saw ourselves go through to overtime. 7-6 it stands at the minute, so when we load back in after this timeout, we will have Virtus.pro taking to the defence, and they will have a map point opportunity.
It will. It's been, as we've said a couple of times, just a real back and forth affair. And what I've enjoyed about today, I think largely across both series, is the
way teams have just figured each other out the longer it's gone on. We saw it a little bit between Wolves and M&M, where they were just adapting a little bit to the way they were playing, where M&M were kind of pushing into Wolves as Wolves were getting ready for an execute, because they knew that Wolves' playstyle was to be kind of very slow and ready for the early parts of the round. Not necessarily slow, pretty quick at getting themselves in spot, but then all executing at the same time and causing chaos, so they're trying to aggress into them. Wolves responded to that by being a little more passive, really, and not feeding anything to M&M or giving them a chance. And just that constant evolution in that series was fun to see. In this one, it's felt very, very similar, where they've just changed small things across the rounds where certain players are playing. They've tried to be a bit cheeky by playing from below on the attacking side, for example, BDS. There's just always been a new problem to solve in each round. And seeing the kind of strategical back and forth, for me, is one of my favorite parts of Siege. All the small things that change across rounds is what keeps it really fresh and fun.
Almost there then. We're heading back in any second. We have had a scoreboard reset. Don't worry, we haven't joined at round one. It is 7-6, but we've had a couple of rehosts along the way, and that does generally result in the scoreboard being reset, depending on exactly how it's done and whether the lobby is remade or not. But we will be heading down to Kitchen. We saw Virtus.pro aiming to defend down there before we skipped out to the rehost, so they will continue down there. We've got the Echo on side for Shepherd. I mention that now because maybe it won't be the case, but we've seen yokai drones win rounds and win games in this site more times than I care to remember, and I've just got a little feeling that yokai, or both of them, could be quite impactful in this round. So certainly keep your eye on that at home.
Alrighty, here we go. The number of rounds that we've seen ruined by yokai drones on the attacking side. It could be the heartbreaker in just 3 minutes' time, as you say. Let's see when it comes down to it. For me, looking on towards the attacking side of things, again, our reminder has always been the VIP. What have BDS brought this time round? Not a Monty. Instead, it's going to be a Capitao. The battle, Tim, is it's a Warden. By design, literally there to counter smokes and flashes. So bringing along a smoke here necessarily not going to be the right thing for them. If they can get the fire into the right place, different conversation. But it does mean getting Bride into a spot where he's somewhat exposed to Dan to be able to hit that kind of shot. So let's keep a really close eye on that again. That, for me, is going to be the difference maker.
Droning is coming in. BDS with a reasonably careful approach here, just pinging out utility and just making sure everything's clear before they move in. Don't want to give anything away too easily, but definitely looking to deal with VIP. Dan is in position to hold that off. You said it's a battle to watch out for. It's something that they've not been able to do so far. So close for Dan. Doesn't quite find his man, but will continue trying. The thing is, they've continually tried to push this position from the bottom of White Stairs. It hasn't worked, so I like that BDS are trying something different, but I think they're realising now that they're playing in towards a Warden, and the flashes are making no difference. Always picks up one, Dan picks up another. It's 5 versus 3.
It's not that they haven't tried to aggress on that side, but every single round, Virtus.pro has stuck one player on front desk and one on bar to support Dan specifically. But here, Dan's defending himself for all intents and purposes as a run-out comes on through as well. Shaiko going low. It looks like it's going from bad to worse. Shaiko at least slowly starting to pull it back, but even he can't deal with the rounding coming in from Basha. Renshiro in a good spot. Put down, I believe, by a Goomine there off the back of it as well. Bride is all that stands between Virtus.pro and a map 1. They take Cafe. They take BDS's map pick, and they take the advantage going into Clubhouse.
What a message that's been sent ahead of that second map from Virtus.pro there. They were 5-2 down at a point. BDS building themselves up a great lead, but Virtus.pro showing great resilience to get themselves back into it, take us to overtime, and then close it out inside 2 rounds. 8-6, and what a performance, taking them onto the second map of Clubhouse. This could be done quickly if BDS don't wake up.
It could, but it was the fact that it went to overtime still. This could have been a different conversation we're having right now if a couple of rounds had gone differently. I don't think BDS is strictly out of this yet, but the critical error in that map, we spoke about it in that last round. Dan inside of VIP, completely unshakable on that downstairs defense.
Absolutely, just would not be moved in VIP. Like you say, they tried something different. They tried, and I like that. I like that they tried to come from dining window instead, but it still just wasn't the answer. And teams that are going up against Virtus.pro and Cafe, if I were you, I'd be looking for an answer to Dan in VIP.
and it will be an absolute headache to do regardless of the way that you look at it. Anyway, that is the map done and dusted. Let's go to a break. When we come back, the desk will break it down ahead of Clubhouse.
Map 1 of our R6 EUL Stage 2 Grand Final is in the books. And it was, of course, Cafe, BDS's map, VP take it, Fabian, three-time world champion. It was very back and forth.
It was very back and forth, and I could not call whichever way that map was going to go. It's just so good to see those two teams go up against each other, because we're really looking at the top of the top, and we're looking at two teams just battling it out. I mean, at one point it's 5-2 to BDS, and it's like, it looks pretty rough here for Virtus.pro, and then they just come back and just string up round after round after round. It's such a good game, this.
It is, and it's the exact sort of game you want to see between the top two teams in a grand final such as this. VP on attack, they recovered well, right?
They did. They were struggling a bit. BDS were really aggressive to begin with. They got a lot of kills for it. Virtus.pro then countered that with slowing down, not giving away these freebies, and things started working out for them. So it's a bit of a struggle, but they recovered well.
How impressive is it to see a team, you know, when you're going up against BDS, who looks like when it was 5-2, were on fire, to then kick back, take it to overtime, and then show the extra piece of resilience that you need to show in overtime to clutch up?
You know, with Virtus.pro, I'm not even surprised anymore because they can just keep going down in these number disadvantages and then somehow just mentally recover like it's nothing. Whenever I see a game and it's 5-2, I'm like, okay, well, this is probably going to keep rolling the same way. Virtus.pro have a tendency to just continuously come back on those games and not give a single care in the world that they're looking at losing.
Yeah.
It's like they don't know what pressure is. They don't feel it.
Speaking of not feeling pressure, Shaiko, once again, despite not getting the job done as a team, another strong performance from him.
You know,
as expected.
Yeah, he's performing well, but not only that. I also think that the rest of BDS have actually stepped up. Like we saw last time they played on Skyscraper, they had better of a team effort, not only reliant on Shaiko. Shaiko now had a good map, but other players also stepped up. There was nobody who was falling behind in the same amount as they were previously. And that's really good to see. So, as we say, okay, BDS just lost the map. I'm still praising them because they're doing improvements. And that goes to show how good those two teams are.
And it sort of says that we can expect even more from this series, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that, yeah, sure, now Virtus.pro wins BDS's map pick, but it wouldn't surprise me if BDS wins Virtus.pro's map pick. Could go either way, that one.
Well, VP's map pick is Clubhouse. And last time out, they put on a really strong performance. I mean, I want to take a look with Fresh at their team play and use of newer operators over at the Telestrator. Freshy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. So, we're at the Telestrator, and we're going to be looking at a Clubhouse CCTV attack. Now, for anybody that's watched Rainbow Six Siege for a long amount of time, they will know, and they will have been told a long time by commentators, casters, players, coaches, Clubhouse is a checklist map. I've wrote a checklist for a CCTV attack. It's in blue, so I'm sorry it's a bit clashy. But 1, get the garage breach. 2, get the CCTV breach. 3, once you've got both of those, you take garage. And then number 4, you plant CCTV. What I'm going to show you today in this illustration is how well VP do this with the teamwork. So let's just clear that off there. We're going to see them straight away go up with the Capital, use the hard breach gadget, and get the garage breach going off. And now, the one reason that you take the top right of that right-hand panel on the garage wall is so you can get an angle all the way through that breach, all the way up to the garage window for the player that's playing inside of garage. They're then going to go and breach the CCTV wall with the thermite. And the reason that you do that is once it's open, you've got a nice long line of sight all the way to garage 90 from the catwalk, and you can hold anybody swinging. Finally, you then need to facilitate your entrance into garage. Now, notice that this has been done with a sledge. The wall was left soft. VP do that. Checklist, 1, 2, 3. They're into garage. Now, here's the bit that I like about VP, because we talk about them playing an old meta. The one thing that I absolutely love about Virtus.pro, they might be playing an old meta, but the teamwork still happens, and they're playing a new operator. The Grim is on the board. You can see it. Danny's playing it down here, and you can see he uses the Grim gadgets to detect the Frost that's playing inside of the catwalk. So the Frost is now being held from the breach to 90. From the breach, oh my god, I've clicked it. Doesn't matter. From the breach all the way to the catwalk has been grimmed, has been highlighted. The Capital Fire comes in, and then the nade comes in from below, all within about 4 seconds of each other. This Frost can do absolutely nothing. Zilch. The Frost just has to accept her fate. VP, they've taken garage within 1 minute and 12 seconds, and it sets them up for success. And that's underpinned by their fundamentals, by their teamwork. And that is why they're so good, but particularly at this map, because it is the checklist map.
Fresh, come over here, because what you've just said suggests, and we have to be really brief here because the game is ready, that you see VP taking this map.
Oh, no. No, BDS can come back. I still believe in them. I still predicted them. I curse them. I'm not cursing.
We want 3 maps.
Sure, I think Virtus.pro will win this one because I just think that they're that good. So I have my expectation on them. Like, it's not just that they're that good, but it's just that they're showing the basics are so strong. It doesn't matter what map, it doesn't matter what opponent. They keep doing their basics, and Fresh showed it here. This is actually probably the most basic way of attacking this bomb site, and they're doing it flawlessly. And it continuously is flawless when they're doing things. And then when they're struggling, they seem to have the answers to it. Just look at the last map. They slow down, sorted their attacks. That's their answer. They know everything.
Let's get in this. I'm ready for this, all right? Should we do this? We're going to Clubhouse. Are we going to get 3 maps? Please give it to us. Ace, Des, lead us in.
Thank you very much once again, Ian. At this point, it's so hard to call. Both teams, as we've seen at multiple points on this map, are fantastic. Yes, BDS, they struggled a little bit yesterday, but they had that superhero in Shaiko absolutely popping off. And if Cafe's anything to go by, we are seeing other members of the team stir and wake up from their slumber today and really get involved. So for me, Tim, although we've seen some brilliant set plays, as beautifully shown by Fresh, I think it's just so hard to call. This could go to 3, it could be over in 2. I just don't know.
I think I'm with Fabian on this one. We said in the break, we had a quick chat about it. I said I like Virtus.pro coming into this. They've picked their map. This is their choice. BDS lost this to M&M yesterday, day before. I forget now. Week goes so quick, it was yesterday. They lost this 7-4. They didn't look great on there. You've said yourself, it came down to Shaiko, doing Shaiko things. And if that doesn't happen here, I'm a little bit concerned about exactly what BDS will bring to the table. It is a good thing for them that they've started on defense. I will give them that as a point in their credit. They really struggled on the attack. They failed to win a single attack against M&M, but it puts added pressure on that defense. For me, a 4-2 half is an absolute minimum for BDS here, whilst Virtus.pro are on the attack. 3-3 is not going to cut it, because Virtus.pro, I think, are going to take them apart when they get on the defense. So we will see how it plays out. Pretty standard bans: Maverick, Ying, Azami, Kaid.
My only real comments on yesterday as well, I know that BDS couldn't get an attacking round to save their lives, but when you've only really got one player showing up, there's too much to do on like a basement hit, for example, or even like a gym bedroom hit for one player to be able to drag you through. So I'm not too surprised they didn't walk away with anything, whereas on defense, it can be a little bit easier. Sit and hold an angle, let a team lose themselves, whatever it might be. So for me, at least, this could be a very different story today. You did touch on those bans a second ago. The Maverick one coming out was an interesting one. We saw this used in the series actually yesterday a few times, just to help get walls open that little bit quicker, not just on Club, but also through towards Sky as well. So I think it being taken away will just mean things like this East breach that normally are guaranteed to be open if Maverick is taken away, means they may be able to stay closed a little bit longer with players like Leakafat picking up the Bandit, looking to trick them out, and that's why VP are still going to likely show that respect and look towards that just sometimes throughout this game. Here, they're actually not going to pick it, they're going to swap away for it. That could yet come back to bite them, Tim.
Gym and bedroom is going to be the first defensive site then for BDS. Lower garage being reinforced would suggest there's going to be a presence out there. It's Alems on small steps at the minute. May well move himself up to catwalk and try to hold on from there as well, but certainly getting aggressive. Nitro comes out. Don't get carried away. It's a Gemini
away for half a second, look back, and I'm like, no.
Gemini clone will get taken out by the Nitro, but no further damage is done.
Whew, okay. Momentary excitement subdued. Onwards we press. Alems looking to aggress towards Garage. 3 players all squaring up around here as well and looking to get involved, really give him a run for his money. Starting their way on this East breach as well. Tricked away. Reminder, by the way, that we aren't actually defending this site. This is just a lot of time wasting coming out from BDS, trying to take away as much utility as possible. And to some sense, they're just going to abandon it here and say, look, if they want to hold onto this wall, they can do just that. Whatever. Now might finally work their way through. Note, because there's a jammer on the wall as well. This is a real headache to get through without that Maverick.
It's a real good combination. If you're trying to bandit trick at home in your ranked games, get a mute alongside with your team. Because, of course, you get that warning quite often that something's being placed because it gets jammed out to begin with unless they place it off to one corner. So it can work really well. As you say, BDS did get the opener onto Always, but Joystick is able to take out Alems, and that's going to give them access into Garage, which is going to change the defense now. They're going to have to start dipping back into cash, into construction, but look at the clock. 1 minute 20 remaining is where we're headed, and that's a lot of time wasted by Virtus.pro so far in this attack.
It is, and for the fact that they've gone for a 1-for-1 and they found Always initially to begin with is a real good going for them, to have wasted this much time. Whether it's the tricking out towards that east side, whether it's falling back at the right sort of time as well. Sure, Leaky Fat narrowly got away with his life as well. You could hear or just see the hair being shot out from the left side as his head there as the shot narrowly just run past him. But VP still with a bit of time to play with here have got the ability now to control that south balcony because they control Cash and CC out towards the east. But there's still a little bit of setup work work to do here. Joystick, for example, on the Iana, a couple of nades in back pocket, another Rotero to go. There's still things to work their way through here, and I do think it might come down to a big pinch. Speaking of, Shaiko that somehow snakes his way in and gets knifed out by Joystick on the entry exit. Absolutely beautiful. 3 for 3 then between the two with only 30 seconds to play. Looking a bit ropey for VP.
Yeah, it is. You've got to like BDS for this defense at the minute. The nades are going to start raining in, though, going towards bathroom. Not going to do any damage there. Joystick needs to take that Guman out, already being on low health. Bride underneath could have a big impact with the Nitro here. Picks his spot and gets it right. Shepard will be down. Diffuser picked up, but nope. Too little, too late. Leakerfax there for a two-piece, and that's going to be the round. BDS pick up their first defense.
Fantastic time management as well. It was the sort of stuff they were slowly bleeding VP out with at the start of Cafe. But the crucial word in there, or the crucial phrase, was start of. At the start of Cafe, they were absolutely running Virtus.pro right. They couldn't really do anything to control the game, but after a few rounds, we did see VP start to warm into things. So I do think you might find for 1 or 2 rounds here, BDS will keep on tripping Virtus.pro up, but they'll find their groove, and that's when things really will start to get difficult for the French side.
Yeah, potentially. As I said, BDS, they need a good defensive half, so picking that one up is a great start. If they can get Church and Arsenal locked down as well, it should go even better for them. I'd expect to see a bit of a roam here, given that Valkyrie is available and Shaiko is playing Valkyrie. So usually, quite often, we will see BDS turtle up when they come down to Church and Arsenal and just stay pretty much on site. They did try to get themselves out into the map yesterday. They did have some success with it, to be fair. So it looks like they're going to be doubling down on that method and trying to waste some more time for Virtus.pro. And to be honest, after the way the first round went, I think it's a smart call, because Virtus.pro really struggled and seemed to get very much locked in. They decided that they wanted lower garage and they weren't going to stop until they got it. And even though that meant burning a minute and 40 to do so.
Here we go. Now, we saw a little clip of this not too long ago. Just how VP managed to dispatch the player playing inside a catwalk. The difference here being they're not attacking in towards Cash and CC, so haven't come with a lineup really equipped to deal with it. Equally, BDS don't have as much utility stacked up around Alems, who is playing just inside of, or on catwalk, sorry, inside a garage. So they'll be in a spot there where maybe he has to get out of dodge and not stick around too long, because one nade coming his way could really be a round ender for them. Joystick, unfortunately, with the disconnect. I think we'll have to play the round out, as we are already quite a way into this one, but he'll rejoin us for round 3.
Yeah, as you say, I think really the best way to deal with a player on catwalk is just to put them under a little bit of pressure. You know, come in, don't go in through garage door. You're asking for trouble. Get yourself into logistics, maybe. Start working across top floor. Just let them know that you're there. And the reality is, without that sort of protection from utility, they're probably going to drop away and not overstay their welcome. But with a player light, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to do that. Drones are going in. They know that somebody's still in there. As I said, Lems, a little bit of pressure, he drops away, and I think it's a smart choice. There's no need to overstay in there, and here in that barricade, that's going to tell Pasha everything he needs to know, that he's clear to go in, at least take lower garage.
The blessing, in a way, in disguise for VP, I wouldn't really call it much of a blessing, more just good fortune, is that they still kept the crucial operators they need to make this attack work. They've got the Hibana, they've got the Thermite, they've got the Sledge for the verticals, they've got the Thatcher in case anything is electrified off by Leakerfact. So they can still make this attack work. Really, Joystick was kind of the, I don't want to say the nice to have, but in many ways he was the nice to have operator in this round. So still every chance they can pull it back. It's almost as if you've just lost that initial entry battle and now you've got to make this one work. But we've seen a couple of cameras scattered around and they are picking up everything that Virtus.pro are doing.
Shepard going to be moving through looking for that kitchen hatch. Just going to hear a little
shot up, I think.
Yeah. It's been left on a soft hatch, so they've been able to shoot a couple of those pellets off. Can't find the final one, so it will get the hatch open. And going to look towards getting the kitchen hatch as well. 6 pellets go on. You only need 4, Shepard. A little bit of a risk if they were to be taken off with an impact nade, but there's none left in pocket for Alems. Bride manages to pick up Pasha as he tries to push into dirt, and this is going from bad to worse for Virtus.pro. 5 versus 3 now after that disconnect for Joystick, and it's just coming down to dropping kitchen hatch. Leakerfact is there, ready and waiting. Snaps the doors shut. Bride finds always, and it's all up to Dan, 1v5.
A bit of a Hail Mary there, but I think by Shepard on the drop through to hope he could just get away with something, but I think ultimately acknowledging this round is done and dusted. BDS, a very clinical second round in the 5 versus 4. Move up to 2-0, and I'm sure Joystick will be rejoining us momentarily.
Yeah, I think if, Virtus.pro, as I said, I like them for the map coming in. It's their choice, and BDS were beaten here the other day. It was 7-4 to M&M. BDS, we expect to do better on defence than attack, but Virtus.pro can't let them get too far ahead. They can't let them run away with things here. A 5-1, a 6-0 would certainly not be part of the plan. I think, a 4-2 is acceptable, 3-3 even better, but BDS looking very good, looking better than they did against M&M, I must say, the other day. They're not reliant on Sharko just going and killing everything. They're looking much, much better in terms of playing as a team, controlling the map, particularly. So looking good for BDS.
It is. Really nice start to the map that many will probably feel fearful for them stepping onto given yesterday's result. Again, for me, more of a blip on the radar than it was a consistent indicator of poor performance, for example. But to have that initial 2-0 start against VP, you are certainly not going to be complaining. Now, you can indeed see the joystick is still present and at his computer, so it's more a case of loading back into things and getting us back underway. Should be there in a minute or two.
Yep, don't think it'll take too long. No. Just going to be under supervision of coach by the looks of things. Just make sure that everything is going smoothly. BDS, I don't know that this necessarily helps BDS. It just, they haven't been playing with aggression, so it's not really about, I'd sometimes discuss taking your foot off the gas a little bit and being slowed down. I don't think that really hurts them too much because they've not come in here with too much aggression. They've actually just, as I said, been controlling the map really well, particularly. They've not been peeking out of windows. They've not been getting up in the faces of Virtus.pro. They've just made it they've just given them very difficult problems to solve, essentially. And Virtus.pro haven't been quick enough about doing so. So I think, it doesn't really hurt BDS too much. They'll be, happy, just, taking in the stride, couple of minutes chill, and then back into the game.
Absolutely. Really interesting to think that we're really reaching the tail end of things as well in terms of the competition. It's really weird how in really the last two play days or so, we've really started having conversations about SI. And I know we've gone through the stakes an awful lot tonight already, but just that reminder, there's only a 20-point difference between first and second. But for BDS, who didn't make it back in stage one, it means everything. But very suddenly, this conversation about SI is starting to come to life. And I know we haven't even had the Atlanta Major yet, but it's more that constant thinking about, okay, well, what comes next? Only the biggest tournament of the year is the thing we're all waiting on, Tim.
Well, it's just a little thing, a little case of, a couple of games that need to be played. I can't wait for both. Atlanta Major, SI. I just absolutely love international sieges, just getting those matchups, the inter-regional ones particularly, where, you'll just get those two teams that have been, like W7 MPDS or whoever it might be that come together, and it's just absolutely mouth-watering. And to think that we're now only a matter of a month or so away, it's not too far at all off coming round. It's exciting stuff.
Scary how fast it's coming round. I've had that realization in a few weeks. There's a few things that I've had booked in for a while, like, going away with work and things like that. And it's all just suddenly dawned upon me. And I'm just like, oh God, it's a week and a half away. Then I get back and we have like a week and then it's out to, potentially out to the major as well. And everything just seems to all get stacking up together incredibly quickly. It's a busy time of year for Siege, but also a really exciting one. I'm glad that obviously when the stages came back about 4 weeks ago, that we've managed to see some really good competition throughout. And yet again, we're potentially looking at BDS being the best team in EU, but VP, I think arguably steamrolling their way through and definitely crowning themselves number one yet again, given how stage one have gone. It's been the year of VP so much as far as EU is concerned.
I'm just having a look at screens that are available to us here, and by that I mean
you love looking at screens.
I mean, what
never
we can
play a LAN game with Tim because full well he's screen watching. He's screen watching through a screen. That's just how deep we're going here.
I got brought up in the late 80s and early 90s, like where multiplayer was on one screen. I was just going to say there was a player missing from the lobby on, if you look at Joystick's camera, you can see, I think it's Dan's screen in the background behind him, and there was one of the character profiles that was missing, but that's actually just filled up now. So I think that would give us the signal that we should be good to go pretty soon. On Sharko's screen, you can see all 5 of BDS loaded in. So I think, hopefully, we should be getting things back underway pretty soon. But yeah, that'll blow a few minds in the chat, I'm sure. That multiplayer games were all on one screen. It was, literally, you'd if you were playing with 2 players, it'd split the screen in half. sometimes you'd be playing with 4 and it'd split the screen into quarters, you know, and these were not big TVs back in those days, let me tell you. You know, these were not 50-inch TVs. These were, you know, maybe sort of 26, 28-inch TVs split down to quarter screen to play, you know, the newest shooter or whatever it was with your mates, and you were having arguments over who was looking at whose screen, and you know, it was the stream sniping of the day essentially.
Oh, wow.
But
I mean, you speak about all this stuff. The game, it really pulls you back to it. I'm allowed to talk about this. Screw you, Ubisoft. I'm allowed to talk about Halo. That used to be the court game of the day, because earlier today, about an hour ago, in case you haven't already seen it, Sledge has got a Master Chief skin. I saw it and I was like, you know what? I grew up playing Halo. I love the hell out of that game, and I saw it and I was like, that's an insta-buy. I don't normally buy skins, but that one is getting bought because that is just it. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
It is very, very... honestly, it's funny that you say that. Just as we were in the downtime there, I saw the tweet that has got the video of it on.
Such a good little trailer as well.
Sledge jumping out of the... But yeah, if you've not seen it, definitely worth a look.
Go check it out. Rainbow Six game. It was posted 56 minutes ago. You've got to see the video if you haven't already, especially if you played Halo. If you're too young for Halo,
excitement around that one.
You've missed out. It's still a cool video.
It's going to be a lot of excitement around that one, but yeah, that's you know, those were the days that I was forged in, and this is why I'm so chill playing ranked. You know, there's nothing going to
forged him.
Exactly, there's nothing going to, you know, there's nothing going to phase me in ranked. You know, I've got a screen to myself. I'm already one up. You know, I've not got some mate who's watching over my shoulder to see where I am. It was tough times, let me tell you.
Who are? Well, how far games have come on and how far we've still got to go in this one. Only a couple of rounds in. We did have Joystick unfortunately disconnect in the previous one. Unfortunate because he was the only player on the team that had a kill. Still, the only 2 kills that his team have got sit in his back pocket, whereas for BDS, a lot more going on over that side, especially for Leakyfack, who, as I've commented a couple of times, has been a bit quiet as of late, but here, going pretty big across the 2 maps so far.
Interestingly, BDS have chosen to take bar and stage. Bar and stock. I was going back to our older days where that was the site, but now bar and stage.
Ian Chambers just messaged me saying a history of screens with Des and Ace.
We need to. We'll do some sort of screen-based podcast at some point.
No, we won't.
Bar and stage then is going to be our site. A little bit unusual. BDS maybe just taking the opportunity. You know, the game, as we've said, does mean plenty for them, but also it's not. You know, qualification is not on the line here for the major or not. Shaiko is going to be pushed by the Gemini clone. That will give his position away. They're going to try to hold on to construction in a roundabout way. They're not going to keep a body in there, but they will keep presence in Master to try and keep that, because you want to be keeping hold of that hatch as much as you can. But now that Virtus.pro have got them forced out, that should allow them the opportunity to plant on stage if they can get that wall open from stock, should that be where they're trying to push from. But it's been left soft and opened at the bottom. It's not going to be an easy job.
Yeah, it usually is, purely for the basis of you can just shoot it inside of the bar area very comfortably. You've got a lot of cover you can play behind. The attackers really haven't got much to work with, and playing it so open like this has mean a lot of discomfort, but always is charged inside a site. He's there on the nook as well. I don't know if he's got away with this. Has he got the cover? There's no cover there for him, and Shaiko gets away with it for free. Joystick strikes, but just a little too late, but almost got away with that. We're going to try again.
Got to ask the question as to where the cover was. It must have been in position somewhere if they're going to try and stick it again, because they're a little bit more confident this time. Joystick does get it done, but Virtus.pro, I'm a little bit surprised by this. You've forced that position twice over and just not really had the cover in place to be able to secure it. You're now fighting your way back in. I'm a little bit baffled by that plant spot and the insistence on putting it down, if I'm honest.
To be fair, if the Nook got away with that, BDS was so not ready to respond to it. The whole thing around holding construction upstairs and, of course, inside Master and Jim is that you get so much control over the downstairs by playing the verticals and through the hatch. If that gets taken away from you, Virtus.pro could have just sat towards entrance. They could have sat inside a stock. They could have sat inside lounge and not stock, inside a lounge, sorry, and just done loads of work through and really given you almost nothing to play into there. You were stuck trying to fight long angles. You can't use verticals at all. BDS would have been absolutely toast. So I understand the hard commitment to try and get the plant down, but BDS just, once they figured out what was going on the first time, it's very unlikely you'll get away with it a second.
Virtus.pro back to the drawing board, I think. BDS going to be in gym and bedroom again. BDS are threatening to absolutely run away with this. It's not too unusual that we see one team take the other's map pick and then vice versa to take us into a third map. But we did expect better from Virtus.pro. They chose to come here. The players are all well known for being Clubhouse specialists, essentially. And they've just not been able to deliver on the attack so far. BDS did really struggle on the attack against M&M, so it is important for them to be locking down as many defensive rounds as they can, and what a job they're doing of that so far.
Whew, okay, onwards we march. Do we see a change here in the second quarter, or do the fates of BDS or of Virtus.pro to potentially lose this map continue on the way they are? Now, we had a clip of this again from Fresh just before. The work being done onto the garage breach first and foremost. Remember what step 2 was, Tim? Is to get yourself that CC breach opened up as well, then start to take control of garage, and then look for the plant to go down. And shock horror, Virtus.pro are following that almost to the letter of the law.
Ooh, there was an opportunity potentially to put that bandit trick down, but the stun canister came through from the Zofia, and that just prevents that second that you need in order to do it. So it would have been late, and damage would have been taken by Leakafak had he tried to stick that. So dips himself away, as you say, in Fresh's checklist. Step 1 and 2 are done. Step 3 is take garage. Joystick is about to do that, so that will be complete. Step 4 was planting CCTV. Leakafak is down at this point. Alems is just waiting, poised underneath, needs to be dealt with, because that's step 4. There's kind of a step 3.5 really, and that's make sure that you've got control of lounge and there's not a Solus underneath who's going to stop you planting.
It's a pretty big one, a slightly unofficial tacked on one. Someone's just got on there and scribbled it on the edge of a perfectly presented document. And Alems is definitely proven to be the reason why those scribbles exist. Has done a little bit of damage here already. VP looking to now kind of cover base on that one as well, try and get a player into the previous position, force the rest of BDS back. And by the looks of it, they have done just that. But Alems is still in position and still able to upset them here, Tim.
Which, Jim, I thought we were on a CCTV cache site with how much presence there was from BDS over there. They've foxed me as much as anybody else. I'm thinking this is going to be dangerous for them, but no, what a play from BDS, to be fair. They've wasted 2 minutes, they've got 2 kills, and Virtus.pro are no nearer getting the diffuser down, really. Always is trying to work logistics, and it's Virtus.pro that are getting worked over right now.
Alems is coming up behind him in garage as well, I think. Down could get himself shot in the back here if he's not too careful. I thought he was working his way upstairs, but has opted instead for Harry Potter, as we call it, because it is under the stairs. But for now, not yet looking to move in. He will strike the later this round goes by. As soon as it becomes clear that VP have squared up for a hit, that's when you'll see the strike begin. You've got Leakafat below playing with a C4 as well. Dan's going to find one. EMP through the wall to make this one clear. To step through 2 is what he's going to go for. Sprays through the softball, loves them feet. Almost finds Rensure, but it's not to be. At 3 versus 2, and here comes Alems. The backstab's coming on through, and Dan shouldn't be too much longer for this world. Sure enough, there he is. Diffuser is on the deck. It might be a 2 versus 1, but Shepard, without the diffuser in hand, it's on the other side of the map, has got it all to do.
Yeah, BDS are just always a step ahead at the minute. Alems is going to wait for him to come through this door as soon as he hears those footsteps. No, I think he's just watching the window, thought he might come in through there, but no, it doesn't matter. Shepard knows there's nothing that he can do. I think he was hoping to vault through the wall there, but maybe just not quite open enough to enable him to do so. That's going to be BDS locking down round 4 then, baffling Virtus.pro as much as they baffled me in that one. The gym and bedroom hold was good for them, and Virtus.pro just don't have the answers at the minute. They're wasting too much time getting themselves across the map and getting themselves into a position to actually push onto the site itself.
Absolutely. I mean, really, again, the fact that you had Alems and Leakafat just being these annoying little pests flying all around the map, and C4s from below, a late flank up through garage, for example, just all these things working against Virtus.pro, and that was without losing 2 members early into the round. It's just very mobile from BDS, really playing the entire map and forcing VP to consider covering every single bit of space they've taken and making sure it stays covered. Yeah, it's hard to leave someone out on the East Rappel, for example, but a lot of teams will do that. Whilst the team sweeps across, you'll have someone playing on the East Rappel, out on platform outside CC, but when you've only got 3 left alive, it's arguably better to just go and play as 3. So BDS really knowing what limits they can test and what they can push. And VP, unfortunately, are just getting run around here by BDS.
could be over in rapid fashion if it continues like this. You know, we're not a million miles away from a 6-0 BDS half. We saw them defend Church and Arsenal in round 2. It was convincing. They've then, you know, took another couple of rounds since then, and Virtus.pro are just really struggling to wake up or get any sort of toehold inside of this game. You know, and a 6-0 half is going to make things at least a little bit more comfortable for BDS when they get onto the attack. And it's interesting, really, because, you know, Shaiko has been a lot quieter today. And as I said, they heavily relied on those Shaiko kills against M&M. Otherwise, it would likely have been over even quicker than it was. But interestingly, you know, you don't have the Shaiko dominance today. But what you do have is a much better team performance. And look how much better it is at delivering results.
It's like I said for yesterday, they didn't win a single attacking round, but it's hard when it's only one man really putting up the numbers for your team. I would take a balanced team performance over a one-man army any day of the week, although one-man army are incredible, or one-man armies. A lot of changes there in terms of the plural side of certain words I was using. But they are very thrilling to watch, but maybe not the most productive in terms of team results. So I am glad that we're seeing this balance. And equally looking at VP, Joystick had a couple of kills after 2 rounds. We've seen one more picked up since then, and the rest of his team have cobbled together 4. But 4 rounds in to only be on 7 kills is really not the kind of showing that you want on your own map pick.
No, it's absolutely not. Dan's just going to be looking for those verticals, having got into the top floor. It's going to be a top floor clearance all the way down towards the site from Virtus.pro. They tried this last time. They lost a little bit of time and a bit of manpower as they swept across the top. It looks like there is one ahead here. There's a little bit of support down at the bottom of red stairs as well. Just catches his man going across, but back. No! He strafes and gets his man Dan taken down with a headshot, and that is advantage BDS once again.
I mean, they'll be happy, right? They've got their opening kill, and both players that are out on the roam, again looking in towards Leaky back and the Lems, straight back on towards the site. They're just very happy with digging in now. They've wasted half the round. They've got themselves an early kill. They've got rid, I presume, smokes that would have been in the back pocket of the Twitch. In fact, no, she didn't have them in back pocket. Instead, it was those Claymores, both now taken offline. So expect more hijinks to come if they realise which player they're taking out here. I don't think that'll be the end of BDS's shenanigans in this round.
No, I don't think so. The thing is, now they've got the man advantage, they've got that extra body. So they can, you know, when you get down towards those final 30 seconds, that's when you can think, shall we try a little flank up main stairs towards kitchen? Shall we? You know, you can just take that risk with one of your players. The work is going to continue for Virtus.pro as they get those floorboards opened up above them just to try and get any sort of vertical angles they can. We're going to play the game of cat and mouse, of take Hibana pellets off the hatch. They'll get reapplied, they'll get taken off. We've got 4 more impact nades that will be able to do that. Essentially, you're wasting time more than anything. They know that they're going to get this open eventually. I'm just having a look how many pellets are left. 8 left. Actually, this is not a guarantee if this keeps happening, though. They've missed those one. And it's no surprise to see Shepard going 2 at a time here. He needs to go 2 by 2 because otherwise they could burn through the whole lot.
But it's the time that bothers me here, Tim. They've got 15 seconds on the clock. Everything they've been doing has just been stalling out. Pasha's still with a full inventory of utility to play with here as well. A great nade comes through and finds out a Lems. That's what VP are looking for. They're down to just one left standing here. Can they find their man? Platinum starts going down as well, and they're going to drop the final shot onto Leaky Pack's noggin. Easy closeout. And for VP, finally, they get themselves on the board on their own map.
So important for Virtus.pro to get that round. They need to chain it together with a second. 5-1 half is not good enough, and the way that BDS are playing on this map today, I think they probably go on and take that in the second half if they can get this round 6 here and now. Virtus.pro definitely need to be a little bit quicker. It's going to be Church and Arsenal again. You know, they can't be in that last 25-30 seconds still trying to open kitchen hatch. They need to. They had the time. They had a minute 30 once everybody from BDS had dropped back down to site, and effectively they just took too long about those next steps, about getting those hatches, about opening that flooring up. You know, get opening the kitchen floor up, prevent them from playing those impact tricks, make it dangerous for BDS to stand underneath that hatch.
Alrighty, let's see what happens in this round then. If VP can at least salvage something else out of this first half. To be down 5-1 is going to sting, but if they do get to that 4-2, I just look back at yesterday's result. This was exactly how things played out for BDS. They had 4 defensive rounds and then got nothing in the second half on the attack. And although it's a very different team that we're seeing today, that no doubt is lingering in the back of the minds of a few people, not least the players. I'm sure 1 or 2 of them probably thinking, yeah, yesterday the attacks didn't go well, but, you know, fresh minds today, fresh fingers apparently in terms of the kills they're finding. It could be a very different second half once we get into it.
Certainly could be. We're going to have a little bit more remodeling. Ilem's interestingly just playing aggressive up in stock here on the mirror. He's opened the hatch so he can drop back down, but it does do a little bit of the attacker's job for them, especially if nothing is gained from that. If Virtus.pro are able to go in and get the kill onto Ilem's, for example, it could be a big loss for BDS. So it is a little bit of a roll of the dice, but think about it on the reverse. You don't expect to have somebody stood in stock on top of that hatch, and it could well be a freebie for Ilem's if Virtus.pro aren't careful.
Yeah, big if, though, and that really is on them to be a bit more composed here as well and figure this one out. For the large part, BDS are dropping themselves away. Straight back down towards site. No entry kill this time around, but Alem's still lurking. As you said, he could get sniffed out here, or could potentially catch Virtus.pro blindsided. As it stands, they are doing their due diligence, though, making sure pretty much everything is droned out. Now they're going to see Alem's, and he can drop the hatch, take a drone, say thank you very much, and back on towards site they go.
That's much better from Virtus.pro. We're at the 1:45 mark. They've forced everybody back and they can start looking to clear out these hatches and clear out utility now. This is the big question mark for me. Last time, it took them too long. You got to move quicker, Virtus.pro. Have that confidence. Say, yes, we've got control of the map. We're going to get in there with the sledge. We're going to get in there with the Hibana. We're going to get in there with the hard breach chargers. We're going to open up everything we need. And it looks like they're doing that a little bit quicker this time, which is definitely what they needed.
Yeah, time has worked against them a couple of times, so the pace is welcomed. Everything's gone right for them so far. They've, you know, shepherded them slowly back on towards site. They've kept all 5 alive. They've got the openings they need upon the vertical. They've got enough gadgetry to play with here. Still doing a bit of work, it looks like, to get full control of Kitchen. Take a start thinking about getting this hatch opened up, which will be done very, very shortly. Brede with a C4 in hand. He's wanted to try and be a bit cheeky on this one, I think. Was maybe hoping to find someone, but I think instead lost his C4.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened with the throw there. It looked like it was going very much at the hatch, which is kind of fine. I think he was trying to time it so as the hatch detonated, C4 just appears up through it, and you know, if you're near the pans, for example, you're going to get it in the face. But I think the timing was just a little bit off, and it was taken out by the hatch. Shaco will take out Joystick, though. Advantage BDS once again.
The angle may be a bit shallow for the C4 as well for it to really achieve too much. Maybe he was just going for a cheeky one to catch the ceiling and just catch someone out there as well. In comes the gadgetry, trying to force someone back in towards oil, and it's the right sort of idea because that's exactly where they are. Always has worked his way down and through here as well. So on the march they begin, trying to find the player inside of dirt, but Brede is long gone. And there it is. Shaiko springs out from oil and finds his man, probably wondering how the hell did he get there? But he's done the work. 2 versus 2 here as Brede's on the deck, and BDS, they do just about snatch that round out there at the very, very end, but it's more than enough to secure a 5-1. It is not looking good for VP.
Not at all. Great start for BDS. Great first half. We knew that BDS were a good Clubhouse team. You know, it wasn't too long ago that we were excited at the prospect of them playing W7M on there. We wanted to see, you know, who was the best when it came to Clubhouse. But in recent performances, particularly yesterday, BDS have you know, not looked like that team on Clubhouse, but certainly waking up today on the defence at least. This is going to be the big question mark, though. Can they get it done on the attack? They went 5 attacking rounds without a win yesterday. So, it is not a million miles outside of the realms of possibility for Virtus.pro to bring this one back and stretch them again. It was 5-2 on Cafe. Virtus.pro brought it back. Won it in overtime. This is not over yet.
I really half expected you to bring out a classic football fan saying there, but can they do it on a Wednesday night in Stoke? But it didn't come. He said, can they do it in much more siege sense?
A rainy Wednesday in Stoke.
Absolutely. The true definition of misery.
The true test.
That's where your mental fortitude is really put to the limits, isn't it? Let's be honest. Anyone from the UK would know exactly what we're talking about. The rest of you, you're just like, what the hell are these two yapping on about? Onwards we march then. Let's see how this attacking side goes. Already like stacked up here and ready. On the vertical, it's Joystick sat in above Kitchen, and we've seen this one a million times before. Really looking to waste time here, able to shoot out the hard breach gadgets as they get dropped on towards the hatch. The BDS, that's not currently part of their concern, mind you. They're starting out on this top floor sweep across, so Joystick, rather than shooting downwards, may instead find himself shooting more laterally once this attack starts sweeping through this top floor.
Yeah, burns an awful lot of ammo as well shooting out that floor. The floor in logistics is not easily destroyed. Joystick is going to take a drone out, but that will give away his location. He needs the Scarper quickly because this push is not messing about from BDS. They are moving quickly across the top floor inside of a minute, and pretty much Virtus.pro being forced back down to the basement. Dan just going to relocate himself for a moment. I'm not sure exactly what he's looking for, but he knows as he goes launching himself out of the window, hoping to pick up the man on top of the roof, and Virtus.pro, no, on defense. There's a message that needs to be sent.
I mean, they're largely playing the same way that BDS would have, which is to contest the entire map and really look to slow down the attack inside. They would have watched a lot of that game from yesterday. Sure, they were also thinking about their own game they had, but largely looking at this, you're probably analysing it and just saying, okay, well, BDS did really struggle to get much done. If we can be disruptive and get up in their face and slow them down, they'll struggle as much as we did back in that first half. Joystick is still out here. Dan's fell back, but Joystick is ready to do some damage. And look at that, they see him first. The Lems into this 1v1. Will he find his man? Yes, he will. Joystick shut down. BDS in control. But Dan hasn't dropped away. He's still inside the kitchen and he's cooking up some trouble, Tim.
He's going to be the one that really delivers a dish that's going to put BDS to bed potentially in this round. If they are not aware of him when they go in there, it's going to be an absolute free, maybe 2 kills potentially. But Leakafak and Breeder, they're sneaking down dirt. They're just going to circumvent him altogether. And I don't think that Virtus.pro have got any idea that this is coming. They're just going to crouch walk their way patiently down. I tell you what, you shoot out that canister, you're going to give him some trouble. The Goyo is going to get burnt out. Pasha taking some serious damage there. Renshiro gets always. It's falling apart here as BDS get themselves onto site and are doing some serious damage. Here comes Dan on the flank, but how much can he do now? They know his position. He moves himself back through into site. He can't find any more though. BDS doing very well to control the space here, and Shiro with the final kill. BDS, they go 6-1 up, and they are teaching Virtus.pro a real lesson on Clubhouse.
Beautiful as well, because Joystick they dealt with quite comfortably. He wasn't a massive problem. Dan, sure, blindsided them a little bit, but by then they'd already kind of delivered a shock factor of their own by pushing up through dirt, completely catching a couple of players off guard out towards blue side. And by then everything was wide open. You even saw Shepard completely unsure, sat in the default plant spot, yes, as a smoke, looking around like, well, where are they coming from? What do I do next? They just had no idea what hit them. BDS ran all the way over them, have now got a 5-round advantage. 5 rounds to mess up attacks before we'd even see overtime. Not even a clean victory for the side of Virtus.pro. It feels like Oregon is inevitable, Tim.
I think the way that BDS are playing is the key here. You know, it's not so much about the score. It's not, you know, when we look about the difference to yesterday, it was a one-man show. The rest of the team were struggling to get into it, and M&M were able to work around that, whereas this is a different beast that Virtus.pro are playing against here. BDS, they know that they need all them SI points, as many as they can get, so they're fighting their way back into this one. They're determined to take us to Oregon, and I tell you what, it's not going to be easy for Virtus.pro if we get there, and I wouldn't bank on it being too many more rounds until we do. Now it's going to be gym and bedroom this time. Dan all the way down in the bowels, the depths of the basement on the Solis, so something that BDS need to take account of, need to be aware, and oh boy, are they aware.
At this point, quite a bit of pace coming in as well, really hoping to catch a player or two out as they work their way back up towards site. And sure enough, Shaiko's found Joystick. Just caught him napping a little bit and has just found a freebie there. Onto a Wamai of all things as well. The irony of a Wamai being caught out by grenades. 5v4. Onwards we go though. And again, VP are now trying to hold them back as best they can, but it feels like the damage is already starting to be done.
BDS are just so exciting to watch at the minute, the aggression and the speed that they're playing with. No mistakes being made either. Leakafak's just got himself in position at the bottom of main stairs there. If he can creep his way up at any point, the barbed wire being the problem. But I think he's maybe just waiting. If he can get a bit of information that says there's nobody within listening distance, then maybe he gets an opportunity, but he's going to get himself a freebie here potentially, as the Solis doesn't necessarily know. We've got a bit of a standoff here, I think. Dan probably is aware, but Leakafak, he doesn't need to aggress this for the time being. He's just letting his team work ahead of him. He hears the Soulless move away, and will they ever know how close they both came?
Probably not. This happens so many times in Siege, though, where they're just a matter of pixels away from each other. They can almost smell one another, but still manage to just about get out of range. Likafak, one more down. It feels like you can hear those bells ringing here for that third map to start. Round 3 potentially about to evolve if they can just get a couple more kills. Pasha not quite quick enough on the trigger there to find his man who was playing out on that south balcony. And BDS starting to tighten that death grip on the side of VP as Shaiko walks in for a second. It's a 5v2, Tim.
It's almost certainly over as the wall gets opened as well. Shepard moves on into bathroom, always picks up one, but Shaiko's nade will be a late trade from beyond the grave. Shepard onto Brede, 1 versus 4 becomes 1 versus 3. He keeps himself in the shower, but he's going to need to really hold on here as the round ticks by. 44 seconds left to go. Very little health on his side as well, and they know that they can just start to hold angles here, BDS. Think about where that diffuser is. It's not in hand at the minute, but they can just walk it into sight, keep him in that position, and get a plant down.
I mean, they know where he is realistically, right? They can see him now. He's got rid of the drone as well, which means he's forced to move. If he gets his kill, this could be huge, but Likafak is not going to let it happen. BDS over and done in 8 rounds, 7-1 on VP's map pick, completely destroying them and forcing us to go all the way to Oregon to see who is the best team in the European League.
The opposite of what we thought was likely to happen there. I thought we were going to have a much better performance coming out of Virtus.pro, and given BDS's performance on Clubhouse yesterday, you really thought it was a possibility, but BDS just absolutely shaking that off, coming out looking like a phenomenal team, backed again by Shaiko's kills, but the rest of the team just stepping up more this time. It was impressive the way they worked together, the aggression, the speed, everything was there, every box was ticked, and that is Clubhouse in the bag, and take us, as you say, to map 3.
Ooh, I'm excited to see how this one boils down. I've been excited all series long, to be fair. We knew it was going to be a bit of a screamer. No one expected a BDS 7-1 on map 2, which just means Oregon is going to be even more unpredictable. Let's go to a break. When we come back, Desk will break it down, and then Oregon awaits.
We asked for 3 maps, and we got it. Clubhouse goes to BDS 7-1. VP blasted off their map pick. This is fresh. You know that is, of course, the 3-time world champion, Fabian. Surprised, shocked, shook? I mean, I'm going to come to you first, Fresh. Sorry, Fab. Because VP pretty much annulled whatever you said earlier on the telestrator.
Yeah,
on that map.
Oh, it's great. You know, when you scroll through the VODs and you try and find a clip and you go, here's why VP is so good on Clubhouse.
Yep.
This is their teamwork, their coordination on the site of CCTV and Cash. And then VP get to their third choice site and they play Baron Stage. They completely ignore it. Don't go to that site once. They watched the VOD. I watched the VOD. We all saw it. BDS, they acted on it.
And it's not only that bomb site that they were doing, well, they didn't play it and avoid it because of the VOD. They played every other bomb site really, really well as well. You could clearly see that they knew how Virtus.pro would attack, and then they played completely into that and countered it. They peeled back, they played layer by layer, and then they just didn't allow Virtus.pro to do what they do best. And they didn't really give away the manpower advantages either. So there was a lot of good things from BDS on this map. And you can clearly see they had a game plan coming into this. So it's nice to see. And again, it's another map where BDS, Shaiko shines as always, but the rest of the players are also filing up behind him and doing the work now. It's not that just one guy stands out.
I've got a fun fact about Shaiko, and I've told it to Fabian, so I'm actually going to ask you, Ian. Before today, 24 rounds. In 24 rounds, Shaiko had not got a kill. Guess how many rounds BDS won where Shaiko did not get a kill?
24.
4. That's how important Shaiko is. BDS are obviously unreal when Shaiko is at the forefront.
Yeah.
If he's not having impact in the round, and there was only 4 times where he didn't have impact in the round, but BDS still managed to get over the line. That was before today's game.
Unstoppable. We can obviously acknowledge here that BDS did their research, like you said, put in the groundwork and knew exactly potentially what VP were going to bring to the table. But at the same time, could you argue that VP were a little bit too confident on this map?
Yeah, I think that Virtus.pro have played Clubhouse so many times that all these VODs that are available for their opponents, it's so easy to study what they will do and do exactly what BDS just did.
Yeah.
However, you need to have a good enough team and good enough staff to pick up on these things and make the game plan, and then the players need to follow the game plan. So it's understanding. You can't just go to your players and say, guys, don't peek. Because that's not going to get you anywhere, right? That doesn't show that, okay, fall back, do it structured, take step by step. Then you will make VP struggle. That doesn't really show if you don't have good enough staff.
I think the fact is that they've shown the map so much, and this is the map where they have had wobbles on it, you know, during the stage. This is the map, obviously, where Koi had that nearly...
Koi should have won.
Koi should have won, ITB did win.
Yeah.
And I think it also speaks, just very quickly to make this about Wolves, it speaks to the fact that Wolves just had a slip-up yesterday.
Yeah.
The fact that they lost this against VP, because clearly VP do have some frailties on the map. They are obviously a very good team, they've got good coordination, but they've showed a lot of this map, and one of the issues with the way VP play is that when a team has that synergy and coordination that matches VP, VP are very counterable as well if that team's done their homework, and we saw that today.
Oregon, to close things out, like I said, we wanted that third and final map. Which way is it going to go? VP, last 2 times they played it, won it. Not against BDS, but I mean, I don't think they've played each other this calendar year on this map.
No, they've not played each other for a long time on this map. Like you say, VP won it the last 2 times they played it, which was stage 1 up against Heroic and G2. BDS had been on a very hot streak on Oregon before they played G2 at the very first play day of this stage. And I think the big problem for BDS was their attacks when they were up against G2. Now, before that, when they were on that hot streak, they were often getting 4-2 attack splits on Oregon, which is pretty much unheard of.
Yeah.
So the big question for me, because BDS will be starting on the attack, is how do they do on their attacks? And we'll know within a couple of rounds if they fix those issues that became prevalent when they played G2.
Remembering what I've seen from BDS on Oregon, their basement attacks have been incredible. The way that they use, like they did drop the hatch, go for a backside take, and just Shaiko obviously hitting his shot like he always does. So it's very hard to see which way it can go. Virtus.pro, we know they're unfaced with mental issues. It doesn't matter to them that they just lost their own map 7-1. They'll accept that, then move on. New map to play. It's very hard to say which way it will go because my predictions for the last map was obviously completely wrong.
Well, I'm going to push you anyway, regardless. I want an answer.
Go on, flip-flop. You know you want it.
Flippity-flip. Give it to him, Fab.
Virtus.pro 8-0. I'm just going to predict something that literally cannot happen.
Yeah. BDS.
You going BDS?
Yeah, I'm sticking my guns today. No flip-flop
9-0 or 9-8 or?
No, I'm going to say 4-2 split, VP a little comeback, 7-4.
Okay. Let's find out. This is it. It is the end of EUL Stage 2, the Deciders bracket. It's the grand final. It's the final map between two of our best teams, or two of the best teams when it comes to form right now. Who's going to clutch up and see it through? Ace, Des, one more time. Take us home.
Thank you very much, Ian. You are absolutely spot on. It is the last map in our Deciders bracket, Tim. Nothing more can be done after this. That is it. Done and dusted. We will have a best team walking away with the lion's share of the SI points from the Deciders bracket and also that title of best team in Europe. Excited to see how this one plays down. We had a great Oregon game earlier on between M&M and Wolves. I'm hoping this one proves to be just as good.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good finish. I mean, I came into the last map thinking Virtus.pro's choice. They're going to do well there. I was completely wrong. My instincts coming into this one are BDS are a good Oregon team. I expect them to do pretty well, especially on the back of a 7-1. Will I again be wildly wrong? Only time will tell. We're going to get into the bans. As you say, BDS Virtus.pro will finish off our deciders with this final map. But fear not, there's plenty more good Siege to come as we move on, not today, but as we move on after that in general towards the LCQs as well. Those last chance qualifiers, there's still plenty to be decided yet. Deciding these bans, we have Ying and Grim coming in as our original two bans.
Yeah, I mean, the Ying we saw banned away from BDS in the last map, but the Grim is a really interesting one. Yeah, really before this stage, we barely saw him getting picked up, even towards the start of the stage for the first couple of weeks, simply not a thing. And then over time, we've seen more and more teams weaponize him in very niche situations, which is how the balance for most operators should be. They've got their own place where they all fit into a certain team comp. But Virtus.pro made use of it a good few times, again, as we saw from Fresh earlier on, talking about Catwalk on Clubhouse. Here, it feels like BDS are just respecting it, taking it away. Don't want any funny business where they're just completely overwhelmed by VP. And again, just interesting seeing that come through as a ban. First time for everything, hey?
Certainly is. That really, I think more than I've maybe ever seen with another operator. It charts a path of a real turnaround, doesn't it? You know, going from never seeing Grim picked to now seeing a Grim ban. Yeah. Like, what a turnaround we've had there. You know, such good sort of small improvements that have just put him into a real effective sort of area. So hats off to the team who have adjusted Grim and got him bang right into the meta and popularised him. So good stuff. We will head into Oregon then. It's going to be round one. Virtus.pro start on the defence. Now, BDS generally very good on Oregon defence. So there's a bit of me thinking, Virtus.pro, you need a good start here.
They do. Starting on this defensive side as well. I mean, really looking back at Clubhouse, it's not much to go on to suggest they can turn that around, but different map, different opportunities, different break they've had here to sit down and have that conversation during the downtime between the two games, and hopefully we see a very competitive map coming out here. As much as, again, it's fun to see one team be absolutely dominant, I think for the last map of the best of three, you want to see both teams really going hell for leather to take it all the way through to overtime and potentially all 15. Starting things out, though, it's a bit of a different player bringing along the Monty. Normally it's Brede. Here, though, it's Leaky Fat leading the charge on this one, and by the looks of it, pairing up on that west side of the map alongside Shaiko, who's working his way across, and joined up by a couple of others. So a bit of a different flavour of BDS here in Oregon.
Yeah, BDS just wanting to do the full map clear, make sure that they've got control of everything. Still a bit of caution being applied, so the drones obviously haven't seen everywhere, as Virtus.pro are completely located down in the basement now. We're going to have a little challenge. Good job, Leak Effect's got that big shield in front of him, as always, comes around just with the pre-fire there onto rear stage and that area at the top of the stairs, but we'll find no joy as the bullets will just bounce away off the mountain's shield.
But it's good for forcing them back, which was really the game plan, right? 60 seconds in, everyone's back on site. BDS with full control and ability to do whatever they want. It's been good. Shaiko has already got himself down inside a freezer as well. No contest coming through, which is a little bit different. Normally you'd see teams try and hold those freezer stairs until the hatch inside of security is taken out from behind them and they're forced back towards site instead. But VP conceded that ground quite early, meaning Shaiko could be in a good spot to apply some pressure here and potentially work his way forwards. Instead,
opting to back away. Doesn't want to deal with the low open feet holes, essentially, that are buried into that wall. Means he's quite exposed on his march forward towards Deep Freeze. And instead, he's going to rotate himself away towards Bunker here and join his team on that push.
Yeah, there's a lot of posturing and positioning going on at the minute from BDS, but the reality is, given the setup from Virtus.pro, this is effectively going to come down to one thing and one thing only, and that's going to be the last 20 or 30 seconds pushing in and trying to find kills. And they are not going to dislodge Virtus.pro too heavily, I don't think, before that. They need to use Leakerfack here and push in behind him. Shaiko does manage to get one, but the kills are all going Virtus.pro's way until Leakerfack gets in and at least manages to drop always onto the ground, but it is still a 2 versus 4 with one of those 2 being a Montagna with only a pistol to use. It's not going to be an easy final 30 seconds.
Yeah, and Shaiko as well. I mean, really should be dead to rights. Dan, I think, just turned away thinking he killed him, but obviously had not. They're in a spot where they can start thinking about a plan, but with 3 left on side, there's just a bit too much risk on this one. Nadenhand coming on through. Dan does get tagged out by it. The Monty forced now to back away too, and these two have really got to force something out. Shaiko goes down. Leakerfack's by himself, but don't think you're going to find yourself with a lucky headshot at that range. BP defending hold well for this first round.
Yep, good start from them. Very solid to say that they basically gave up the entire map. They played 3 minutes pretty much with everybody downstairs. It was really well played. BDS had no real option, as I said, other than to, you can posture and position all you want, but there came a point where they just had to push forward and take those fights, and Virtus.pro were ready for it, so well played to them, especially with the way that Clubhouse went. Virtus.pro showing that they've shaken that one off pretty quickly. We are, of course, 1 map apiece at the moment, 8-6 in overtime. Virtus.pro were able to win Cafe, followed by a 7-1 demolition by BDS on Clubhouse in map 2. Brings us to our decider on Oregon, and what a game these two are putting on for us at the minute. We're going to head up to the top floor this time. It's going to be Dorms that will be the second defensive site. A very cheeky frost mat just inside of the opened breach there.
Yeah, the word I had in mind was aspirational. It's certainly optimistic, I'd say, in terms of its positioning.
Hoping for the best.
But if that catches someone, you know what? Fair play. I will eat my words if it comes down to it. I do expect you'll see BDS being a little bit more cautious on that. That one at the bottom of the stairs can be really a good catch as well, because drones obviously don't see it running through the building. So a couple of cheekily placed ones here that could net them a nice little bit of tasty prey, assuming BDS aren't paying enough attention.
Well, the thing to learn there, if maybe somebody who likes to play Frost at home and you're thinking, they're wide open, how is that going to work? And you're always putting yours under windows and things. What's happening there with pro teams is they're thinking about high engagement areas. Where are defenders going to be scared to move? Therefore, where are they going to be ADSing? Once you're in your ADS, it's easy to get caught out by a frost mat and not see it at your feet. And those are the areas that they're looking for there. Coming into closet, you're potentially going to be challenged from pit. You're potentially going to be challenged from kids' dorms doors. So you're sort of already in your ADS trying to challenge before you move through into that game area. Same with Armory stairs. If there's been a presence of a defender at the top of them stairs or in Armory, you're peeking around that corner carefully, because you don't want to get picked up at the bottom of those stairs, because it can be seen from Armory door. So that's why they're placing them in those sorts of positions.
I'm sure they know the pasture is dug inside of security, and Leakyfack and Shaiko have been digging around here now for a good while. Not yet able to make him move out. Joystick hits the deck on his backside here, up in T3. Dealt with quite adeptly, I believe. That was by a Lems who got him at range. So it makes his life a bit easier now to start focusing on the push forwards. I think they're looking to try and go for a push on towards Big Window as well. I think Ranchero was based around there above them all earlier on. Great nade comes over. A lot of damage on towards Shepard, but not finished off.
Not looking good for Virtus.pro at the minute. BDS pushing their way up White Stairs now. Pasha is being held. He's got the shotgun, so he's ready for those close-range engagements. But BDS are just essentially forcing him to move as Leakerfack and Alems pick one apiece up. Shepard goes down as well. 4v2. It's all up to Pasha, who's stuck inside of security. He was being held by Shaiko the whole time. It was smart from BDS. As soon as they recognised that Joystick was out of the game, it meant that Shaiko could just hold that position. So Pasha had 2 choices. You try and strafe across and get down hatch and escape, or you get picked up by Shaiko as you go out of the door. As it was, he was kind of pinned against that other wall as well, because Shaiko had the line across, so even getting to the hatch was too much to ask, really. And BDS take a great round there. Good attack, and they leveled things up 1-1. So much so, Virtus.pro, they don't want any more of that action. They're going to move sites, and they're going to go to meet him.
It's just like we said earlier on about the adaptation in the round. It's just so exciting to watch from both of these teams, really. And it was just a brilliant read by BDS on what was coming, what to expect. As soon as they realized that Pasha was trapped in below, they couldn't clear him out because the nades missed. All right, we'll hold him and just make him absolutely useless. He has to come out and fight us. So again, beautiful adaptation, and I absolutely love to see it. One apiece. Both teams starting out with pretty convincing rounds in response to one another, which probably suggests we are in for a pretty competitive first half.
Fingers crossed. We can but hope, Des. We can but hope. I'm a little bit concerned for Virtus.pro after that last round, though. It was a very good start for them in round one, but BDS were looking the same sort of dominant that they did on Clubhouse then. They just had them at every single turn. So Virtus.pro moving on to a tertiary site now. A little bit of a risk. As I said, Virtus.pro need a really good start here because you feel that BDS are going to be good on the defence. So let's, for argument's sake, say BDS take meeting. Now it's 2-1. We rinse and repeat. It's a 2-4-1/2 on the defence for Virtus.pro. It will not be enough when the sides switch, I don't think. So Virtus.pro definitely need to get this third choice site done.
They do, absolutely do, to keep this one running in their favour, or at the very least, get things to start tipping the scales towards the French side. Here we go then, a bit of a focus coming in immediately on towards this walk-in wardrobe. Dan holding close on this one with those impacts in back pockets to deal with anything that comes onto the wall, as Brede is now learning it's not going to be an easy job to get this one completely cleared away. They've got the information coming through on the drones. They're in a spot to try and play a thought for a second, then to play through the verticals to try and find Dan. At this point, he's gone through both of his impacts, though, so Brede could get away with this next one, and I'm sure that he knows it. Onwards it comes. No one should be able to get this one off unless there's someone playing in below, and it will force VP to scarper back in towards Kids, right into the corner of this top floor, as BDS keep on trying to slowly corral them in to force them to drop through the hatch.
Virtus.pro are doing a good job of keeping hold of the top floor for now, but there's still 1 minute 30 left on the clock. There's an awfully long time for them to hold on, as that net is now starting to tighten. BDS moving into pit, but always does pick up leak effect. That is a big start there. Joystick surely loses his life. Do they know about the second? They do not! Dan steps out and gets the kill onto a Lems. Great trade from Virtus.pro there, but how can Dan hold on?
I mean, he's forced to run there, nade at his feet. You've got no choice but to move, and really just thought he might be able to get away with it, but just couldn't pull it off. And two fall down extremely quickly for VP. BDS once again back in full control, making use of the soft wall, but up comes always up White Stairs, takes one for himself and equalizes things out into a 2 versus 2. This round is so back and forth, Tim, but it settles with BDS having top floor control and VP on the down.
I feel like Virtus.pro just needs somebody to sort of step up and really take hold of this game. In map one, there was a couple of players who had a big presence in there. I'm looking at Always particularly. He was going really, really well. Pasha's been quiet today, and again, we know Pasha's ability does an awful lot for the team, but they just need somebody to be stepping up at this point and really taking control. Renshiro trying to push on. I don't think he knows about the man inside of showers. He's turned his side to him, but I'm not sure that they're aware of Renshiro's presence, to be honest with you.
Not too sure they are. He could do a lot of work, but Always might get the side swipe onto him first. Finds his man for free. Brede now stuck against two. Will he be able to complete? Yes, he will. Gun straight up, and both players now manoeuvring around to try and find him. He's got no idea where they could be coming in from. They've made a small mistake here, maybe in splitting up. They really want to go for the swing at the same time. They have an idea as to where he is. Or do they? They feel like maybe he's ran out somewhere else, but he hasn't. He's still sat, dug in between these benches, in between the pews, praying for his life. There's not a clue where these last two are coming from. One up towards his right, they've got the right sort of idea. Turns around for one, but Always nets the quad kill. Virtus.pro are going to take round 3, 2-1 to the Russian side.
A good finish there from Virtus.pro. Surprised that Brede was able to get that plant down. It was great play from him, but well worked at the end. There was no pressure there, no rush. They were happy to just take their time. Like you said, they created a great position there. There was no way that Brede could win both of those. He had one on either side of him. They were reasonably confident at that point that he was still inside a meeting. I think once you get to rear stage, you know that if he's dashed outside, if he's waiting back there somewhere, you're likely to have been challenged by then. So the confidence was there in his position, and they were able to close it out. A good round from Virtus.pro. They needed that third choice site. It leaves them back now down in basement. If they can get this locked down again like they did last time, 3-1 is a great start for them.
And once again, you're going to see Likafat moving over to playing on the Monty. So despite it not feeling too effective in the previous round, I guess that's kind of a lie. It was effective in the early round because 60 seconds in, they'd got all of Virtus.pro back on site, so played it out really well in that sense. But when it came around to the actual site execute, that's where things started going a little bit awry. But nevertheless, BDS feel they can course correct here, still make use of that Monty to great effect, and so they're going to try it once again to try and win out this downstairs site.
I don't feel that the Monty had the most impact last time around.
Just in that first 60 seconds, yeah, that was it really.
They need to get more out of it, you know, is what I'm saying there. They need to, Likafat probably needs to be a little bit more aggressive on it. It was very late in the round that he was pushing down rear stage stairs. Really, you want that Monty in there. He needs a bit of cover, of course. He needs support, but you want that Monty in and around site, really making him uncomfortable. You know, if you've got players around pillars and electrical, for example, you want the Monty in there, forcing them out. That's part of Monty's job, is to apply pressure and is to force operators to move as well as to gain intel. So they definitely need that use. Dan is going to have taken some damage there, but will continue this fight on the top floor. Does get himself into a better position here if he wants to drop away. He was a little bit stuck in the corner in the last round, but this time he is able to wriggle away.
And as long as they've got control over Kitchen, which they've secured with things like mute jammers, they're in a really good spot to be able to just tuck away. I mean, C4 for a drone works as well. Obviously wasn't the intended target, but you'll take it. As long as they've got Kitchen control, they can drop from top floor into Kitchen, then rotate down into security and drop back on towards site. It's almost like playing the old school SSG room on Clubhouse here, just making use of all three floors as part of their defense. So rather than kind of recoiling away from the Monty and giving up that ground even quicker because you respect the Monty, what they're actually looking to do is play even more aggressive into it and look to challenge it and slow the team down even further. Likafat was going a little bit low then. It's still Pasha the first one to fall, though, as Shaiko finds him out.
Done a great job on the drone game here at Virtus.pro. They've managed to pick up 7 of them. There's only 3 remaining for BDS, so they're going to be playing with very little information because, of course, you need to leave those drones potentially for flank watch, so you can't be sending them all into sight as well. So at this point, they're likely working with what they've got, and then the rest is going to have to come from Likafat, who has pushed himself down Freezer stairs now. A minute left to go. This is where we need that aggression from the Montagne. It's not going to work, though, as Joystick picks up an important kill onto him.
I think he was looking where? I mean, Deep Freeze was really the only place to be looking, but I think he maybe got recalled out there by an impact, got himself sawed down regardless, and Joystick picks him up pretty much for free. Bride is also down on the deck here as well, so yet again, not really seeing the impact from that Monty we'd like to see. Didn't really speed up their own clear particularly, and BDS are just falling like flies onto their backside one after the other. Joystick into a 3, maybe try and look and convert it into even more at the back of this round, find himself an ace if things carry on at this pace. The last 2 are pushing in from the same spot. Dan's going to deny the ace away, but it does most definitely secure this round for Virtus.pro, who was sat in a 4 versus 1.
Please, Dan, you've still got your Gon 6 out. This is not going to end well for you. Sorry, it's Renshiro. Still got the Gon 6 out there. Not going to end well for you. It doesn't, as he gets taken out by the shotgun. Well predicted with the flash going off in front of him. Just knew that somebody was likely to push around the corner at that point. It was indeed Renshiro, and that's going to be Virtus.pro taking round 4. As I said, they really needed that one. It gives them the 3-1. They've now guaranteed an even split at least. You know that they've got another round in the bank, I think, at least here out of the 2 sites that they've got left open to them. So BDS on the back foot here. We expect better from BDS on defense than attack, I would suggest, on Oregon. So there is, I would think, probably going to be a comeback in the second half. But, you know, we thought that potential on Clubhouse and it never really came.
Never materialised, did it? So it could very much prove to be the same here. Let's find out, though. Only 2 more rounds to go in this half before we start to see what unfolds when it's Virtus.pro on the attacking side of Oregon. Here, though, I'd argue they look incredibly comfortable on the defensive side. Even when BDS have...
They look great.
Even when BDS have dragged along that Monty, it's like they've just said, well, we've seen this before. Like, we know what to expect. Even if it's Likafat playing it and not Bride, we're just ready. Who cares?
Looking great at the minute. Certainly woken up from the slumber that they found themselves placed in on Clubhouse. Virtus.pro, the dominant force at the minute. The half switch is going to be, we always say, you know, that how important it is, but it's going to be potentially decisive in this matchup. BDS getting themselves onto the attack and just whether they can or cannot deliver. Shaiko just looking for a cheeky little peek underneath the master door there. Is not going to find his man. It's all reinforced off. off. So we are going to have Leakerfact moving through Freezer, though, just going for the potential sneak attack. I don't know if he thinks that there's somebody down here or not, but Alems is going to open things up with a pick onto Joystick. Not in tier 3 again, please, Joystick.
Alems has just got him covered, hasn't he, up there? He's getting nothing done from tier 3 in this game. But Alems, pretty much for the team, has been playing this role consistently, where he is the solo bolo player, off running around the map, trying to make things happen. Normally on things like the Nook. Here, Pasha is going to find him out. His impact's going to be completely zero.
There you go. That's the man underneath that they were looking for, and that is now a headache for BDS to try and deal with, because they've got Pasha on their flank somewhere. Obviously, they have to continue pushing towards the site, but with 1 minute 50, I'd like to see maybe a bit of decisiveness from BDS to say, we actually need to get down to kitchen, we need to get down to security, we need to try and deal with this, because a plank could be difficult if we try to go through with it whilst they are underneath.
It's interesting, they're fully reinforced off Trophy. Normally you only see the one wall, the left-hand one reinforced off here, so you can challenge anyone that takes control of Trophy, but complete and utter full lockout by Virtus.pro does give a lot of comfort to BDS, who can now slowly work their way through and set this up the way that they want to without any fear of what's going on inside of Attic. Sees the angle as well, almost manages to catch his man, but just about gets away with a few scrapes and bruises. Shepard down pretty low at the same time, and he is challenging on towards Alems, who's pushing in solo here on his way into Attic.
Virtus.pro seriously flirting with danger and death at the minute at every opportunity. We seem to see the chip damage coming in, but forget chip damage. Shepard's going to take Alems down in Attic, and that gives Virtus.pro an advantage. 55 seconds left to go. Shaiko's going to hold that angle, but he can't hold it forever, clearing out some utility to give him an opportunity to push forward. But BDS, 45 seconds left to go, need to get moving. Damage taken as soon as they try to move in. They've got the top of white locked down, though. Shaiko finds always, and that leaves us now 3 versus 3.
That's what they were looking for, really, and slowly they're starting to creep their way forward. Shaiko's been a bit tentative about his push in, understandably so, as Dan just completely domes him. Bride's inside and got into a good spot here to get this plant down. No C4 on the other side to stop this one, but he so sorely needs the cover. The cover was going to be there, but Bride once again, he's in a 1 versus 2. He'll have no chance to pull that one off. It's going to be 4-1 to Virtus.pro.
This is turning out to be a bit of a masterclass of Oregon at the minute. Shepard able to get in there, cool as ever, and get that job done. Bride a little bit unfortunate there, an extra second or two, and maybe he can get that gun up. He never really had a chance to fight. He needed Renshiro to win that fight at the top of White Stairs, keep himself in the round, but just wasn't possible. And just as BDS did to Virtus.pro on Clubhouse, Virtus.pro are now starting to run away with this. BDS, I feel like they desperately need this last round on the attack, Des. A 5-1 to come back from. Are you telling me this Virtus.pro will not find one site that they can win twice? Because that's the reality. BDS will then need to win their third choice site at least once, even if they want to take it to overtime.
That's it. It's going to have to be a big swing in that second half. We'll see, though, if this is the exact reverse of what we saw back on Club. That 5-1 half that we saw at the start for BDS could well flip and be in Virtus.pro's favour here. And it would take some real efforts from BDS to swing it back the other way. Now, every time I feel that we see a certain pick made on this map, we always expect absolute spice. And namely, I'm looking towards Leakerfact here, picking up on the Amaru. In a spot to come flying in through Kids Window, for example. We've seen it out of BDS. I want to say now about 2 years ago, there was a fantastic round that got showcased involving BDS, where we saw an Amaru come flying in through Kids Window, while we saw executes happening elsewhere around the map, and it was absolute magic. Here, it's straight inside of tier 3, and it is surprising no one. They've got the answer. He's down but not out. And Pasha, he wants his one. He wants his one. He wants his KD. Just got to find the player and put him in the ground. There we go.
Pasha needs to be careful. Bullets raining in around him there as he confirms that kill onto Leakerfact. But as you said, just so well read. And that's not the end of the world for Virtus.pro. Losing a man, not ideal, but so long as they get the trade each time, taking down Shaiko as well, a big danger there. Oh, it's just so free. Always finds Renshiro, and this is falling apart. BDS just seem to be a different team to the one we saw back on Clubhouse right now.
Yeah. I feel like this round was a bit of a Hail Mary from BDS. Like, they've just kind of gone for it. The Amaru with Shaiko charging in towards top floor, for example. Either they've all tried to catch Virtus.pro off guard, or they've kind of said, what's the worst that can happen? Let's just give it a whirl. It'll definitely feel a bit chaotic to go for that like latter style of play, but
At this point, everything has practically fallen apart for them, and it's only down to 2 players left, Lems and Brede, to salvage something from this last round.
This is it, but there's a game to be won here. Des and BDS need to make sure that they're doing everything they can to get that done. I'm sure it is the case, but as you say, maybe they just threw a few things at the wall to see what sticks. They're certainly in the finding out stage now, so shall we say, in round 6, and this is not going to be good for them. It could be a 5-1 half, and as I say, it just puts them on such a back foot, even when they are going to be stronger on the defence, I expect, at least. It's not a guarantee, but
hopeful, Tim, hopeful.
It's just going to be so much work for them to come back from here. Lems is just going to be getting into the top floor, ripping up those floorboards, looking for anything he can get going. Takes out the FNAP mine there just to prevent any opportunity for them to make the challenge from underneath. 50 seconds left to go. BDS playing it cool, playing it calm. They're waiting for their opportunities here, but Virtus.pro are just serving up absolutely nothing right now.
No. I mean, why would you as well? Why put yourself in that position to say that as a player approaches the top of the freezer? Maybe I'll fancy himself a go here, but Pasha's just going to dig in and wait and just hope that someone hits the door, shoots it open, whatever it might be, just gives themselves away. As Brede is looking in towards security itself, as soon as there's a whiff that he's here, Pasha is going to spring into action.
He will know as well on the Fenrir that the gadget had been activated.
Wait,
Pasha unfortunately takes down Shepard after he killed a Lems. That's certainly not ideal. Maybe he wanted the kill onto a Lems, who knows? But Brede is going to be able to strafe around, pick up the man on freezer stairs, 4 seconds, and this is going absolutely nowhere. Has to take the goo mine out. That's the round done, and that is VP with a 5-1 half. Anything you can do, we can match, they say, after they suffered the same fate back on Clubhouse, and this could well be a 7-1 return shot from Virtus.pro.
Oh boy, oh boy. I did say earlier on, I would hate to see a really dominant one-sided final map, given how the series has gone. I'd have loved to have seen a really down-to-the-wire game like we had back on Cafe, but so far it has been the Virtus.pro show. But as always, 2 halves to a game of Siege. You could now see a very different game erupt going into the second part of things. BDS go on the defense, start off on the downstairs. A good first round here could really spell some chaos for the rest of the game.
Here we go then. BDS need a round, simple as that. There's a little bit of me, Des. You know, we said we wanted that close final map. We certainly haven't had it yet, but there is a little bit of me that is expectant of BDS here. They're such a quality team, and we know that they are solid here on Oregon, and particularly on the defence. I've just got a feeling that maybe they're going to give Virtus.pro a run for their money, and if we wanted a close match, what better way to get it than to see a 1-5 half run all the way back in.
Could be even crazier, Tim. That's what we all love to see. Overtime is the demand, but whether or not BDS are able to rise to those demands is a different conversation. Let's get things underway, though. Monty on side here for Shepard, so no shortage of shield operators coming into this game from both sides. Really looking in towards things like the Capitao as well. We speak about this operator a lot. Don't always see it used, admittedly, to the best effect, but just brings so much. Has smokes, has a hard breach gadget, definitely not a bad gun. Extremely speedy as well. Like, just a lot offered there by a single operator. And for the longest time, I've thought he's actually really, really strong, and that not enough teams really appreciate exactly how valuable he can be to a lineup. Of course, some maps dictate that you need to bring a certain attacking lineup. You need the soft destruction, for example, something he doesn't offer. But when you have that flexibility, for me, should be one of those go-to operators you're bringing along every time.
Dan was so close to taking out the mirror window on that long-range angle then, but the Twitch drone was taken out just before it could be found. Always is going to be in kitchen. Moving across, I think they're fairly happy, Virtus.pro, that they've got the top floors locked down, so the tension will turn towards the basement. They're going to start opening up those hatches and applying a little bit of pressure to Pillar.
It's where they go from here as well. I mean, they had a bit of an insurance policy in the Monty, having the hard breach gadgets in back pocket as well. Just in case Pasha got sniffed out early on, so no Hibana on site, which is quite rare when coming in towards the site, given there are a few hatches to get opened up on your march on through. Shepard going to work his way down through Freezer, has the blessing with that shield that he can't be shot by the feet holes that you normally see inside of this wall. It feels here like BDS have got more head height ones to be able to challenge into behind a mirror window. But as said, he can just march on forwards here. I just hope that he's at least a tickle more respectful than what happened last time around for BDS when they went marching forward to believe it was Leakyfac and he got put in the dirt by Joystick for practically free.
Ranshiro just going to hold his position, feed back the info on what's going on in Freezer, but they're aware and they start dealing with it, force him out of position, going to take out the Gemini clone, we'll get no more than that, and Ranshiro takes a lot of damage as well. The march of the Monty continues on, but how about that for a Nitro? Surely that's got to be fed back. Shepard's got to be screaming, there's a Nitro coming here, it goes over his head, does pick up Dan, and it's starting to look a little bit difficult for Virtus.pro to get any headway here.
I really thought he was going to find 2 with that C4. Unlucky to only get the 1, but always is cleaning house here as well. 2 still left on their feet. It's 3 on side for VP. One of those being a Monty. It's looking real dire for the French side here as well. One more push comes in. Brede yet again is left in a clutch situation. Him and Nello today have been in so many of these, but unfortunately has simply not found the better side of them. He'll try and do what he can. Looks in for the 1, can't find it, gets the man. Pasha hits the deck. It's him coming up against Joystick. He's tucked into a corner. Drone on side. Shotgun finds the man. As I say it, Brede comes up with a huge 3K and keeps BDS alive.
Brede just wins those, simple as that. He is just so solid in those clutch situations and continues to impress year after year with moments like that. Brede just rolling back the clock and doing the business. 1v2 locks it out, and that could be the moment, that could be the spark, the catalyst that BDS need to fire them back into this on Oregon.
Whew, okay, just as I was saying that today the supports really haven't had a good time in these clutches. Brede pulls out exactly what he was once regarded for. Massive clutch player for BDS historically. And sure, in this series, maybe hasn't been the big standout performer that they sometimes need. But sometimes 1 round can be enough. Maybe that fires BDS up. Maybe it gives them that little bit of breathing room that they need to still get this one going. It's still 5-2. It's still a very tall mountain to climb, but it only begins with 1 round.
1 round at a time, it's all that you can do. We talk to the players so often, as you know, we see it in interviews, we talk to them behind the scenes and we say, how do you deal with those situations? You're 5-1 down, you're 6-0 down, how do you do it? How do you fight back? And the answer is always the same pretty much, and that is, you don't think about the score, you just take 1 round at a time. All that's in front of BDS right now is round 8, and that is going to be a defense of dorms. They head up to the top floor. For me, they need at least another 2 rounds, Des, before they let Virtus.pro get an attack done. The likelihood is that Virtus.pro will find a round somewhere here. You know, the hunt now for BDS is likely towards overtime. You know, to completely shut Virtus.pro out is going to be a difficult task, and if you manage it, fantastic. But really, the aim is delay, delay, delay. So for me, BDS, get the next 2 rounds, get it back to 5-4, and then at least it feels doable.
That's it. But again, it's just such a big hill to climb. But the thing is, I've doubted teams so many times and just said there's no way they can pull this back. And then by some magic, it seems to happen. We saw it back on map 1, let's not forget as well. Real magic was shown there, unfortunately. VP taking it away from BDS, but still a very entertaining map it turned out to be. Here, Leakafak on the mirror, one of the slower operators in the game, dancing around, trying to take a couple of early firefights and not being rewarded with any. Instead, just reminding VP that, hey, they are still out in the map, they are still there to threaten and, you know, aggress if needs be. Just forcing them to get back on the drones that little bit longer and hopefully slow them down enough that mistakes start becoming a bit more costly. Mirror window, another one being zapped out here. Both taken out by the attackers. Good start.
Yeah, big shot from Dan there. Not always the easiest to pick up. We saw it missed earlier. You know, those drones are being watched for, and it can be a tricky long shot to make. No range anymore on those Twitch drones, of course. There used to be a little bit of a range to that laser, and you had to get within a certain distance, but now not the case. The Gemini decoy will be taken out. Brede just tries to hit him with the fadeaway, but cannot find his man as he drops down into Freezer. Pasha's there waiting to potentially put him on ice, but Brede, he knows better than to overcommit to that. He's going to keep himself in behind the lockers, but whilst he's down there, Virtus.pro, they have to be aware, they have to assign somebody to him.
I absolutely love this shotgun. It just barks whenever it starts blasting away, so they've got to be so respectful. Surely they know when they heard that come through that it's Ella sat in spot with a shotgun in hand, and you do not want to be running face first into that, let alone any shotgun in the game. But Ella's
definitely not the kind of one you want to run into, especially with the rate of fire that it has on side as well. Tucked in pretty tight down here inside of Freezer, again, just causing a bit of a headache for Virtus.pro. Similar stuff to what we saw back on Cafe when it was BDS leaving members lurking out in the map until later on, and then striking as the round came towards a close. Brede shut down by Always, and this should be a bit of movement starting to come into effect. Great little backstab there coming out from Always too.
Absolutely, and Virtus.pro aren't going to get many better opportunities than this. They have to get this done. Leaker pack is down. It's effectively 5 versus 3. There's only 10 seconds left, though. How many times have we said of this team that the clock is usually the problem? The kills start coming. Joystick, Elems, though, he has a response. Shaiko steps up and goes big with a double, and it's going to be another round for BDS as Virtus.pro, despite having the advantage, despite doing everything that they had in 2 minutes and 50 seconds, could not get the last step in those final 10, and that is going to be BDS 3-5, and the comeback could be on.
Couldn't it just? This is starting to feel a little bit spicy now. That one was quite a convincing about, oh, this feels so hard. They can't pull this back from 5-1. It's on the way. There's a few people on the edge of their seats here, Tim. I'm not talking about you either, who just really aren't sure which way this one could end up going.
I live there, Des.
It's the most worn out part of your seat, mate. Everything else is immaculate, but the edge of it.
Yeah, it's untouched. It's just covered in a fine layer of dust, is the rest of the seat.
It is one of those. It is one of those. BDS once again starting out on their roam around the map. Again, we've come used to this now, seeing them get out there, get busy, start setups, and really try and slow the side of Virtus.pro down. Here, set up inside of Attic, because controlling of that hatch means that you can maintain a lot of control over meeting itself. The attackers really need to get in on that top floor and do a little bit of a slowdown up there, which means you're likelihood going to see someone playing around games and trying to contest on towards the walk-in wardrobe wall. You'll see someone inside a trophy contesting in towards bedroom early. They've also got the hold, though, inside of security and inside a kitchen. So quite a lot being challenged here by BDS, but it means they've got multiple layers of defense they can fall back to, which means more and more time can be wasted for VP.
Oh, BDS just holding on over and over again. How long can they continue for? I said that they needed 2 more. Well, they've got 1 of them. This is the second that they need to be holding on to. And this is where it gets difficult. This is the 3rd choice site now. This is meeting. Virtus.pro going to be looking towards that top floor. But that last round for Virtus.pro fans is going to be a bit of a worry. I mentioned time. I mentioned the clock. It's the one sticking point that seems to come back over and over for this team on attack, and it raised its head there. There was too little time left for them to do the work they needed to do, and if they allow that to continue, it could be a problem. Joystick knows the Lems is down here. Is he going to get his man? He goes through. He needs to get aggressive and win this. He does. What a start for Virtus.pro. Joystick getting the job done in the basement.
I really wanted to say my head says it's because of the gun that he's got Amaru here, and the 3 flashes are always welcomed as well. My hopeful inside me really wanted to believe they were going to try and make a play up meeting hatch, and now they've got control on the downstairs. It's not a far gone possibility, but they need Shaiko out of sight. That is number 1 first and foremost, and there are 2 or 3 players here all committed to trying to make that happen.
The thing is Shaco's attention is drawn towards the front side. It could be an opportunity for a backstab. There it comes, but no! You don't get away with that on Shaco. He wheels around 180 and takes his man down, but the trade is there. It's 3v3. A Shepard, he's going to stick this. Dan has got the cover. Shepard can get away. This is not going to be easy for BDS to fight back from. They're outside of the map. They've got the angles that they need.
This is almost impossible to fight back as well, because they've got full garage control. It's a single doorway you can fight in through. Sure, you can take top floor control if you want, but Shepard's already worked his way up there. Maybe they can long arm this, but you're exposed to the front door if you try and do that. Just so many things work against them that we're going to have to see some real smart play coming out of the defenders here to swing this one back. Shepard's gone down. Leaky Fac's trying to long arm on it. He's going to go down to his man Renshiro, the last one left alive in a 1 versus 1. There's only 10 seconds to go. Renshi, you've got to move now, my man. He's left it too late. He's going to try and stick this one out, and Dan knows that he has to be on the diffuser. He'll put him in the ground. Virtus.pro up to match and series points. Heck, at this point, call it European League points.
We knew that this moment was likely to come. BDS fans knew this moment was likely to come. A 6-0 half is a very rare thing. The question is, has it come too soon for BDS? I was hopeful on their behalf that they would get at least one more round and go 4-5 before they had to face that match point at potentially 4-6. But now, it's staring them in the face. It's 6-3. It's Virtus.pro, 1 round away from, as you say, taking the top spot in EUL. BDS, there are no more mistakes. They get to go back through their primary and secondary sites now. It will be basement. It will be dorms. This could all come down to meeting in round 12.
A real heartbreak there. I think, Shaiko's going to say, what more can I do, man? Like, I've contested 3 players pushing in through south. I spun and taken down Joystick, who's coming through the hatch after deleting a lens downstairs.
Oh.
There's nothing more he could have done, and they still couldn't get it over the finish line. Again, I don't want to kind of pull back to other players on BDS and be saying these guys simply haven't played to the level required, but if you want to be champions of Europe, you've got to be playing at a higher standard than what they've let slip by in this game.
It was just such a smart heads-up play as well from Virtus.pro. That was experience coming out of Shepard. That's Shepard saying, I can get this down, and his team trusting him. And he was not wrong. Absolutely perfectly positioning. He knew that he could get that down. He had confidence in his cover from Dan, and it was just really well played to get that plant down and then to be able to defend it. Renshiro was so unfortunate. He goes out and gets the man outside. He takes Shepard down, but he just didn't have the time that he needed. This is a game that has been full of trials and tribulations. There's going to be elation and heartache, no doubt, by the end of it between these two teams, because they've truly thrown everything at it. Yes, they've both qualified to the Atlanta Major, but there is more at stake. There always is in these matchups. There is pride, and for BDS, there is those few extra morsels, those SI points that could at the end of the day, be the difference.
Really can't ignore that there are 6 frag grenades on side in this game, Tim. That's 6 of 8 in the game at the minute on the attacking operator lineups. We haven't seen 8 for a while. Sometimes you'll see the 4 with Sledge and Iana, for example, but seeing all 6 coming along, it's a little bit of a rare one. So we've got to see those connecting onto targets in this round. And Shaiko, I tell you what, you cannot give this man an inch. He will take a mile.
That is absolutely phenomenal shot. Shooting uphill, as we call it, is always difficult in Siege. Generally, the player with the height advantage will win a lot of those fights, but Shaiko proving there is no advantage that can be found against him. We're going to have utility raining onto electrical here. The Virtus.pro certainly want to get control of Pillar, want to get themselves down there, but Shaiko is still wedged in. He's coming back from orders. He wants some afters here.
He's on the Warden, and that's a good old throw back that one. He's in such a good spot playing on the Warden here as well that realistically it doesn't matter what comes into him. The 3 extra flashes in the back pocket of Always, for example, he's ready and armed to deal with it. He's got a Lems, his brother in arms, sat on the pillar across from him. Those two are an iron fortress to try and break down, and you've got the assistance of Leakafat playing on site. It's so hard to push in on this top side. They keep on sending these Roteros in and now trying to force Shaiko away. They know that he's playing on Shaiko's spot. It's named after him, for God's sake. But at the minute, largely immovable, and Leakafat steps up when needed. Pasha deleted, 1 inside of V-Box. They found yet another. It's a 3 versus 2. Shaiko's fell down, but there's 3 standing here to deal with Always and Joystick.
Time is going to be the problem once again. Virtus.pro are going to have to start taking risks as the clock reaches 19 seconds. How's that for a risk? Always manages to take down Brede. 2v2. Numbers are even. BDS are looking towards the clock. They're hoping that it saves them at this point. Ilems peeks, gets one. Gets no, he doesn't get the second. It comes down to a 1v1. And it's all up to Renshiro to run away. He finds the kill. And BDS keep fighting 4-6.
Jesus Christ, that was squeaky bum time. I just thought to myself, Renshiro, run! But obviously he had no idea if the player was coming in through supply or was rounding down through laundry. He had to just kind of stake a guess and planted his feet effectively, spun at just the right moment because you saw their hearts breaking there. But Renshiro gets the kill when it's needed most. Another wonderful round. BDS's defensive setup so hard to crack. That little triangle they had of Likifaka, Lems, and Shaiko, we've seen it a million times. It made it really difficult for VP to really get any kind of presence coming in, but the chaos of the push coming down through tier 3, or through tower, someone dropping in through E-box, the push through construction, they gave VDS 3 things to worry about at the same time, and in all the chaos and confusion, they do manage to break that hold, albeit only temporarily, and Renshiro has said, really does what matters most, winning that 1 versus 1 gunfight. 4 and 6, still 2 rounds to go, but Tim, we could be getting that epic finale we were after.
I felt for Renshiro there because we were all screaming, run away, but I feel like he was just caught in that no man's land of, I don't know which way he's going. Yes. And he didn't want to be the player that got caught sprinting out of ADS and unable to take the fight. So, well played from Renshiro. That was some cool nerve to be prepared for that gunfight and to win it. But yeah, I think, you know, anybody sat there thinking, why didn't he just go to the rotate? I think he was unsure as to whether the player was actually pushing there potentially. So ultimately, good decision made, and what a game this is shaping up to be. You just feel it on the cards already. I said it last round, I think. This is careening at breakneck speed towards a 12th round decider on meeting.
Oh, man.
There's one more round for BDS to get. It feels like it's almost written in the stars. With you and I casting it, it feels like it's almost already in those extra 3 rounds of overtime.
Oregon map 3s are always special because of the Dan 1 Kia phase game that we had back in Sweden. We reminisce on this an awful lot, but it went all the way to the 15th round. It was a 1v1 between Rin and Souls won the 1 versus 1. A challenge from game in towards kids, and it just took that one critical shot that propelled phase through to go on and win the whole thing. So whenever we come round, especially towards overtime in map 3 on Oregon, I just get those chills. I just get that sensation again. And I'm really praying here that BDS get these 2 rounds because, my God, would it be an epic conclusion to the European League for 2023.
Well, it's exactly what we wanted out of Oregon. We came in, we were a little bit disappointed almost. That's nothing against Virtus.pro, but at the half, 5-1, we thought, no, not like this. We want a close matchup. We want something to get excited about. I want something to shred my voice over. And boy, is this game starting to deliver. And don't you worry, we will give it every single ounce that it deserves as this one goes on. Utility is going to be cleared out with the Rotero. Drone Renshiro going nowhere for the time being, was going to stick around in trophy, but does then dip away. It's those thoughts that start to creep in now where you think, don't over-aggress, don't overpeak, give them nothing.
You're seeing the slight difference here as well, where it's been nades tossed in towards trophy normally, but obviously with ADS's on side in the form of Renshiro, and also there were my magnets in form. Well, why not bring out the Roteros? It's exactly what we've seen Shepard doing. Really high value from the first 2 that is tossed in, and still 2 more to go. Joystick joined out towards this west side as well by the Iana of Always as they try and sweep their way across. Maybe anticipating running into someone here, given that single reinforced wall inside of Showers. There'll be a little bit of extra attention paid to droning, just in case there's anyone lurking in a corner waiting to catch them out on their run through the map.
Likifaka needs to be very careful. I was just watching his movement across. No presumption there that the white window may be watched. He manages to get himself across and into Showers, I think. He's just in and around that corridor, but definitely needs to be careful because the thing is, Pasha can just hold him out of sight now if Virtus.pro choose to start getting aggressive towards it. If they decide that they can take the 4v4 and push forward. Again, BDS just exposing themselves a little bit unnecessarily at times here and giving Virtus.pro those opportunities just to pick up a little headshot.
I mentioned this difference between the 2 teams as well, where BDS have left one of these trophy walls soft to be able to challenge through it. And Shaiko nearly paid the price as Dan was just holding that literal pixel angle, really giving definition to the term pixel, waiting for someone to show their head, and it was Shaiko who nearly got caught out, but for now stays alive. Virtus.pro with 45 seconds on the clock are already squaring up for this hit on towards the southeast side of this map. They've really ignored everything out towards Attic. They've not bothered with a double window, for example. There are several things working against them, but Brede, he has got a real good chance to be a bit of a backstab here. Round in the corner, Renshiro's giving it away for free. Joystick's fallen down, Shaiko almost falling, turns around, the MPX, a bit of a pea shooter. Not enough damage, 3 left standing, Tim.
It's ticking down. This is Virtus.pro's opportunity. Dan manages to get Leaker back. What can Breede do to support LMs? What can Breede do full stop? It's 1v3. LMs manages to get 2, but Shepard picks up the final kill in the 1v1. LMs cannot do enough, and that is going to be that. Virtus.pro, they take map 3, and what a contest it was.
And if there was any doubt that they are the best team that we have in Europe this year, well, this just absolutely cements it for them. All 150 points being taken away. First place in stage 1, first place in stage 2, and you know full well they are going to put on one hell of a show when it comes to the major. Condolences to BDS falling just short, but they still get 130 SI points. They finished second, Tim. They shouldn't be ashamed of this performance. Yes, some members could have played better. Shaiko especially these last 2 days. What an absolute demon he's been.
That's it. It's always tough to take a loss, but BDS have at least got the major still to look forward to. That was done and dusted. LM's having another good game today. We saw him picking it up yesterday as well. And as you say, BDS just need to be getting everybody in, and I'm sure that that will come in time for Atlanta. But the focus has to be Virtus.pro today. They've looked good. They've allowed BDS some opportunities they shouldn't. There's definitely things for them to work on, but they came in saying that they wanted the win against the French side. They got it, and can carry some confidence forward.
Absolutely they can. Again, can't wait to see how both of these teams deliver alongside Wolves, the 3 teams that have now qualified for the major. The LCQ still awaits, but that's us done casting for now. Tim, let's throw it over to a break, and when we come back, Fabian, Fresh and Ian are waiting for you on standby.
I want MAE to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Doki 4 kills! Give them all! That's gonna be G2, moving on!
You sure that was pre-placed on the hatch as well? It's the second time they got away with this half as well. It's really good stuff coming out of Secret. Groovy's there.
Nella holds strong on top of that one, drops into it, stops the counter defuse to give the round over to Eminem.
The close game ended in quite handily a fashion for the Wolves.
Major rotate, they took the stock hatch, they took the rotate round onto Banana, and they had the site control. Heroic!
Joystick denies the plant. Psycho needs to throw it down, but he won't be able to do so. VP, close it down.
He will not even make it back to his feet before Deepek cuts him down.
BDS lock down the series. They will qualify through.
Hungry, he's hopping. He's got to sprint round for the final player. Can he make it? Yes, he can!
Enemies remaining. Eliminate the terrorists.
There it is. VP take the grand final of the Blast R6 EUL Stage 2. They are on top of the roost where it comes to European Siege. And we will still see BDS at the major, who didn't manage to get the job done there in 3 maps. I'm going to talk to you guys in just a moment, but first let's speak to Pasha from VP. Pasha, welcome to the show. How are you doing? You won Stage 1, you've just won Stage 2, you're the best team in Europe.
I'm doing pretty great. I can't actually describe the feeling, because last 2 play days were incredible hard for us, but we still managed to secure 1-2 times both best French teams. That is kind of impressive, not gonna lie. And actually it felt like challenge impossible, but we still managed to secure. The team's been great. Very proud of the boys, very proud of myself. We're good.
Yeah, you're not just good, you're phenomenal. You're going to the major in Atlanta, you're going to SI, you've got a very busy few months coming up. How excited are you?
I'm actually very excited because last time I qualified for Invitational, it was with the old Virtus.pro roster, and we got sick of COVID, and because of that we didn't really manage to travel to Paris or something. I don't know where it was, but actually I'm very excited because I never was on 6 Invitational, and finally I get the ticket there, and I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, I was there in Montreal earlier this year. It's going to be phenomenal to see you guys in Brazil next year at SI. And, you know, you've had a great stage yourself personally. We can talk about your team as a unit, but there's arguments here that you're one of the most underrated players in the league. Do you feel that way about yourself?
Kinda, but actually I don't really care about it, because as long as me and my team are doing great, as long as I keep pushing and keep doing my impact on the team, I feel great. I don't really care about people like not talking about me. That's not the thing that I really want to see. I want to see the wins, and that's all that. Like it's all my dedication for the esports siege.
Yeah, and it's blatantly obvious that you're very dedicated to this team. Joystick told us yesterday in an interview that you've personally done a lot of organising for this team alongside of the coach. How much pride do you take in that side of things?
I mean, it's just like the old Virtus.pro rosters was built around me. I'm not an ego person, but it's like kind of I don't know, it's just how it is. And I don't actually think that there's any pride behind that. I'm just kind of have IGL in my blood, I gotta say. And I know a lot about the game, and I know how to structure the team to be good, basically. It's not all my work, honestly, because everyone is doing their job on this case. But I'm just a great addition to the strat and structure and all that stuff, I guess.
Yeah, and you're a phenomenal unit. Just reflecting a little bit, Map 2 Clubhouse did not go your way at all. Do you think that BDS maybe researched you on that map quite well?
The game actually just reset us, honestly, because the joystick just crashed. I had a drone bug in one round. We actually we didn't felt like moral down on that case. We still had a good mental, but there was just too many unlucky moments, I gotta say. That's not the... I mean, it's kind of hard to come back in this case, because you have so many unlucky moments. We actually could have finished the half 2-4, but BDS were actually strong on attacks, and honestly, that's the case that ruined our Clubhouse.
Yeah, well, you bounced back and you got the job done on the third and final map, and you should be incredibly proud of yourselves. Stage 1 and Stage 2. What an incredible run you guys are on.
Back to back, baby.
Back to back, baby. And how are you feeling going into this major? Are you looking to make a huge statement here?
Actually, I feel much more pressure on my shoulders, because we were back-to-back European champions, like best European team, and that adds some pressure, because now everyone expects us to play like out of our minds, play much better, and that kind of sucks, not gonna lie.
Well, Pasha, congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations, and we will be seeing you in Atlanta, all right?
Yep.
Thank you, man.
Sure.
Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers. Thank you. Well, it was a well-structured interview. The way he speaks is very organized. He knows exactly what he wants to say, and it sort of reflects the team play, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you see, he organises the team as well alongside the coach, as, Joystick said yesterday. Speaks very well about the game as well.
He does. Well, BDS didn't get the job done, and that is because VP went back to being cyborgs.
VP just doesn't care. And one thing I want to highlight as well with Pasha is that he's grown massively as an individual within the team as well.
Yes.
Like, not just as like an organizer or anything like this, but looking at his journey as an individual player, he's grown massively, and his consistency is incredible. I remember when I played against him back in the days, and you could see him up and down a little bit, but right now he's just continuously performing. So it's really nice to see that. And this is not just this map, it's overall I'm thinking that he's been doing that. But Virtus.pro just played really good Siege.
Yeah, there's a lot of eyebrows raised actually. When Virtus.pro picked up, because obviously this is the old Empire roster, from days gone by, who would they keep? A lot of people thought it would be Milan, but they kept Pasha, and I think you're seeing the fruits of that labour now.
Good decision.
Great decision. I mean, obviously Dan's the MVP. He's pretty much always the MVP for this roster. Yeah. But yeah, I think great decision, and I think they have their doubters. Don't get me wrong. I hands up. I've doubted them before in terms of playstyle, but what I've definitely come around to, and what a lot of people have definitely come around to, is these guys are improving with the meta, with the map pool. But the one thing, and I keep saying it, the fundamentals that underlie and underpin all of that are just so there. Back-to-back champions, you really can't.
Well, that I was going to say. One way to shut up doubters, Fabian, is to win stages back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, it's all reliant on their basics. Because if you rank these players, we've talked about it before when BDS looked at the numbers, and we saw some players in the bottom. If we're looking at basics and we rank Virtus.pro from the players in the UL from 1 to 50, I say that we have like all of those 5 players are like top 6 in sort of basics and how to play the game from a team point perspective of just setting up basic plays, setting up basic crossfires, coordination, communication. We're ranking these players really high up there. And they're showing you don't have to be the #1 in meta, but as long as you keep your basics high, you understand what you want to do, understand what you want to achieve, and you just do everything as a team, you can win, and they're doing it consistently.
When they went into Copenhagen, they kind of faltered in the best-of-3 phase, and they ended up going out to, I think it was M&M, completely from memory, but they went out in stage 2 once they hit the best-of-3 phase.
Yeah.
I think going into Atlanta, they've got a couple of things going for them, which is that they've improved their map pool a little bit more as well. I think Consulate coming in has significantly helped that as well. So they've got a bigger map pool that allows them to attack the best-of-3s. We've seen them be fine in best-of-3s here, and the fact that they just keep trying to integrate the new meta a little bit makes them a very dangerous proposition going into Atlanta for most teams.
Yeah, I think everybody probably watching at home, including everybody here, is buzzing to see them in action in Atlanta because we know what they're capable of now. BDS on the flip side, let's talk about their third and final map. Not very strong on attack, Fresh at all, and they even tried to use Monty and it's still not gone well.
Yeah, and I think that, that's one of the things is we said we would judge this game based on how BDS would attack. It was, a 1-5 split. They really, really, really struggled on their attacks again. They brought the Monty, which I think is trying to facilitate, the map control and the actual entry into the building and try and grab some map control, make the plays together off the back of that. And again, it still didn't quite work.
It seemed like when they were trying to surprise VP as well, that didn't work either.
Yeah.
Because I have to question that decision-making because you're playing against Virtus.pro. They don't leave those gaps. They never leave you open to surprise them. So nothing really went right for BDS. And also, I think we saw this is a game where Shaiko didn't shine extremely. He was still by far the best player of the team.
Yeah.
But he didn't shine extremely, and therefore, it just didn't work out. And again, we saw a little bit weaker performance from the rest of the team. So now we're seeing the negatives of when Shaiko doesn't put out the hardcore numbers and when the rest of the team doesn't fill up. Now we see the negatives, and it was quite clear on the last map.
So they didn't get the SI points that they were craving here, which would have been vital for them if they had picked up the win. However, we will still, of course, see them at the Atlanta Major, and I'm sure you're still pretty confident they'll perform well.
I'm still pretty confident they'll perform well.
Yeah.
I think, their quality is the one thing that's holding them back at the minute is it seems like the team play isn't quite there. The whole complete picture isn't quite there. They've now got, 3 weeks, maybe a little bit longer until the Atlanta Major to go and work on that. They will be coming in at the stage 2 phase because of the manner that they qualified.
Yep.
So they're going to get in and they're going to have a nice big Swiss system to get to grips with, the the teams, they're going to be very highly seeded because, of course, the seeding works based off, the qualification as well. So BDS should still have a deep run. They should still gather enough points to get to the 6th Invitational. Not getting this 20 points today, it might be the difference. We can't say for definite it will or it won't be. They certainly will have wished they had those 20 points in the bank, though.
BDS is probably, I would say, the best team in Europe to look at their mistakes, improve them, and change them during a short time. I think they're the best team at doing that. We saw them after G2. They shaped up their mistakes and what they were doing wrong. And they've done that multiple times. How many times has this core of a roster struggled and then came back and blew everybody away?
Yeah.
So many times.
It's actually when they're on fire that they seem to drop off, which seems to be heading into every 6th Invitational,
and
right?
then we see a reset and they play really well again. So this is a roster, I'm not doubting them for a second. They're going to go look through all of the VODs from this stage. They're going to look at what went wrong. We're talking what went wrong, the second place.
Yes, I mean, that means we've got high expectations for them, right?
We have so many high expectation teams in Europe. We're just that much better than every other league. I'm not even kidding with that.
No, they still will do and go and do well at Atlanta, the same as VP.
But the small mistakes that they're seeing here, they will definitely shape up.
All right, well, our bracket is definitely shaped up. It is done and dusted now. This Deciders bracket is flown by at the click of our fingers, and it's played out as we might have expected, especially towards the back end, Fresh.
Yeah, I mean, both me and Fabian made our prediction brackets, and it hasn't played out as neither of us expected. But yeah, I think, towards the back end, definitely, I think objectively, the 4 best teams got into the position to make themselves to the major, and then I think M&M have kind of imploded since.
Yeah.
And we've seen probably the 3 best teams in the league, BDS, VP, and Wolves, make it to the major. Maybe not necessarily in that order. I think, both me and Fabian probably thought Wolves would have enough to do it into the upper bracket and get into that stage 2, but they managed to get it done today. Obviously, Wild and Into the Breach is still yet to be played, and, I guess look on socials for announcements about that one.
Yeah, and look, one more. Congratulations to our Blast R6 EUL Stage 2 winners, Virtus.pro, and they deserve it. And I know that this team are feeling fiery and confident going into what's next for them, of course, the ATL Major, and then moving forward to SI in Brazil in February next year. It's going to be an exciting few months for these guys and all of their competition as well. Now, of course, to our teams that you might not have seen in that bracket and you're wondering what happened to them, we have still got one last shot at making it to Atlanta, and that is in the form of LCQ. Some big teams down here. Fabs. Some big teams down here. There's one in particular I know that you're fairly interested in.
I mean, we're looking at so many good teams down here. We're looking at 2 teams that we would consider tier 3 in the Unlimited and Team Valor. 2 good tier 3 teams, otherwise they wouldn't be this far into the tournament. And then obviously we can look at the big boys. I'd say G2 and M&M are kind of my favorites, but they're at the same side of the bracket.
Yeah.
How's that going to play out?
Yeah, that's the thing is, you're looking at whoever, if the game's played on paper and in theory, you're looking at G2 up against M&M in the semi-final. Whoever wins that, probably the favourites to take the spot.
Yep.
However, Wild, ITB, Secret, all 3 of those teams throughout this stage, and I'm leaving Koi out of this, all 3 of those teams through this stage have showed glimpses of potential. And looking at the Open Qualifier playoffs where, G2 barely got past Secret, it might not be as straightforward as that. We might well get one of those teams. They'll be looking at the bracket thinking, we can take anybody in this bracket.
How's it fill out?
I was going to try and make a case for Koi, but even I'm not on that train anymore.
That's just impossible.
Fab, come on. How does it fill out? How do those boxes fill up?
I think G2 M&M will win their games. I think that probably Wild and Into the Breach will win their games as well. Secret has a big chance too. It's really hard to predict.
We don't
I
know the seeding
do
of
think that Team Valor can actually make a surprise here. They have some really good players. I mean, I think Sky's dropped like 25 kills in a map in the playoffs. If you can drop 25 against those level of teams, you can definitely drop 20 against tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
Who knows? Sure, the pressure is going to be higher, but the pressure isn't on them because they've already made it further than people expected to.
A couple of things about Team Valor as well. Is one, they played the Open Qualifier playoffs with a sub. And then 2, Skies is kind of having the same hype in the community, in that space, that Leakyfac was having probably 15 months ago. So definitely, I know we're kind of previewing LCQs, but when we get there, watch out for that kid because he's got a lot of potential.
And we're looking at who they're playing against.
If either of the French teams end up making a move in the next 6-9 months, he's probably the next up.
And we're looking who they're going up against. A team that's struggling with mentals massively.
Yeah, well, look, there's still more seeds to come, and that's what's beautiful about this. Fab, you're not going to be here next week.
Nope.
Because you're having how many months off, did you say?
Well, you know, I'm not cool enough to get the events. No, I'm not doing Atlanta, so I'm guessing I'll see you guys maybe at the Invitational. Who knows?
Has anyone ever hugged you on camera?
If you come close to me, I'll punch you. No, you stay away.
Hey, come on.
No, stay away.
This could be special.
I know not to do this.
This could be special. He's gone.
It's not happening. Unless it's your mom, I'm not up for it.
Don't bring Maggie into this.
If I move this way.
All right. Hey, you two are... Oh, that's... Give me some time. I'll win him over. What I will say is thank you ever so much for watching. We've loved having you here with us. It has been an epic few days of Siege. And, of course, you saw the bracket. LCQ kicks off next week. Fresh, you'll be back for that. And who are you going to be joined by?
Going to be joined by Alfama next week.
Alfama's going to be in the building as well. Fabian, we cannot wait to have you back, brother. It's been a pleasure sharing the desk with you. Thank you to our amazing production team, and congratulations again one more time to Virtus.pro, our R6 EUL Stage 2 champions. We'll see you next week for LCQ, where we look to send a couple more teams. How many more teams?
14.
One more team to the major. Cheers. Get 14? What's wrong with you?
Imagine.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
We deserve it.
take BDS's map pick, and they take... Leaky back is not going to let it happen. BDS over and done in 8 rounds.